Chapter 782. Poaching your girlfriend. What's wrong with these two sisters? One is a scholar, and the other is a warrior. No. Sure, Yali is obviously more difficult to deal with than Shilagwi. Don't mess with her in the future. In short, things are still good. The three of them didn't have any big problems. Waited in the living room for a while. Andweir and Annette came back from outside. The family sat at the dining table and talked about the recent changes in the city while eating. The security of Treasure Island is getting better and better. And even the entire Emerald Sea rarely sees pirate ships. It is completely different from the previous pirate period, when pirate ships were seen everywhere on the route. Of course, in addition to the efforts of Wu Heng and others during this period, the newspaper Lilith settlement on the island must have played a role. At this time, a level 20 hero is also the leader of the association. In the eyes of ordinary professionals, it is like a gun to the head. Who dares to come here to act wild? Just after dinner, the skeleton guarding the radio station hurried down. Pointing upstairs, it proved that someone had sent a message. Wu Heng also followed him upstairs and walked into the radio room. One man Shaw. Do you have something to talk to me about? Wu Heng asked softly while holding the microphone. One man Shaw's soft voice came from the radio. Master, how are you doing recently? Very good. How are you and the baby? Wu Heng leaned back on the chair. Very good too. The baby eats well and sleeps well except for missing his father. I think it's the baby's mother who misses his father. You guessed it right. When Manshaw smiled, then went straight to the point and said, today, the second prince of the Yek kingdom arranged for an envoy to come. The second prince arranged for someone to go to Rantam City? To reconcile? Wu Heng asked. The battle situation between the two sides was very obvious. The skeleton army pushed forward all the way, and the human army retreated step by step. Even if there were 18th level professionals in the team, it would be difficult to change the situation of such a large-scale war. Now let's talk about it. Guessing that they might want to reconcile. It doesn't seem to be a reconciliation, but the purpose is to stop the war between the two sides. Master, guess what the other party said? When Manshaw tone was smiling, Wu Heng said uncertainly. Apology. Compensation? He said that the second prince wanted to marry me as his wife and promised that I would be the queen after taking back the kingdom. When Manshaw said directly. Damn. He must be sick. Wu Heng exclaimed. He was beaten like this by the army of Rantam City. But he still wanted to marry Wen Manshaw. In fact, if you think about it, you will know the purpose of doing so. Wen Manshaw was born as a gang member and gave birth to a child for himself. According to the standards of the royal family for selecting spouses, she would definitely not be chosen. But now the second prince needs support and is a little bit unable to beat Rantam City. If he can really marry Wen Manshaw, not only will he have one less enemy, but Rantam City will also become his helper. It's really a good plan. What did you say? Wu Heng asked. Wen Manshaw smiled and said, I didn't kill the messenger because I was afraid it would affect the balance of the truce between the two sides. But I asked someone to keep an eye on him. When the investigation team leaves, his head will be hung on the city wall. Then, in a leisurely tone, what else can I do? My body and heart belong to my master. I have a baby now, so I can't leave him anymore. Wu Heng nodded subconsciously. When Manshaw and I have a contract, and she will never betray me under any circumstances. Of course, he and Wen Manshaw have a good relationship. This gang sister-in-law who is ruthless in doing things is unusually clingy in private. This second prince is not worthy of you. I will let you be the queen in the future. Wu Heng also said, No. It's very tiring to manage the city of Rantam. Only a ghost wants to be the queen. Wen Manshaw said. And then said, I contacted you to inquire about the situation of the association's investigation team. The second prince obviously hasn't given up on Rantam City. If it drags on, I'm afraid he will find a way to turn the tide of the war. The skeleton army of Rantam City is good at blitzkrieg. In the case that the other party does not react in a hurry, push forward as much as possible. In addition, Wu Heng is equipped with modern weapons, showing a trend of crushing. This stop is indeed to avoid the investigation team of the association, but it also gives the other party time to find a way to counterattack. Trying to marry is one of the methods, and it may also be a test. Wu Heng said, according to the intelligence, the investigation team of the association has entered the capital of the kingdom of Yeko, and has clashed with some sects. But there is no specific intelligence. The other side also fell into a brief silence. And when Manshaw asked, Then let's continue the truce? Stop for a while. Wait for me to find out the specific information. And then discuss the next plan. Wu Hung thought for a while and said, well, I understand. When Manshaw nodded. Wu Hung then asked, how is the construction of the railway? It is still being laid. It will be laid to the city of Rentam in a short time. Okay. You arrange people to promote our previous detective stories in the occupied cities. And arrange for the bard to perform there. Wu Hung arranged it directly. Now that we have occupied many cities, we can also try to increase our reputation. Okay. Wu Hung took the microphone and continued. Notify me in time if there is any news. And pay attention to safety. Don't let those messengers enter the city lord mansion. Got it. Master. That's it for now. Keep in touch. Yeah. Hang up the radio and sat in a chair and pondered for a while. How can this second prince always jump out suddenly? If he doesn't show up, no one will pay too much attention to him. This time, they even thought of the method of marriage. It feels like they are forced to do nothing. The only thing missing now is the information of the association investigation team. Lilith must have it. But she won't provide it directly to me. Get up and walk out of the radio room. Several maids went to the audiovisual room to play games. Wu Hung asked them not to play too late, and went upstairs to return to the study. In the study, the three ghosts are in the room today. Wu Hung poured himself a cup of tea, and Xiao Xiao flew over awkwardly. Uncle, how about we get along? Tell me what's going on first, and I tell you later. Okay? Wu Hung said. Humph. Xiao Xiao snorted, and then said, my friend is leaving, and I want to give her a tablet that can take pictures. When she comes back, she can take pictures of the outside and show them to me. Lilith is leaving? It's true that she has been on the island for a while, and most of the dignitaries who came to the auction have left. Okay, but you have to teach her how to do it. She may not be able to do it. Wu Hung agreed directly. There are many tablets and mobile phones in the zombie world. It should be the most spoils of war. Wu Hung gave tablets to Zalagui and Yimi Luo as gifts. Yeah, Uncle is the best. Xiao Xiao cheered. Wu Hung took out a new tablet and said, let the skeleton accompany you to deliver it. Outsiders will be scared when they see the tablet flying in the sky. Xiao Xiao thought about it and felt that it made sense. So she nodded and agreed. Okay. Wu Hung arranged the skeleton and followed Xiao Xiao out. After Xiao Xiao left, Grenda said, is Lilith leaving? Wu Hung said, it should be. It has been a while since they came to the island. Leaders like them should not stay outside casually. That's right. No one mentioned Lilith anymore. Wu Hung continued. When Manshaw just sent me a message saying that the second prince arranged an envoy to marry her as his wife. The two ghosts turned their heads suddenly and looked over here in surprise. Grenda said in surprise, you were poached? What are you talking about? When Manshaw will definitely not agree to this. And the other party's goal is not when Manshaw, but the city of Rentam. Wu Hung glanced at her unhappily. Glenda pondered for a moment and said, doesn't he know that when Manshaw is yours? He should know. He may also be testing when Manshaw thoughts. The identity of the second prince is more attractive than me as a member of the association. When Manshaw said, if you ask me, you should speed up your plan against the Yek kingdom. It depends on the situation, Wu Hung said, and then said, I heard that the eldest prince is in his 40s. I don't know how old the second prince is. The fifth princess should know, Glenda said. Benny added from the side, saying, I heard that the second prince is in his early 30s and has a very outstanding appearance. I heard about it in the tavern. What about his occupation? It's even more unclear. But in the descriptions of those people, this second prince is a representative of the kingdom's literature and art. He likes poetry and painting. Some people also say that he likes men. Glenda smiled and said, it can be explained. This second prince wants to contact you through Wenmanshaw. Looking at Wu Hung seriously, he said, have you ever considered men? You read normal books in the store. Recently I found that the books you read are problematic. Wu Hung counterattacked. Glenda smiled and stopped talking. Betty continued, I heard from the people in the tavern that people like the second prince did not choose the throne from the very beginning. I don't know why it has developed to the current situation. Maybe there are some other reasons. If it is true as the rumor says, the second prince likes literature and art, which means that he has never had the idea of competing for the throne since he was a child. Otherwise, he would not be particularly focused on these. But for some things, Rumors from the outside world may not be reliable. After things here are settled, let's go back to Ratam City, Wu Heng said, and stood up and said, I'm going back. Good night. The two ghosts waved. After leaving the study, Wu Heng returned to the bedroom to rest. The next day, morning, in the study, as soon as Wu Heng walked in, Xiao Xiao controlled a piece of jade to fly over and landed in Wu Heng's hand. Look, this is her return gift. I said my uncle is rich and has everything, but she insisted on giving it to me, Xiao Xiao said with some pride. Companion Yin Jade, special item. Effect, increase the power of the dead spirit and nourish the spirit servant. Side effect, cold. Description, a natural rare jade that can provide the corresponding power of the dead spirit. Companion Yin Jade. Wu Heng got a piece of it in the association's reward before, but this one in front of him is more than twice as big as the reward. That piece is a second-level merit, and this one is probably a first-level merit. No need to guess. The other party must be Lilith. There will definitely be no other person on the island who can take out this thing as a gift. Rich woman. When she is leaving, shouldn't I also give her some gifts? This is expensive, Wu Heng said, and Glinda said it's a good thing. Xiao Xiao said with a smile. Wu Heng nodded. Your friend gave it to you, so keep it and don't break it. Put it on the desk. Aunt and sister can feel the effect of the jade. Xiao Xiao is really nice, Wu Heng praised. The other two ghosts also smiled. Xiao Xiao also smiled, controlled the jade, and hung it on the copper rack on the desk. Wu Heng also said, let's go. Let's go to the zombie world. Three ghosts got into the body, and Wu Heng also opened the door and walked in. Ratam City. In a room in a tavern. The thin and tall figure turned the ring on his finger and said, no news from Wanman. No news. The burly figure opposite answered coldly. This cheap woman. One city really thinks she has changed her class. The thin and tall figure cursed in a low voice. I originally thought that with Wanman knowledge and status, she would easily agree to hear about the second prince and becoming the queen. Unexpectedly, there is really no news. After a moment of silence, the tall and thin man continued. Send a message to the second prince, and we can proceed with the next plan. Yes. Chapter 783. Let's work in Treasure Island. Zombie World. Walking out of the boundary gate, Wu Heng observed the situation in each cell through the surveillance. The first batch of experimental animals have all completed the transformation into zombies. In the video, the bodies of hyenas and iron-mouthed crocodiles began to rot and become hideous, and their sizes also began to grow significantly. But it still hasn't reached the exaggerated level of Teddy turning into a lion. Of course, this is only the second day after the virus was injected. According to the experimental report from the headquarters, it will take at least 30 days to completely complete the abnormal transformation and the appearance of corpse cores. And it will take 3 or 4 months, or even longer. Wu Heng is not in a hurry. He has enough time and can slowly conduct research. Wu Heng continued to pick up the experimental records on the side and check them. It records the time of virus injection and the plan of the experimental subjects. Wu Heng read it once, and then looked at the cell of the zombie king on the other side. The cell of the corpse king was still quiet. The skeletons holding axes were standing in a circle and motionless. The corpse king in the middle was also tied with iron chains and stood quietly. Uncle, Adley is here. Xiao Xiao flew back from outside. Wu Heng adjusted the camera and saw a truck parked in the parking lot from outside. Li Yong jumped out of the car, picked up the phone and dialed the number. Then, Wu Heng's phone rang. After the call was connected, Li Yong's voice came. I'm here. I go down now. After hanging up the phone, Wu Heng walked out, and Glinda and Bernie got into the body directly, and Xiao Xiao followed. After leaving the building, Wu Heng sat in the co-pilot of the truck, left the prison, and rushed to the direction of the pharmaceutical factory. In the afternoon, Li Yong took him to the pharmaceutical factory. Through the glass partition, you can see the workshop where the machinery is running. A skeleton wearing a white coat and with clean and shiny bones is walking back and forth between the machines, looking at the control panel from time to time. Li Yong said, now there are 2 production chains, which can produce 24 hours a day. The problem we are facing now is that there is not enough raw materials. At most, we can only produce for 1 week before we stop production due to insufficient materials. The machine replaced the alchemist, which greatly improved efficiency and cost. This requires a sufficient supply of raw materials. Originally, Wu Heng wanted to move the pharmaceutical factory to Treasure Island, which would save the trouble of transporting materials back and forth. However, the various production workshops here in the pharmaceutical factory are different from ordinary factories. The requirements for the workshops are relatively high, and it is still difficult to move to another world. It can only be produced here first. I will find a way to solve the problem of raw materials. And I will also get some seeds of medicinal materials, and then arrange for the skeletons to plant them, Wu Heng said while looking at the workshop. It would be best to have seeds. We have a lot of land now, and we can definitely use them ourselves after planting, Li Yong said confidently. Well, I replenish the materials in the next few days. Wu Heng then asked, how much has been produced now? There are more than 10,000 bottles in the warehouse, and each bottle contains 10 tablets. Li Yong replied. 10 tablets per bottle is what Wu Heng asked for. It is more convenient to sell. More than 10,000 bottles can meet the sales of Treasure Island. Go to the warehouse. Li Yong led the way, and the two continued to the warehouse. The door of the warehouse opened, and boxes of neatly stacked medicines appeared in front of him. Wu Heng waved his hand and put them all into the space ring. Let's go. Let's go back, Wu Heng continued. The two got on the truck again. After sending Wu Heng back to the prison, Li Yong also returned to her central square. The next day, the sea breeze whistled across the deck, and the air was filled with a salty taste. The sails were rustling, and the workers were busy moving the goods, making the final preparations before departure. Lilith stood on the deck, her long hair tied up, a few strands of hair flying in the wind. An old man in neat clothes was already standing on one side, with one hand behind his waist and the other hand holding a parasol for Lilith. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps on the deck was getting closer and closer. Wu Heng, wearing a hood, walked over. Chief Lilith, are you leaving now? Why don't you stay a little longer? Lilith glanced at him sideways, and the old man said, Island Master Wu Heng, this is up to you. I go check the cabin. Okay. Wu Heng took the parasol and continued to stand beside Lilith, saying, Chief, are you still angry about what happened last time? I apologize to you, and will stay a little longer, Lilith said in a flat tone. When the time comes, it's time to go back. Such a cold answer. It's the same as not saying anything, Wu Heng continued. Is it because of the association's work? You can also set up your work location at Treasure Island. He really didn't want Lilith to leave. After Lily came to the island became safer, and the issues of the Vatican were resolved. The church is still closed now, and there is no plan to open it for preaching. I was worried that Lilith would cause trouble on the island before, and now I want her to stay for a while longer. I feel more at ease when I go out to do something, Lilith said lightly. Wait until next time. Wu Heng did not continue to persuade her to stay, but just stood by her side with an umbrella. The wind continued to blow around the two of them. It was dull for a while. Wu Heng took out a fixed-frequency radio and a portable solar panel from the space ring and said, Chief, this is a prop that can be used for long-distance communication. If there is anything, I can report to you through this prop. Lilith looked at him with some doubts, her eyes full of curiosity. The props with various functions of Treasure Island had never appeared before Wu Heng. Now they appear one after another, and each function is very practical. She said that the green iron box in front of her could communicate over long distances, and she had no doubt in her heart. How to use it? Lilith asked. Wu Heng put the two items on a wooden barrel and began to explain. It is divided into two parts. This is the speaker. When I report to you, the sound will come from here. If you have any tasks, pick up this microphone and speak. And I can also hear it. Island Master's Mansion. I will arrange a skeleton to guard the props. If you don't receive it at that time, I will reply to you later. This is called a solar panel. Put it under the sun and connect it to the communication props, and you can use it. If you have other props in Treasure Island, you can also use it to replenish energy. Lilith listened to him carefully. When she heard that the solar panel could provide energy for the props in Treasure Island, she thought of the tablet that Xiao Xiao gave her. At that time, Xiao Xiao told her that it might be out of power after she took it back. She would have to go back to Treasure Island to charge it. Now this solar panel is a prop used to provide energy. Okay. I accept it. Lilith took it and put it directly into the space ring. Wu Heng continued to take out another space ring and said, This is a gift for you. I hope you like it. Lilith's eyes fell on the space ring again. After thinking about it, she stretched out her white and tender little hand and grabbed it. I accept it. Wu Hung watched the other party put the ring away. But he didn't see the other party's intention to return the gift. At this time, the voice of the crew urging came from behind. The ship was about to set sail. I'm getting off the ship. I wish the leader a safe journey. If you have time, come to Treasure Island often. I will also arrange someone to help you guard your residence. Lilith waved her white fingers. Go back. Wu Hung nodded and got off the ship with his skeleton. Standing at the dock, watching the ship disappear little by little, he turned around and left. Lilith walked down the deck. The old man opened a cabin. Miss, it's all ready. Do you want to rest now? No hurry. You go out first, Lilith said. Yes, miss. The old man saluted and left the cabin directly. Lilith sat down at the table, took out the solar panel and radio, and then took out the tablet that Xiao Xiao sent last night to study. After finding a place to charge, after connecting, the signal of power increase appeared. It really worked. Then, Lilith raised her eyebrows. This Wu Hung must have known that Xiao Xiao would contact her. So he specially sent this thing today. He also gave her the props for maintaining communication. I guess this guy is the only one who dares to plot against the leader every day. Thinking in his heart, he continued to take out another space ring. Consciousness communication ring. One item after another was taken out. 3 different styles of helmets with very cool shapes. Lilith frowned again. The helmet was not made of metal. Very light and strong, with a translucent mask on the front. This kind of helmet has been seen on Wu Hung's skeleton attendant. Lilith studied it and put it on her head directly. Through the mask, I could see things clearly. I picked up the instruction manual next to me and took a look. I didn't recognize the words, but according to the picture, I reached out to the button on the side and pressed it lightly. Click! With a crisp sound, the transparent mask instantly opened upwards. I pressed it again, and it opened up with the lower jaw. The third time, it all came down and returned to its original appearance. Lilith's eyes widened. This, a helmet that can also transform. Lilith continued to look at the other 2 helmets. They were both beautiful in style, but they didn't have the changes of the first one. You put all your energy on these things. No wonder your level can't be improved. You deserve to be bullied by the church. Chapter 784. How to improve reputation. Then he put on the helmet again and clicked it several times. He continued to look at other items. 2 sets of clothes. One slightly larger, the other a smaller girl style. The material is somewhat like leather. Black. So close-fitting? Nightwear? He looked at everything. Lilith started to look through the tablet again and took a few photos. She put them all away again. Putting the workplace in Treasure Island is also a good choice. 3 days passed in a flash. During these days, Wu Hung traveled back and forth between Treasure Island and the prison in the zombie world. After Lilith left, Wu Hung arranged some skeletons to guard and clean the place, in order to prevent the house from being emptied when they come next time. The church is still closed. It is possible that they don't know that Lilith has left and are keeping a low profile. In the prison, the experiment is still going on, and there is no obvious progress. Both worlds are developing normally according to plan. Central area. A controlled shop opened its doors today, and a price list was hung at the door. The therapeutic pills are on sale in limited quantities, with a bottle of 10 pills, priced at 10 silver coins, and each person is limited to 1 bottle. The pills are on sale. The pills on Treasure Island are on sale. Quickly notify the representative. In an instant, the entire Treasure Island seemed to be boiling, and the news spread out. People from major chambers of commerce, mercenaries, or some ordinary people, all rushed to the sales point in the central area and began to line up to buy pills. The association and the guards also began to send more people here to maintain order. 10 pills for 10 silver coins. Cheaper than normal potions. But I don't know how effective the medicine is. I think the island owner is going to kill the normal potion, which is cheaper than the market price and more convenient to carry. Unfortunately, the purchase quantity is limited. It is different from the things sold in the previous times. Pens, watches, or bicycles. These things are not necessities, and most of the people who buy them are businessmen and dignitaries. But pills with the effect of healing potions are needed by everyone, especially mercenaries who live on bounties all year round. For a while, people gathered outside, More than in the past, when the products were sold. The entire central area was crowded with people. And the crowds were still gathering. In a room in a mansion. Several elderly alchemists were busy at the laboratory table. Some were testing the efficacy of the medicine. Some were analyzing the materials. And some were recording on the side. Time passed little by little. When several people were sweating on their foreheads and were about to collapse. They covered all the equipment. Opened the window for ventilation. An old man said, "The materials are the same as normal potions. It is not difficult to experiment with pills. The formula and method can be taken out within a week." In the back, several representatives of the Chamber of Commerce looked at each other, without any joy on their faces. The first few products were also said in this way. But so far, none of them have been copied. A Chamber of Commerce representative asked, "Can we compete with Treasure Island for the market?" The pharmacist thought for a moment, shook his head and said, "It's not difficult to make it. The important thing is the price. With the current price of Treasure Island, we are completely uncompetitive." The Chamber of Commerce representatives all showed an expression of as expected. City Hall. Meeting room. Wu Hung sat on one side, with Anweer and Annette next to him. And opposite him was the dwarf chief designer Yusef, who had just returned from Netale City. Yusef reported the progress of Netale City, and then said, "After we left 2 designers, the rest of us returned to Treasure Island according to Mrs. Chanella's instructions. Thank you for your hard work," Wu Hung said. Yusef stood up flattered. "It's all we should do." Wu Hung nodded, and then said, "I plan to build a large entertainment venue on the island, covering a large area and gathering some entertainment projects. I need you to design the venue." This is something Wu Hung had thought of before. The reason was very simple. The auction attracted the top dignitaries in the surrounding area. But because Shannara only allowed the sale of 5 bottles of potions, only 5 people could earn money. Wu Hung thought about building a place on the island to earn money from the rest of the people, and earn the money from the rest of the people. He discussed this matter with Shannara, and the other party agreed with his idea. Yusef came back from outside today, and just handed over the matter. Yusef looked serious and asked, "Master, what facilities are needed for this building so that I can arrange it?" Wu Hung handed the list he had prepared in advance to the other party. After the other party read it, he said, "The water park inside, and the related magic buildings are all prepared in advance. And the decoration style should be as luxurious as possible." "Okay, sir." Yusef nodded as he looked at the list. Wu Hung continued to look at Underwire. "Wire. Cooperate with Yusef when the time comes. Once the design is out, start construction as soon as possible, and try to build it before the next auction." "Okay," Wu Hung continued. "Okay. That's it for now. Yusef should also hurry up and come up with the plan first." "Yes, sir." After the matter was over, the few people bowed again and left the room. Wu Hung also walked out of the city hall and went to the sales point to take a look. From a distance, you can see the crowds of people gathered and the association members who maintained order. After taking a look and confirming that there was no problem with the sale, Wu Hung returned to the island owner's mansion. Wu Hung returned to his study. Not long after, 3 ghosts flew back from outside and stopped beside him. "Uncle, the pills are selling well this time. It seems that everyone on the island is gone to buy them," Xiao Xiao said. Benny also said, "This time, ordinary people and mercenaries also went to line up. There seemed to be a lot of people. Some chambers of commerce bought them back and started to study them." Wu Hung smiled and said, "This is a good thing. It proves that everyone recognizes the pills." Glenda pondered for a moment and said, "The pills are so effective. Can we use them to promote their reputation?" Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. "Tell me more." Glenda rolled his eyes at him and said, "The price of the pills is lower than that of the potion. And this improvement is very practical. It will soon be popularized in all countries and regions. As long as people know that you developed it for ordinary professions, it will be spread to the greatest extent. By then, it will be enough for you to reach level 20. This idea is good? As long as the pills are bound to themselves, the pills will become popular, and the rest of the people will know about it. Treasure Island will let me reach level 19. By then, all regions will know about it, and I will definitely reach level 20. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I also thought of it when I saw the sale today. Can't you think of it yourself?" Glenda continued. "This is actually not easy. After leaving Treasure Island, It's hard to get those chambers of commerce to help you promote it. Wu Heng thought about it. It's not difficult. Just put an instruction manual in it. It says how to use it, and my information. Glinda thought about it and nodded. Well, I can try it. Uncle, is it going to level 20? Xiao Xiao said. It's just around the corner. Wu Heng said with a smile. Hee hee. Xiao Xiao also smiled. Wu Heng felt that this matter was very feasible. Even if the effect was not good, it would not be bad. I will arrange it later, and make a batch first and try it out. Dong dong dong. While thinking in my heart, there was a knock on the door, and many voice came from outside. Master, Deacon Zalagui called. Zalagui called. During this period, I didn't dare to contact Zalagui and the others. I go downstairs now, Wu Heng said. He went downstairs and picked up the phone, and said carefully, Hello? Zalagui voice came from the other side. Come to dinner tonight. Don't forget what I told you. Wu Heng whispered, You can't poison me. I'm watching. It's okay. Okay. I get ready and go over. Wu Heng put down the phone. Minnie stood aside, her eyes full of confusion. Master. What poison? It's okay. I'm joking with Zalagui. I won't come back to eat tonight, Wu Heng said with a smile. Oh. Okay. At dusk, Wu Heng used teleportation and appeared in the deacon's mansion. When he walked into the door, he smelled a strong fragrance. It seems that dinner is ready. Zalagui. Sure Yali. I'm here. Wu Heng shouted inside. Footsteps sounded. The two sisters came out, looking serious and scrutinizing. Wu Heng flipped his hands, took out 2 bouquets of flowers, one red and one yellow, and handed them to the 2 girls. For you. Chapter 785. It's a bit early. The setting sun shines through the open door, casting a light and shadow. Wu Heng stood there, holding the prepared bouquet in his hand, feeling a little nervous. This feeling is more nervous than when facing a hero. The 2 elf sisters stood at the door. Zalagui was wearing a light green home dress, and Shiryali was wearing a blue dress, with her hair tied behind her head. Wu Heng handed the flowers over and forced a smile on his face. Zalagui glared at him, took Shiryali's hand and walked forward, took the flowers, kept one for herself, and put the other into Shiryali's arms. He still has a heart, knowing that you like flowers. Wu Heng took out 2 beautifully shaped cakes. I made them myself. Let you try them. Shiryali glanced at Wu Heng, and there was also a trace of imperceptible tenderness in her cold eyes, and said, Come in. Dinner is ready. Okay. Wu Heng walked in with a cake. 2 bouquets of flowers were placed in the vase in the living room. Then, the 3 of them walked to the dining room, where the table was already filled with prepared dinner. Zalagui sat in the middle, asked the 2 to sit down, scooped a piece of cake with a silver spoon, and sent it to Shiryali's mouth. Ah! Try it. Wu Heng prepared it specially for us. He knows he is wrong. Please forgive him. Okay? Shiryali glanced at Wu Heng, and finally opened her mouth, took the cake that was sent to her mouth, and chewed it gently. The atmosphere in the restaurant also became a little more relaxed as Shiryali ate the cake. Zalagui turned around and pinched Wu Heng's thigh. Wu Heng grinned and said sincerely, Shiryali, I will treat you too well. Shiryali looked up, met his eyes, and whispered, Do you have the confidence to reach level 18? Yes. Shiryali said, Humans and elves have natural differences in lifespan. Even if you reach level 18, it will only increase your lifespan a little. Okay. Wu Heng is confident. Let's eat first. Zalagui stopped in the middle and continued. Shiryali stopped talking, and the 3 of them started eating. The atmosphere was a little depressed, not as relaxed as the previous few times. Zalagui carefully tasted each dish, and after eating and confirming that there was no problem, she let Wu Heng eat. She was afraid that her black-bellied sister would do something explosive and send the mage away. The meal was finished in a slightly awkward atmosphere. After dinner, knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door of the courtyard. Zalagui looked at the kitchen, then at Wu Heng, and said, I go over and take a look. Don't quarrel. Then she walked out. Wu Heng sat in the living room, while Shiryali walked out of the kitchen and looked at the location of the courtyard. Come and help me pick up the bowls. Wu Heng got up and walked over to help take the tableware to the kitchen. Shiryali smiled as she cleaned up. Are you not scared? Just a little confused. Wu Heng put the tableware on the cupboard. Sure, Yali said. What can I do? You and my sister are together. And I don't want to lose you. She looked serious. It doesn't matter whether you can reach level 18 or not. But you must be good to me and my sister. You just promised. I will be good to you both for the rest of my life. Wu Heng promised. Sure, Yali smiled even brighter. I remember what you said. Wu Heng shrugged. Anyway, I'm a human. And my life is short. You said you can reach level 18? Sure, Yali's voice rose. Wu Heng smiled. Don't worry. I will become a hero sooner or later. And let you become heroes too. I believe in you. And Shi Logui believes in you too. Sure, Yali smiled and leaned over directly. Her hand stained with water hanging on both sides. Slightly raised her head. And looked into each other's eyes. Wu Heng lowered his head gently and kissed his lips that were a little cold and tasted like pastries. Wu Heng. Sure, Yali? A shout came from the living room. In the kitchen. Shi Logui quickly walked to the kitchen and saw Wu Heng helping to clean up. Wu Heng. Go sit in the living room. Sure, Yali said. Wu Heng returned to the living room. And Shi Logui asked, Are you okay? It's okay. Sure, Yali has forgiven me. Wu Heng continued to ask, What does the association want to talk to you about? It's still about the medicine. The store is still open now. And we need to add more people for patrol work. Shi Logui said. Wu Heng thought for a while and said, It's just for these 2 days. We will suspend sales tomorrow and resume sales after adjustments. Why is it suspended? Shi Logui asked curiously. The effect of the pills is so good. I am a little curious why they have to stop. One is that they need to be repackaged. And the second is the safety of the medicine. I'm afraid that someone will buy it back and mix some strange things in it, which will damage the reputation of the pills. Wu Heng said. After all, it is a medicine. If someone swaps 1 or 2 pills, it is very likely that someone will die. So Logui didn't quite understand what was said. But she knew that it was a good adjustment. Okay. Then we will send some more people tonight. So we don't need to send people to the central area tomorrow. Yes. Wu Heng nodded. Then, he looked at Zalogui, then looked in the direction of the kitchen, and said, I'm going back first. When Sure Yali calms down, come to my place for dinner. We haven't eaten together for a long time. It depends on the situation. We talk about it then. Wu Heng stood up and walked out, and said to the kitchen, Sure Yali, I'm going back first. And I come to see you in 2 days. Sure Yali walked out of the kitchen and said, Yes. Let's go. Wu Heng walked to the courtyard, and Zalogui followed behind him. Before leaving, she said, I know my sister likes you. It's good to be together now. You must reach level 18. You know? I don't want to live with a ghoul in the future. Wu Heng held her waist and whispered, Don't worry. I can reach level 18 and love you well. How corny. Zalogui shuddered. Wu Heng hugged her and kissed her, whispering, I'm going back. I come to see you in 2 days. Yeah. The two separated, and Wu Heng walked out of the door. When Zalogui returned to the room, she saw Sure Yali putting bunches of flowers in different vases. She looked in a good mood. He left. Sure Yali turned around and asked, Let's go. Hillary sat down and continued, How should we explain to Mom? You thought about it. You thought of this solution. Sure Yali said. And then said, Last time I wrote to you, I said I would come to see you in a while. You'd better think about it as soon as possible. Hillary picked up the pastry and ate it bite by bite. You think about it. You are the elder sister. Do you know I am the elder sister now? No matter what. You think about it. You think about it. Let Wu Heng think about it. Then go call him. Leaving the deacon's mansion, the street lights came on. Groups of residents flocked to the streets, began to cool off, and watched the performances under the streetlights. Now, in addition to the bard reading stories, there are also some simple performances, like a huge market, unusually lively. Wu Heng walked through the crowd and returned to the island owner's mansion. The maids were playing games in the audiovisual room, and Wu Heng walked into the radio room, started to contact Shanella. Soon, Shannara's voice came from the other side. I'm here. How is the city of Nidal? Same as before. No changes. Shannara replied. Any news from the investigation team? No. The investigation team's intelligence has basically not been disclosed to the outside world, and it is not convenient for us to inquire. Shannara said helplessly. Wu Heng said, It's okay. If there is any major news, it will be reported. Yeah. Shawnera simply replied without saying much. Wu Hung continued to talk about the sale of pills. Shawnera was not surprised at the popularity of the pills. The pills you improved are the most successful products, and will gradually occupy the market in the future. Similarly, you should be careful with your pricing. I'm afraid many people want to kill you. This? Not really. You are still risking your life. The market is also a war. You are in Treasure Island. If you change to any other place, just based on the first few products, you will be under house arrest or signed a slave contract. Shawnera said solemnly. Scary. Wu Hung continued. Those alchemists who are unwilling to change and only want to sell low-level potions at high prices are not worthy of pity. What we did was right, and it can benefit more ordinary people. Shawnera was a little surprised. You are quite confident. Well, I have to say that your tone just now is very charming. Like an adult. I ignored the other party's words. Wu Hung continued. I plan to suspend the sale of pills and bind them to myself to increase my reputation. Then, he told Shawnera his plan. The other party fell silent. After a long while, he slowly spoke. I don't object to you making preparations for the future. But isn't it too early now? You are just level 15. And starting such a big move now will attract some people's attention. Chapter 786. I pick up my people. I don't think it's too early. You should make a good layout as soon as possible. After a few years of settling down, you can upgrade. When your level is upgraded later, you can also promote it in this way. Wu Hung said seriously. Since you have thought about it, I have no objection. But it is best to find a few cooperative chambers of commerce for sales channels and assign them goods. This can control both the demand for production and the quality, so that people will not hoard them and sell them at a higher price, which will affect your reputation. Wu Hung felt that it made sense. You are very thoughtful. I will pay attention to this matter. After talking about the matter, after chatting casually for a few more sentences, he hung up the chat. Wu Hung returned to the study, talked to the ghosts for a few more sentences, and then returned to the room to rest. Lying on the bed, Wu Hung began to think about the pills in his mind. By tying his reputation to the pills, he might be able to meet the upgrade requirements faster. The method is also very simple, which is to add an instruction manual to the medicine box. One part of which is the method of using the medicine and some applicable environments. The other part is to write down the producer Wu Hung and some related deeds. Reputation can be improved quickly. I feel that this method is faster and safer than occupying the Kingdom of Yeko. Compared with occupying the Kingdom of Yeko, this is a business expansion, not a life and death battle. Moreover, there is no need to worry about the church finding faults. All I do is good. As for being noticed by others, as mentioned by Shawnera, I don't care so much. As long as I can reach level 20, all difficulties will no longer be difficulties. Then, Wu Hung thought of the two sisters Zalagui and Shiryali. Through Shiryali's series of operations, Zalagui also accepted the three of them together. It can also be seen that the relationship between the two sisters is indeed good. And Shiryali is also very concerned about me. It seems that after I came to the other world, my charm has really improved a lot. In the original world, there will not be such a girl who is so determined to be with me. If there is, I feel that there is some scam. After thinking it over and over again, Wu Hung fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the city hall. The door of the conference room was pushed open, and the representatives of various chambers of commerce, dressed in gorgeous clothes, entered one after another. They looked around the room and saluted to the seats inside. Master Island Master. Miss Endwire. Wu Hung nodded. Everyone, please sit down. The representatives found their seats and sat down, still looking at the opposite side. The sale of pills has stopped today. This is a little different from the sale of previous products, and everyone wants to get information and prepare for their own chambers of commerce. Master Island Master. Is there any problem on the island? Yes. Why are the pills stopped selling? If there is anything you need to tell us, our Chamber of Commerce is willing to help you unconditionally. We are the same. Everyone spoke one after another, and then waited for Wu Hung answer. Wu Hung waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, and said, the sale of the pills will indeed be suspended. Some problems after the sale are also taken into consideration and need to be changed. Everyone remained silent, waiting for Wu Hung to continue. Wu Hung continued. After all, It is a drug. In order to avoid problems, in addition to the sale on Treasure Island, we will choose several chambers of commerce with good reputation and willing to abide by the rules of Treasure Island to cooperate with the sale outside the island. Of course, if we find that the cooperating chamber of commerce is not trustworthy later, we will also cancel the cooperation. Everyone was shocked. What? This is not in the interests. Only by letting it go can the interests be maximized. My Lord Island Master, our Chamber of Commerce and Treasure Island have always cooperated closely. From the perspective of interests, letting it go will maximize the interests of Treasure Island and sell a large number of pills. Now it is only cooperating with a few fixed ones. It will obviously reduce the interests of Treasure Island. This is not something a qualified businessman would do. Wu Hung continued to explain. Medicines are different from ordinary goods. If someone hoards goods and raises the price, or replaces the pills, it will cause us reputational damage. So we will choose the Chamber of Commerce to sell. Of course, if you are willing to comply, there is no limit to the number of cooperative chambers of commerce. Oh, so that's how it is. Everyone nodded, and they breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they can sell it. After all, they can make a fortune with Treasure Island. Then Wu Hung told everyone about the criteria for Treasure Island to choose cooperative chambers of commerce, and the price they would give them. After everything will be clear, Wu Hung looked at everyone and said, "This is the case. There is still some time before the official sale. You can pass the message back and ask. If you are willing to cooperate, come to the city hall to sign up." "Okay, Master Islander." Everyone stood up, saluted again, and hurriedly left the city hall. The message must be passed back as soon as possible. Wu Hung also returned to the island owner's mansion and asked Granda to write the propaganda in the manual for him. In a city in the kingdom of Yeko, the church was filled with pungent blood and smoke. The thick pillars collapsed, and the murals painted with religious paintings also left sword marks and charred after the fire. The religious leader had a gloomy face, wearing a gorgeous robe, sitting on the throne above. And below, naked men and women knelt on the ground. Iron hooks passed through their scapulas, their hands raised high, and the palms held the burning hot wax. The wax liquid flowed down, spreading a circle of marks on the palms. The kneeling people did not feel any discomfort, and their eyes revealed piety and fanaticism. "What is your next plan?" A priest of the Holy See began to interrogate the first person. "All the way north." The kneeling person answered stiffly. The investigators behind him began to record quickly. "What's the plan?" "I don't know." "Who is your leader? Is he related to the royal family of the kingdom of Yeko?" The same question began to be asked from other directions. The priest led the investigators and began to interrogate the people on the ground. Tap, tap, tap. At this time, footsteps sounded at the door. A burly figure with a hood stepped in. "Who dares to trespass into the church?" The knight guarding the door shouted and chopped down with a sword. Bang, bang. In an instant, the two knights flew backwards. His body softened, and he didn't get up. The hall instantly became tense, and the burly man took off his hood and said coldly, "Sayu, you arrested my people?" The head of the church, Sayu, narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "Long, why are you here?" "I came to pick up my people, and I heard that they were arrested by you." "Your people, the Snake Emblem Group, are also involved in this matter?" Sayu asked harshly. Long's face was still cold. "You are talking to me with this attitude. Are you representing your association's identity or the church's identity?" Sayu's eyes suddenly condensed, and the light on his body was bright, and a phantom of an angel holding a sword emerged from behind him. Long's eyes suddenly turned into vertical pupils, and he continued, "I will only take my people away. I will not participate in your affairs. You think about it carefully." Sayu looked at him coldly and said, "Who are your people?" Long glanced at the side, and someone immediately came out and began to identify the staff of the Snake Emblem Group. "That's all. Release them. You can take them away," Sayu said directly. The iron hooks and hot wax were taken away from the confirmed people. The eyes of several people instantly cleared up, and they quickly walked to Long's side. Long nodded and turned to leave. Sayu said, "Where are you going next?" "To the north." "Why do you want to go with me?" "Humph. I still have to investigate things here." "You go." Long turned around, stared at him, and said, "Remember, investigate your own affairs. If I find out that you are touching the people of the Snake Emblem Consortium again, I will destroy your church. You dare. Long turned around and left without saying anything more. Just as the investigator was about to put down his pen, Saidu waved his hand casually, and the angels behind him sang pleasantly. The eyes of everyone in the field were scattered and refocused. The priest looked around and asked the kneeling people, "What is your next plan?" "All the way to the north." The investigator who followed him frowned. "How did I record it?" He asked one question after another. Saidu also waved his hand, and the sword blades fell one after another. The head of the kneeling man fell to the ground, and the bloody smell spread instantly. Treasure Island. Wu Hung sat in the island owner's house until the afternoon, and then he received another call from Anweer. He rushed to the city hall. After sitting in the room for a while, a bearded dwarf walked in. "My lord, the magic projectiles you ordered have been made." As he said that, the electromagnetic cannon shells engraved with patterns were placed on the table. Chapter 787. Experimental Cannonballs. "Is it going well?" Wu Hung asked. The dwarf stroked his beard and said respectfully, "It's going well. There won't be any problems on our side. You can rest assured." This means that there is no problem on their side. If there is any problem, it is his problem. Wu Hung nodded and took it to have a look. The front end of the cannonball was engraved with complicated patterns. With careful induction, the fluctuation of magic can be felt. I will conduct experiments. If the effect can meet my requirements, I will contact the city hall and continue to order goods from you. Of course, there is no problem. It is our honor to work for the island owner." The dwarf said politely. "I will send someone to find you when the time comes." "Okay, sir. I won't bother you anymore." The dwarf saluted again and left the room directly. Wu Hung put away all the cannonballs and followed him out of the room, standing at the door and thinking for a while. Take the ship of Treasure Island and go directly to sea to experiment with the new electromagnetic cannon. On the sea, Wu Hung rode on a flying carpet, floating in the air. In the distance, there was a shrinking cocktail island. The next second mansion technique opened, and behind the stone door was a sturdy electromagnetic cannon. Wu Hung sent the cannonball engraved with red lines into the mansion technique, and the shooter who controlled the barrel inside began to load the cannonball and adjust the angle. Xiao Shifei asked curiously on the side, "Uncle, is this painting useful? If you could open this door normally, there must be an effect. It depends on whether it can be effective when placed on the cannonball." Wu Hung answered while sitting cross-legged on the flying carpet. This kind of inscription is still quite popular on the island, and professions such as rangers and guards will buy some. It is definitely effective. But the electromagnetic cannon with such a high power is not known whether it will affect the stability of the lines on it. It is also expensive to engrave one. And if the effect is not good, you have to stop the loss in time, relying only on the impact force of the electromagnetic cannon itself. It is actually quite powerful. Benny flew on the other side and said, "In the tavern, mercenaries like to buy some magic arrows. Some special environments can have a good effect." Xiao Xiao lay on her side and asked, "What is a special environment?" "It means some abnormal environments, such as places filled with poisonous gas or places where fire is spreading. The corresponding magic arrows can have some relief effects, but they should not be as good as the magic effects of the mage." Benny thought for a while and explained softly, "Oh, Uncle is a mage. These are useless. Your uncle is a necromancer. But Uncle also knows fireball, which is very convenient when setting fire to corpses." Xiao Xiao continued. Wu Hun's expression immediately tightened and said, "Xiao Xiao, you can't say this outside. Others will think I'm a murderer." "Okay." Hee. Xiao Xiao smiled and circled in the air. Benny also smiled on the side. One person and two souls were chatting, and the mansion spell on the side had also completed the loading of the shells. The muzzle was also drawn to the distant island. "You can fire," Wu Hung said. Boom! The electromagnetic cannon roared suddenly, and a stream of light broke through the air and flashed away. Then, there was another deafening roar from the distant cocktail island, and the island trembled, stirring up huge waves around. Wu Hung and the two ghosts stared at the distant island closely. At this time, the island was covered with smoke and dust, blocking the view, and no magic was triggered. Failed? Or is it that the method is not right? Sure enough, this method is not very good. Thinking in my heart, suddenly a red light lit up in the smoke and dust, followed by a fierce flame. With the unstable airflow at the bombing position, a rotating flame was formed. Wow! A tornado! Xiao Xiao exclaimed. The effect looks good. Benny was also surprised. Wu Hung looked at the effect, his eyes showing joy. Success. The electromagnetic gun shooting had no effect on the magic pattern. After hitting, it took about 2 or 3 seconds for it to take effect. Wu Hung continued to stare at the flames rising in the distance. Unlike shells and missiles, this flame effect is more like a flame like a Molotov cocktail, rather than the impact of an explosion. But the power is indeed not small. The lethality of the flame is enough to make the enemy lose a layer of skin. On the sea, a fleet of the Chamber of Commerce left along the route together, and the white sails swelled in the sea breeze, like white clouds floating overhead. Several representatives of the Chamber of Commerce stood at the bow, holding wine glasses in their hands, discussing the matter of Treasure Island choosing a cooperative Chamber of Commerce this time. An old man, stroking his beard, said, "The island owner is looking for a fixed Chamber of Commerce. I feel that there is a deeper meaning. Maybe he just wants to cooperate with a few chambers of commerce with good relations." Another middle-aged man shook his head and said, "You may have thought too much. If the island owner only intends to cooperate with individual chambers of commerce, why call all the representatives over? Just talk to those who want to cooperate privately." Seeing that the two were about to have a dispute, the person next to him immediately said, "No matter what, we still have to fight for it. As long as we establish cooperation with Treasure Island, coupled with our business operations, it will take a few years to distance ourselves from other chambers of commerce and completely become a business giant that no one can shake." No one denied this sentence. All chambers of commerce that have resold goods with Treasure Island have seen their status grow rapidly after returning, and quickly distance themselves from other chambers of commerce. Everyone nodded and praised the magic of Treasure Island. Treasure Island's pill business is impossible to do, and I think you should stop busying yourself. The sudden voice made the surroundings suddenly quiet, and everyone turned to look. Then, they saw an old human with 2 other people walking over, with confidence on his face. He did not look like an ordinary person. A businessman asked, "Who are you?" The old man smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Sid, the vice president of the Fumali Alchemy Association." Everyone suddenly realized that there was another vice president on the ship. It turned out to be Vice President Sid. "Why do you say that?" the businessman continued to ask. Sid put his hands behind his back. "I have received news that the alchemy associations in various places have united. His medicine cannot be sold." The representative of the Chamber of Commerce immediately refuted. "Why can't it be sold? Can you also make pills?" Sid shook his head. "No. But all chambers of commerce in various places will face a problem. Those who cooperate with Treasure Island pills will be boycotted by all alchemy associations. No bottle of medicine will be handed over to you. Treasure Island only has this kind of pill. What will you choose?" Everyone was stunned. At the same time, they all felt contempt in their hearts. These alchemists are really used to being pampered. They don't think about how to improve, but instead want to suppress breakthrough medicines. I think there will still be people who choose to cooperate with Treasure Island. After all, the products this time will definitely be hot selling. Another Chamber of Commerce representative spoke up. Sid looked at him seriously, as if he wanted to remember his appearance. With a hint of threat, "The financial resources of the Alchemy Association are not necessarily lower than yours. When the entire Emerald Sea is in chaos, no one can transport these things out. Of course, you don't have to worry. The pill technology is not difficult. It's nothing more than waiting for a year, and they will be produced one after another. So cruel. This is to support pirates. The only ones who can make the Emerald Sea chaotic are pirates. The Emerald Sea has just settled down. Isn't it a bit too much for you to do this?" Sid looked at several people with disdain. "The strong prey on the weak. If you want to blame someone, blame this kid. He messed with the wrong profession." Everyone's face darkened. "Take the message back, and report this matter to the higher-ups, so as to prevent the alchemists from really uniting and the Chamber of Commerce from suffering losses." But he was unwilling to accept it. If the pills can be sold, it will definitely change the market. Damn idiot. That's all he can do. Boom. Everyone's face was changing from gloomy to bright. And suddenly a terrifying roar suddenly exploded. Everyone on the deck was startled and ran around with their heads in their hands. At the same time, looking in the direction where the sound came from, I saw a bright light suddenly appear on the island in the distance. Then, a huge tornado wrapped in flames and dust rose from the ground and went straight into the sky. Chapter 788. Skeletons hit people. The Chamber of Commerce representatives hid in the corner, their eyes wide open, their mouths wide open, but unable to make any sound. What is that? The flames rose into the sky. Before everyone could see clearly, the waves rolled. The ship swung violently, and everyone rolled into a ball. Alchemy Vice President Sid saw everyone's expressions. He stood up with the help of the railing, and shouted excitedly on his face, "Treasure Island has offended the gods. This is a warning from heaven. The next one to be swallowed by the fire dragon is Treasure Island." Everyone's face became even uglier. At this time, the masked lookout shouted, "The Treasure Island Navy is coming." Looking back, the ship flying the Treasure Island flag approached. After reaching a certain distance, a huge voice also came over. "Cocktail Island is testing weapons. The Chamber of Commerce fleet should not stop and keep moving forward. Treasure Island is testing new weapons." The huge voice just now was a weapon? Bullshit. It offended the gods. This is Treasure Island's weapon. Everyone looked at Sid, who also stood there blankly, looking at the Navy ship with dodging eyes. The ship bypassed this area. The representatives of the Chamber of Commerce gathered together again and continued to discuss cooperation with Treasure Island. As for Sid's proposal, forget it. I don't know where he is hiding and trembling now. Cocktail Island. Wu Hung fell from the flying carpet and looked at the deep pit left on the ground. The shells of the electromagnetic gun still penetrated deep into the ground. Just now, a total of 3 shells were tested. Flame, poison gas, and lightning, all of which can work normally. It looks very good. It depends on what scene it is used in. I think the flame one is still good looking, Benny said with a smile. The lightning one is also good, but the poison gas one is not good looking. It's green. Xiao Xiao agreed. Well, the poison gas one is not good. Wu Hung was too lazy to pay attention to the two of them. After checking the scene, he flew to the Navy position on the flying carpet. Returned to Treasure Island together. Returned to the island owner's house. Dinner is ready, Minnie called. Master, come and eat. Wu Hung sat down at the dining table, and Underwire asked softly, Master, why didn't I see you this afternoon? I went to experiment with the magic engraved shells. You can continue to order some from the Dwarf Magic Arrow shop, Wu Hung said. Okay. Underwire nodded. Sister Wire is next to us, and she only knows how to talk about work. Minnie picked up shrimps and put them into Wu Hung's mouth, then sucked her fingers. You thought I was like you, staying at home with air conditioning every day. Underwire glared at him. The bad fox is bullying again. Let the master teach you a lesson. Minnie pouted, picked up 2 more shrimps, and put them into Wu Hung's mouth. Master, eat more, and teach her a lesson in the evening. Well, together in the evening, Wu Hung said with a smile. Minnie smiled and nodded, and Anweir shyly glanced over here. After dinner, the maids went outside to train, and Wu Hung returned to the study. Glenda controlled a document to float over. I've written it for you. See if it works. Wu Hung took it, and it was the instructions for the pills. The content is also divided into 2 types. The first is the precautions, and the second is Wu Hung personal information and the original intention of developing the pills. The content is relatively simple and more convenient for ordinary people in this world to read. Glenda's writing skills are still very good, and it feels like reading a story. How is it? Glenda asked. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. Well written. I like this sentence. Medicine is no longer exclusive to the rich and powerful. It will serve everyone. Glenda smiled and said, Really? You look at things from the same perspective as ordinary people. Wu Hung said, If you were in my era, you would definitely make money by writing novels. Glenda rolled her eyes at him. Do you still want me to write books to support you? Can I? Support the 3 of us. Can you? Bullshit. Are you a devil? I'm like this, and you still want me to support you, Glenda said viciously. Wu Hung stopped joking with her. Said, The instructions haven't changed much. It's good. That's good. You can just arrange for someone to print it. Glenda smiled and returned to her seat. Took out a book and continued to read. Wu Hung put the instructions into the space ring. Wait until the night is gloomy. Went to say hello and left the study. Called Minnie and Anweir back to the room to rest. The next day, after breakfast, Wu Hung went directly to the zombie world. Sitting in the monitoring room, observing the status of all the experimental subjects in the cells. The first batch of animals have all completed the transformation of distortion, and they keep roaring and struggling in the cells. Every time a new virus is injected, several high-level skeletons are needed to cooperate and hold it down to complete the injection. He glanced at the ordinary cells and continued to look at the Corpse King's single room. At this time, the Corpse King was obviously bigger, compared with the skeleton guarding the side. It was like a giant curled up on the ground. The knotted muscles and enlarged insect wings all looked extremely ferocious. It was probably more than 2 meters, close to 3 meters tall. It really grew bigger and bigger. Wu Hung watched. And then the skeleton took out the corpse core and fed it to the Corpse King. The Corpse King did not struggle, but just opened his mouth and swallowed it directly, and then continued to squat on the ground. Accept it? Or wait for evolution, and then escape in one breath. Beep! There was a sound of car horns outside the door. Wu Hung looked at the surveillance and saw Li Yam arriving with a convoy. He got up and went downstairs, asking the skeleton to load the raw materials of the pills brought from the warehouse into the truck. And he took Li Yang and walked into the office. The two sat down on the chairs, and Wu Hung handed the instructions to the other party. These are printed out, and one copy is put into each box of pills. Let the skeletons do the work, and the idle machines can all be put into operation. This batch of materials is enough for production for a period of time. Li Yang took a look and put it away. Then he said, I discussed with Chi Han Kai and plan to form an investigation team to start investigating all bases. During this period, Wu Hung was also thinking about this issue. As time went by, some survivors began to become restless. Wu Hung and Li Yang could not take care of all places. So the investigation team, or inspection team, was very necessary. Wu Hung thought for a while and said, I will arrange skeletons in various places to record the scene and collect complaint letters, which can also serve as a warning to others. People cannot stand the test. Anyone who leaves it alone will gradually deviate from the direction. Moreover, the survivors who can survive and have seen zombies and blood are no longer people in peacetime. That's a good idea. Li Yang nodded. You arrange for someone to send the skeleton to the military factory tomorrow. I also have a task here. You need to give it to Gao Rong and let them handle it. Wu Hung continued. Okay. I arrange it tomorrow. The two chatted until the afternoon. Li Yang left with several trucks of materials. Wu Hung stayed in the prison for a while and returned to Treasure Island. Radio room. Wu Hung picked up the radio and contacted Wenman Shah. Have those people come to you again recently? Wu Hung asked. Wenman Shah replied. No. But the envoy is still in the city. I suspect that the other party has some purpose, and he didn't come to the City Lord Mansion to talk about this matter. Wu Hung also felt that there was something wrong with the other party staying. He stayed, and he must be waiting for the second prince's next order. Be careful recently. That guy can't beat us now. Wenman Shah said confidently. Wu Hung said seriously. It's because he can't beat him that he wants to do something unconventional. I pay attention. The skeletons you arranged for me have been arranged. There will be no problem. Wenman Shah said softly. Well, that's good. Is there any news from the kingdom of Yek? Wenman Shah continued to ask. I haven't received any specific news. Let's wait for a while. Wenman Shah could only answer. Okay. Hang up the call, and Wu Hung returned to the study. Sitting in the room, the sky gradually darkened. Returned to the room to rest. Zombie world. Military factory. The sun is high. The investigation team arrived. Gao Rong gathered everyone for a meeting, and the rest returned to the office. Gao Rong stayed and accompanied Li Yang to talk about the inspection. In an office area. Are the skeletons that Manager Gao said so evil? Can they record laziness? One person spoke. Another person said with a smile, You don't know about those skeletons. They are very stupid. I think they are just trying to scare us. Tap, tap, tap. While the two were talking, a skeleton in a suit came upstairs and walked in. He stood upright on one side of the office area, holding a small notebook in his hand, intending to record. He is really recording something. How can he write? If the skeleton is so powerful, do we still need to sit here? As he said that, he snatched the notebook for investigating the skeleton and looked at the words on it. A bunch of unfamiliar symbols, which looked a bit like the words in the Middle East. Fuck. There is really something written on it. Bang. The next second, a fist suddenly swung and hit the chest directly. The man staggered, and he lay on his back without a breath. The others were also startled and immediately rushed up to save him. and also looked at the skeleton in front of them vigilantly. What's going on? In the chaos, Gao Rong and Li Yang came up with a few people. Someone yelled, "Skeletons are hitting people." Chapter 789. Related to the eldest prince. Skeleton beats people. Hearing this, the people gathered around also showed anger. After all, you can't beat people for no reason. Li Yang narrowed her eyes and looked at the skeleton, who picked up the notebook and started recording again. Said, "Send the wounded down for treatment. You come with me to the office and tell me the situation." The man who just shouted that the skeleton beat people was choked and looked at Gao Rong with a nervous expression. Said, "Send the wounded to recuperate first. You follow me to the office to find out the situation." Gao Rong didn't say much and said to the onlookers, "Don't watch. Do your own things." The wounded were taken away, and the others returned to their office seats. Li Yang, Gao Rong, and several backbones of the two bases walked into the office on the side. The man who was brought in stood on one side and didn't speak. Li Yang glanced at the other party and said directly, "Tell me how the fight started." The man rolled his eyes and said, "When we got the water and returned to our seats, we happened to see the skeleton writing something on the side." Li Xiang went over to read the content, and the skeleton suddenly punched him and knocked him out. The eyebrows of several people in the room were raised. The skeleton was ordered not to attack the survivors, especially the few people from Shoudong Auto Repair Factory on Li Yang's side, who had been in contact with the skeleton for the longest time and never had any problems. "I don't believe that it would lose control for no reason." Li Yang asked seriously. "Didn't make any other moves?" "No. No." The man shook his head. Gao Rong also looked at Li Yang and said, "Deputy Chief Li, I think it's better to separate the skeleton investigators from the work area." Li Yang sat in the boss chair, looked at Gao Rong, then looked at the man standing in front, and said to the side, "Take out the clay doll." The person behind him opened the backpack and took out the wooden box from it. After opening it, a strange and weird clay doll was placed on the table. In everyone's confusion, Li Yang said directly, "Move a chair. Sit opposite. And look at the eyes of the clay sculpture." The man's brows were still frowning, and he was a little at a loss. But he still did it. Moved a chair, and sat opposite. Li Yang said, "Tell me about the conflict with the skeleton." The man said, Li Xiang was a little dissatisfied with the arrangement of the investigation, and then snatched the notebook from the skeleton. The skeleton suddenly fought back and knocked Li Xiang unconscious. As he told the story, the man's eyes gradually widened. It was unbelievable that he would say such a thing. Li Yang smiled and reached out to cover the eyes of the clay sculpture. The man stood up suddenly. His eyes were full of panic, and sweat appeared on his forehead. The room fell into silence again. Sure enough, Li Xiang was the first to take action, snatching the things in the skeleton's hand, which was considered a provocation or attack. This happened on the first day the investigator was arranged. No one spoke, and the room was quiet for a minute. Li Yang's negative state disappeared, and she said softly, "Manager Gao, explain it." Gao Rong replied, "Deputy Leader, the young people are not honest. I will teach them a lesson when I go back. If they are not honest, they will not tell the truth. Let them write a self-criticism, and then apologize to you in person." Li Yang still looked at him straight and said, "Manager Gao, if he snatches the record book today, you protect them. If he snatches the skeleton's gun tomorrow, will you also protect them?" In the eyes of the skeleton, snatching the skeleton investigator's record book is no different from snatching the patrol skeleton's gun. Both trigger the counterattack. The behavior is the same. Gao Rong said, "No one dares to snatch the gun. Deputy Leader, give them a chance." Li Yang glanced at him again. Before, Li Yang would definitely give Gao Rong a face. After all, there was no loss. But this time was different. Wu Heng specifically asked her to investigate this place. This happened just after Skeleton was arranged into the office. She couldn't say anything, so she let him go. "I asked the leader," Li Yang said. The man on the other side panicked. "Deputy Leader, Manager Gao, I was wrong. I accept the punishment." Li Yang dialed the phone, and the other side quickly answered. She told the story here, and then said several times. She hung up the phone again and said, "Gao Rong will arrange this place. And you? Follow me to Xinfu City later." Gao Rong's face also darkened. "Okay. I know. Get ready. We wait for you in the car." Li Yang got up and left with her people. Gao Rong stayed in the office with a gloomy face. The man who just lied was also pale. Why did he get involved in this matter? Manager Gao. I just want to say a word for our people. Gao Rong looked up suddenly, his eyes full of anger. The man held back the rest of his words and whispered. I'm sorry. What happened just now has been made public. Li Xiang has provoked the skeleton investigators to leave their original positions. Anyone who is lazy or incompetent will be removed from their original positions as a warning. Yes, the staff behind him said immediately. One thing can be understood from Li Yang's attitude. I'm afraid the leader of the base has long had opinions about this place. Okay, everyone go about your own business. And speed up the original work plan, Gao Rong said, and walked out directly, following the lying man. He hesitated, opened the door, and followed him out. Prison. After hanging up the phone, he put it aside. Today, Li Yang brought a group of skeleton investigators over, and thought that some problems would be exposed after a while. But something happened on the same day. Skeleton investigator, a civilian profession, knocked someone unconscious with one punch. What kind of physique is this? It's better to expose it earlier, so that others can be reminded to do their own work well. I stayed in the prison until the afternoon. There was really nothing to do. The deformed animals were still changing, and there was no need for me to stay here every day. So I returned to Treasure Island, walked out of the boundary gate, released the ghost to move freely, and Wu Hung went downstairs from the room, chatted with Minnie on the first floor, and Anwire and Annette also rushed back from outside. The family sat at the dining table to eat. Wu Hung asked, Where? Is there any news from the Chamber of Commerce representative? Several chambers of commerce have confirmed that they want to cooperate with us. And their attitude is also very sincere. Master, how many chambers of commerce do you plan to choose to cooperate with? Anwire said. Wu Hung thought for a while, and then said, First choose within 10 chambers with good reputation, and willing to let us arrange people to follow and supervise. Selling goods is one aspect, and it also involves improving one's reputation. So the number of cooperation cannot be too small. Otherwise the effect will not be so good. 10 big chambers of commerce. That's about it. Okay. Master. Tell me when you've chosen. I talk to them later. Okay. After dinner, the maids went to the training room to train. Wu Hung stretched and went upstairs directly. Entered the radio room. Picked up the radio to contact Lilith. And said directly, Chief Lilith, can you hear me? Sit on the chair and wait for 2 or 3 minutes. Lilith's cold response came from the other side. Yeah. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. Lilith is quite smart. It seems that she has already used the radio. Has the leader returned to the headquarters? I'm back. Is it smooth along the way? Smooth. Still a short answer. Wu Hung frowned. If he didn't know her personality, he would feel that the other party was a little reluctant to pay attention to him. Or maybe she really didn't want to pay attention to him. Wu Hung asked, Do you like the helmet in the space ring? Chief? It is quite strong. It can block the wind and protect the head when riding a motorcycle. Did you design the helmet? Lilith's voice was still flat. Wu Hung did not answer directly, but said casually, If you don't like this color, I will give you some helmets of other colors next time you come. Lilith continued, I like the helmet very much. In terms of weight and toughness, it can replace metal helmets and leather helmets. Lilith's words made Wu Hung raise his eyebrows. The quality of modern helmets is indeed good, mainly because of their light weight. It can be said that it has better defense than leather helmets, and even better than ordinary iron helmets. The material is relatively scarce, so only our own people use it privately. Wu Hung said directly. Lilith didn't say much about this matter, and then asked, What are the other 2 night clothes for? Night clothes? Wu Hung frowned and immediately reacted. That's a cycling suit. Windproof and warm for riding a motorcycle. The other side fell into silence for a while, and Lilith slowly said, Well, it's very similar to a night coat. After a few simple polite words, Wu Hung said, Leader, have the 2 people from the Holy See of Treasure Island gone to the headquarters to receive punishment? Yes. They have been arranged to a distant place to correct their mistakes. They will not go to Treasure Island in the short term. Lilith answered casually. Sent to Ling'an. Lilith is still reliable. A big reason for doing this is definitely to help Treasure Island. If you want to arrange a new level 18 professional, you must wait for the religious leader to come back before you can arrange it. During this period, The island will be more stable. Thank you, leader. The other side did not answer. Wu Hung continued. Chief, where is the religious leader of the Nitalia City investigation team? Don't ask too many questions when it comes to the leader. This is not telling me. But it means something. Is there a cult? The other side remained silent. Wu Hung thought for a while and asked, Chief, does the sect have anything to do with the eldest prince? Can you tell me? After a while, Lilith said, it is certain that it is related to the eldest prince. Sure enough. On my side, I have long been sure that this matter is related to the eldest prince. Or it was arranged by him. But I think it is useless. And it is mainly the association that finds evidence. Now this is the important evidence. Then can we arrest him? From the other side, Lilith's voice with a hint of meaning. The royal family's appointment and dismissal is not as simple as you think. If it is related to the sect, he may not be allowed to come down. The local deacons all died in the hands of the sect. Lilith did not answer, but said, you want the fifth princess to inherit the throne. Wu Hung did not hide it either. Arranging skeleton soldiers to help defend is a public matter. Lilith may have more detailed information. He simply said, at least the fifth princess is not so absurd in her actions. Why do you think she has the ability to manage the country? Lilith asked back. Not to mention that the fifth princess is from a royal family and has received relevant education since childhood. Even without these, a beggar can take this position if he fights to the capital. Wu Hung said directly. Lilith asked in a questioning voice. You are very optimistic about the fifth princess. From my personal point of view, I naturally want the fifth princess to sit on the throne. According to your information, is there a chance? Wu Hung asked directly. Maybe. Lilith was obviously unwilling to say more. Wu Hung did not continue to ask. The other party was unwilling to say. And no matter how much he asked, he could not get anything out. Wu Hung wanted to speak. Xiao Xiao poked his head down from the roof. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Xiao Xiao? Xiao Xiao flew down and said, Uncle, let me talk to Sister Lilith after you finish talking. Do you know Lilith? Xiao Xiao didn't know that she and the other two ghosts already knew that she was friends with Lilith. Lilith probably knew about this. After all, such a big jade was given away. So it's easy to guess. Ah? Xiao Xiao suddenly remembered that this matter had to be kept secret. And then said shyly, Yes. Can't I have a very powerful friend? Wu Hung pretended to be angry. Then tell me first when you make friends next time. Xiao Xiao leaned on his shoulder. I know. Uncle and I are the best. You can talk. But how do you say it? Wu Hung said. Even if the ghost shows its body, the electronic equipment can't capture its body. And the recording and communication tools can't record the sound. Only a burst of electric current will be left. After thinking for a while, he looked at Xiao Xiao's expectant eyes and said, How about this? You can possess her and chat with Lilith later. Uncle is the best. I say a few words. Wait a minute. I talk to your Aunt Lilith. Okay. Xiao Xiao floated aside. Waiting silently, Wu Hung asked, Leader, when a necromancer transforms a high-level skeleton, it will produce very unstable factors, which will reduce the final level of the skeleton. Is there any way to avoid this? Lilith said. What level do you want to transform? 18. Wu Hung made up. What level are you now? 16. It's not a big problem. I give Xiao Xiao a jade stone. Holding it when casting a spell can increase your spellcasting strength. 1 or 2 levels is enough. If the level is too high, it will have no effect, Lilith said. Wu Hung was delighted. That jade stone was really a good thing. Wu Hung thought of something and added, Chief, don't forget the trick you taught me to shut someone up last time. I'm still waiting to learn it. Yeah. A soft voice. Seeing the other party agreed. He said, Thank you, Chief. I'm fine here. Xiao Xiao wants to talk to you. Okay. Lilith's calm voice came over. Xiao Xiao. You possess me. Wu Hung released spiritual presence after the divine consciousness left. Xiao Xiao immediately possessed Wu Hung's body, picked up the microphone, and said, Sister Lilith. Lilith on the other side shuddered suddenly. Xiao Xiao? Ah. Sister. Did you take a picture of me? In the state of divine presence, Wu Hung possessed the skeleton in the deacon's mansion. This skill, as his level increases, the distance he can descend is also increasing. There is nowhere else to go. So he came directly to the deacon's mansion. A small team of skeletons patrolled along the path in the courtyard. Wu Heng mixed in. I have to say, this ability is really good for secretly monitoring some places. Following the skeleton team forward. Through the window, you can see Yali reading a book and Shi Logui practicing sword in the house. There is a faint chat sound. What did Mom say? Shi Logui wiped the sweat from her forehead and sat aside. Yali didn't even raise her head. Didn't you ask Wu Heng to find a solution? What did he say? What can he do? What if he is scared? Then you think of a solution. Yali said again. Shi Logui said, I thought about it. Let's not talk about it. When Wu Heng reaches level 18, we will tell others. Why don't you say we will talk about it when he becomes a hero? It's hard work. He studies this and that every day. It's hard for me to become a hero. Shi Logui said. Yali looked back at her sister and said, be careful when the time comes. Don't show up. You won't show up. Logui said, and suddenly turned her head to look at the window. Then she saw a lone skeleton, continuing to move stiffly, catching up with the skeleton team in front. Just now there was a skeleton. It seemed to be looking at us. Yali didn't even raise her head. You must be thinking about him crazy. And you have hallucinations. Really? Logui said seriously. Yali stood at the window and looked. And said, let the skeleton patrol outside the mansion tomorrow. Don't come in. That's fine. Wu Heng followed the team stiffly forward for a distance. He changed the skeleton and followed the patrol team outside. After about half an hour, he finally lifted the divine presence and returned to his body. Lift the divine presence. The body lay flat on the floor. Wu Heng turned over and sat up, sitting back in the chair. Next time, tell Xiao Xiao. Don't just lie on the ground. After thinking for a while, Wu Heng contacted Shannara again and told her the news he had just heard from Lilith. The other party thought this was good news, even if it couldn't directly pull the eldest prince off the throne. As long as it was made public, his reputation would be damaged, and some supporters began to waver. The two discussed for a while. Shannara left and told the fifth princess about this. Wu Heng also got up and returned to his room to rest. The next day, in the morning, after breakfast, Wu Heng returned to the study and went to the boundary gate, sitting in front of the monitor, checking the situation of each cell. At this time, Binny and Xiao Xiao flew in from outside. Said, Wu Heng, the level of the Corpse King has reached level 20. You should go and take a look. Chapter 790. Spirit Corpse. Wu Heng turned up the surveillance of the Corpse King's cell, filling the entire screen. In the screen, the Corpse King was still curled up, squatting on the ground in the middle, seemingly unchanged from before. Wu Heng looked at the monitor and asked, has the Corpse King changed now? Binny replied, no. The level has reached level 20, and there are no other changes. Xiao Xiao asked, Uncle, did the evolution fail? The level has been raised, so it can't be considered a failure. It's just that the appearance hasn't changed much. Wu Heng thought for a while and said, the ghost's ability to check the level can't be wrong. Lilith's level can be seen in Treasure Island, so it's impossible to misjudge such a Corpse King. It should be that the appearance hasn't changed much, and the main improvement is the attributes of the body. Oh, that's right. Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement. Where's Glanda? Wu Heng asked. Mrs. Glanda. She stayed in the cell, guarding the Corpse King. Binny said. Wu Heng then asked, has this Corpse King always been like this? No movement. Normally, if the Corpse King feels that he has been promoted to a new level, he should have some resistance. After all, he is always looking for opportunities to break free. It shouldn't be so quiet. Is it because it doesn't know that it has been upgraded? Xiao Xiao said. Binny also guessed. Or it is just used to it. Just like a pet. Yeah. Then Uncle doesn't need to transform into a skeleton, and can directly command the Corpse King to fight like a tamer. Xiao Xiao said, touching his chin. Wu Heng stood up and said, forget it. It can't bear it if it slaps me one day. From beginning to end, no antidote for the virus has been developed, raising zombies like tamed animals. It would be troublesome if they slap you one day, or if they are infected by blood. My physique is stronger now, but I won't make things difficult for myself. Wu Heng walked out after he finished speaking, and casually said to the big-headed skeleton beside him, let the army gather in the cell area and bring heavy machine guns. Clang! There was a noisy sound outside the door. and the skeleton team stationed on standby began to move, gathering towards the cell area. Prison area. The skeleton army has begun to gather and prepare for battle. The army has surrounded the door position, and all kinds of guns and heavy machine guns are also aimed at the door position. Walk to the door of the cell. I saw Granda floating at the door. Seeing Wu Hung coming over, he said, just now the skeleton alchemist came. I let it go first, and the corpse king inside is waiting for the door to open. Wu Hung frowned and immediately understood what Granda meant. In the monitoring, the corpse king squatted honestly, not becoming honest, but waiting for the time when the skeleton alchemist came to feed the corpse core. When the door is opened, there will be some action. Intelligence improves so much? Zombies are characterized by low intelligence, relying on instinct to hunt creatures. They know how to be patient and wait for the opportunity. The intelligence improvement is a bit exaggerated. Moreover, even if the zombie king rushed out of the cell, the outside is also the prison area, separated by iron gates, and he still can't escape, unless it can break the concrete. How did you find it? Wu Hung asked. Glenda said, it was ready to break free from the chains, and it kept looking at the position of the gate. Auntie is so smart. Uncle didn't find it. I wasn't there, Wu Hung argued. Glenda glanced sideways. Next time you promote something, write it yourself. Wrong. Wrong. You are the smartest. Beautiful and wise, Wu Hung said immediately. Binny and Xiao Xiao laughed on the side. Granda continued to ask, this corpse king looks ready. What are you going to do? Just kill it. Open the door. It will rush out. You have to be prepared. Wu Hung nodded and said to the skeletons, open the door and shoot when you see the target. Click. Click. All the guns were unsafe. Open the door. Wu Hung retreated to the back. The skeleton stepped forward and opened the door. The sound of the door opening made the corpse king in the cell look choked, and a pair of bloodthirsty and fierce eyes stared at the door. Dang! The iron door opened completely. Roar! The corpse king let out a deafening roar, and his body began to grow rapidly in the struggle. The muscles swelled and twisted rapidly like a python, breaking several iron chains in an instant, and the broken chains were scattered all over the ground. Bang! Bang 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 bang. However, before the corpse king could make the next move, the gunshots suddenly rang out. Dense bullets, like a barrage of bullets, poured into the room. The corpse king's body was hit by bullets continuously, and his footsteps retreated step by step, and blood and flesh splattered all over the walls of the room. Roar! Roar! Roars rang out in the room. It was quickly covered by gunfire. Experience +5. Skeleton Guard experience +95. Skeleton Guard level increased to level 14. Strength +2. Agility 1. Perception +2. Experience appeared, proving that the zombie king was dead. But Wu Hung was not sure. After all, the pioneering skeleton army outside was also killing zombies. See if he's dead? Wu Hung said to the side. Xiao Xiao flew in and flew back quickly. It seems to be dead, lying on the ground motionless. Wu Hung nodded and immediately ordered, stop shooting. The deafening gunfire stopped, and the air was filled with thick gunpowder smoke. Caxia and Karama walked into the cell first, and after confirming that there was no danger, Wu Hung followed in. The cell was in a mess. The walls were covered with the cell's black blood and claw marks, and the meat mud fell from the ceiling above. The axe-wielding skeletons that were originally guarding the corpse king were still alive, clinging tightly to the wall near the door, and were not affected. At the base of the wall opposite, a giant with insect features was slumped, with a huge and ferocious black horn on its head and beetle wings spread out on its back. The chest cavity had been smashed, but fortunately it was not directly smashed into pieces like ordinary professionals. We saw it just now. It wasn't this big, right? Wu Hung asked in confusion. In the surveillance, the size didn't grow so big. Now it looks at least 3 meters tall, and the size is like an orc. Exaggeratedly burly. It was originally a normal size, and it grew larger when it broke free from the chains. Grenda said, it seems that this is a characteristic of its evolution. Wu Hung said, if it can change size, it will actually be more convenient. If it is too big, it may not be convenient. Grenda raised his eyebrows. The child is here. What are you talking about? Wu Hung rolled his eyes at the other party. Grenda smiled and asked, do you want to transform now? See how good it is. Wu Hung looked at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao. Where is the jade that Lilith gave you? It's on the desk. Lend it to me. Okay. Uncle can use it as you like. Just don't break it. Xiao Xiao said generously. Grinda and Benny looked confused. Xiao Xiao told Arun what Lilith said yesterday, that jade can prevent the skeleton from being downgraded. And Grinda and Benny understood it. Normally, when Wu Hung transforms a corpse with a higher level than himself, the summoned creature will be downgraded. So, if a level 19 is transformed into a level 20, it is very likely that the transformed skeleton will be downgraded to level 19. It seems that Wu Hung still remembers this matter and asked Lilith. Lilith is responsible for the association's intelligence, so this method must be more accurate. Wu Hung asked Sanhun to come back first, and he opened the door of the cell next to him and returned to Treasure Island to get the jade. Lentam City. Alliance Hall. Lounge of the City Lord. One man Shah, wearing a fiery red dress, opened the door and walked in, just about to sit down in front of the sofa. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 sounds of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. The crossbow arrow cut through the air, making a sharp whistle. When Manshaw's eyes widened, and before she could react, the crossbow arrow hit her chest, and then a figure rushed out from the shadows, with a short sword piercing her chest, pressing Wen Manshaw to fall backwards. The killer covered Wen Manshaw mouth tightly, grinning and said, "City Lord, don't blame me. I also want to be a master. Don't blame me." While speaking, his brows were frowned. Looking down, he saw that Wen Manshaw had turned into a hunched skeleton ghost woman. The empty eye sockets flashed with fire, and the stab dagger was also stuck in the chest. "Grayson, your level is not low," a cold voice sounded, and Wen Manshaw, who was also wearing a red dress, stood at the door with a skeleton. The killer's eyes condensed, and he turned and ran to the window. "Kill him. Don't damage his head." Wen Manshaw spoke again. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out, and the killer's body was splattered with blood, and he staggered to the ground. "City Lord, don't kill me. I tell you who ordered me. I was wrong. Give me another chance. I was really wrong. City Lord, please." The killer moved back and begged for mercy loudly. In his eyes, there was fear of death. When Manshaw whispered, "We have all been in gangs, and we all know the principle of coexistence of benefits and risks. If you fail, you must be prepared to accept the consequences. No. I tell you who it is." Bang! The gunshots rang out, and the bullet pierced his forehead. When Manshaw glanced at the dead body and said, "Search the room." The skeleton searched the room. Then, a woman was dragged out from the inside of the partition. When Manshaw frowned instantly and said coldly, "Look up." The woman raised her head slightly, her face full of fear. But her eyebrows and appearance were very similar to Wen Manshaw, and she was wearing a red dress, exactly the same as she was today. When Manshaw narrowed her eyes and knew today's plan. Kill me in the lounge, and then this woman will take my place and sit in the City Lord position again. What an old trick. "Who are you?" Wen Manshaw asked. And the next second, the woman's eyes suddenly became blurred, and then she looked up and fell down. Dead. Slave contract. The soul was wiped out. So cruel. Wen Manshaw whispered, "Roll up the body." The skeleton took the carpet on the ground and rolled the 2 bodies together. Wen Manshaw put it in the space ring. After everything was done, Wen Manshaw straightened her long skirt and walked out again. At the stairs, 2 commanders and guards were guarding the stairs. "Sister-in-law, are you okay?" Wen Manshaw said as she walked. "It's okay. Are the orcs chieftains here?" "They are all here, just waiting for you to come over." "Well, let's go." Several people walked towards the meeting room together. Zombie world. Prison. Wu Hung held the egg-sized companion Ian Jade and looked at the corpse on the ground. "Uncle, what are you waiting for?" Xiao Xiao asked curiously when she saw that he had not made any move. "Break it up for a while," Wu Hung replied. The method Lilith told him was to use Ian Jade to amplify magic, but she was talking about her level 16. Transforming a level 18 corpse. Level 20 has reached the hero level, so I am not sure if it can achieve the effect. He recited a few words in his mind. Directly release bone service technique through the jade in his hand. The rich power of the dead spirits flowed through the jade to the corpse on the ground. The flesh and blood began to fall off slowly, gradually turning into a huge skeleton with a strange shape like a rhinoceros beetle. However, the color of the skeleton bones is not the normal white, but a metallic black, somewhat like the first transformed level 12 boxer Bodong. Its bones are iron gray, but the color of the skeleton in front of him is darker, close to the black paint on the outside of the gun. The huge skeleton slowly stood up, with a height of more than 3 meters. It reached the ceiling in the cell, and then half squatted down. There was a bright fire burning in the hollow eye sockets. Spirit skeleton, level 20, Wu Hung was delighted. As expected, he reached level 20. According to Lilith's method, he really didn't lower his level. It is still necessary to have someone who can solve problems. This is also the reason why many people want to become a disciple. If I have anything in the future, I can ask Lilith for advice, and I can also get closer to her. He focused his eyes on the skeleton again. The name became Spirit Skeleton, which is more concise than the original name. The original name format was called Skeleton Warrior, Skeleton Demon, etc. This time it is just 2 words. Continue to check the attributes. Spirit Skeleton, level 20. Attributes: Constitution 57, Strength 62, Agility 60, Intelligence 38, Perception 37, Charisma 12. Features: Hollow Skeleton, Flight, Advanced Soul, Keratin Armor, Mother Nest Domain, Dual Form. Specialties: Biological Distortion, Physical Distortion. The attribute points are so high. Physique is 57, and it is close to 60. And Strength and Agility have also reached 60 points and above. A meat tank. Wu Hung looked at all the attributes and fell on the first appearance of Dual Form. Dual Form. It has 2 forms: normal size and giant size. In the case of giant size, all attributes are increased. It is not mentioned how much the increase is. This is a bit difficult to judge. In terms of attributes, Wu Hung felt a little surprised. It can be said that this skeleton is more like a tank, and its strength and physique have reached an excessive level. Even if it has no skills, it can crush most of the professionals with just these attributes. Uncle, is it powerful? Xiao Xiao flew around the skeleton several times, and then came back to ask. Benny and Glenda also asked curiously. Now it seems that the professional level of their side is already very strong. 2 level 20 ghosts. And now there is a level 20 skeleton. As long as they don't make enemies with a large number of heroes, like the Association, there is basically no opponent. Wu Hung nodded. It's pretty powerful. It can be considered a warrior profession. A warrior profession that can fly. Become smaller. The skeleton shrank under the command, and was slightly taller than a human. Wow! A warrior who can fly. Xiao Xiao was curious. Show her your wings. Click! The carapace behind the skeleton opened, and the cicada-like wings appeared in front of several people. Wu Hung smiled as he watched the 3 ghosts circle around the skeleton and said, Xiao Xiao, give the skeleton transformed by your jade a name. Me? What if it doesn't sound good? Xiao Xiao said shyly. It's okay, as long as you like it, Wu Hung said generously. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao made friends with Lilith and got this jade. If it were Wu Hung, Lilith might not give him this thing. So, Xiao Xiao is the hero of this incident. In the future, when breeding a level 20 zombie, jade will still be used, so Xiao Xiao can still feel a sense of participation. Okay then. Xiao Xiao flew around the tall skeleton for several times, and then said, let's call it Shan Shan. The sparkling Shan. How did you get the inspiration? Its wings are very beautiful. Sparkling. Isn't it nice? It sounds nice. Wu Hung looked at the skeleton. From now on, you will be called Shan Shan? The skeleton nodded. Chapter 791. A scary smile. According to Wu Hung's habit of naming, he would definitely name it according to its appearance. For example, he would call it Rhinoceros Beetle No. 1. The single horn is its original feature, and the word immortal sounds more noble. It's okay to name it something small and shiny. Anyway, it's fine as long as you can remember it. After confirming the name of the skeleton, Wu Hung began to look for corpse cores on the ground. I haven't seen a level 20 corpse core yet. After searching on the ground for a while, he finally picked out a purple-red corpse core from the original position of the corpse king's head and rolled it to the side. With a plastic bag on his hand, he picked up the corpse core and checked it. The size of the corpse core did not change, but the feeling of holding it in his hand was a little different. The original corpse core was like pectin. But this time, the corpse core was harder. A bit like a bone full of blood vessels. Or jade. Corpse core? Glenda flew over and looked at the corpse core. Well, the level 20 corpse core. Take it back, and let the alchemist continue to study it. Wu Heng put it in a plastic bag, and put it into the space ring. Granda said, the development speed of your corpse core potion is too slow. I think it is more efficient to use this corpse core to experiment, and cultivate deformed zombies. Wu Heng was stunned. He didn't expect this idea. The current potion has only developed level 3 corpse cores, which are the corpse cores of level 15 zombies. Level 18 has not been researched, let alone level 20 potions. According to the current development speed of the skeleton alchemist, even if he becomes a hero, he may not be able to develop a finished level 20 potion. Therefore, Granda mentioned that corpse cores should be used for deformation experiments. It's not easy to get one. Wu Heng was reluctant. With the current experimental base, there will be no shortage of such things in the future. Granda followed. Wu Heng thought about it, and felt that it made sense. Let the alchemist make a plan first. Glenda shrugged. It's up to you. I'm just putting forward my own ideas. Wu Heng nodded and walked out of the cell with the ghost and the skeleton attendant. He said to the big-headed skeleton guarding the door, let the skeleton army go back and wait, and clean this cell. After the order was issued, the skeleton army began to evacuate. Several skeletons also walked into the cell, and began to clean the inside. Wu Heng chatted with the ghost casually and walked towards the office. Returned to the monitoring room. Wu Heng continued to check the situation of other cells in the monitoring. Xiao Xiao was a little excited, telling the new skeleton Shan Shan some rules. It seems that Xiao Xiao likes this skeleton named by himself. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened, and the skeleton alchemist and the skeleton investigator walked in from outside. Wu Heng glanced at the skeleton's record book, which recorded the time and the changes of the deformed animals. From the record point of view, it is quite detailed. Putting the record book aside, Wu Heng continued to take out several corpse cores and said, these corpse cores are given to you for analysis and experiments. This one is at level 20. There is only one. Use it with caution. The skeleton alchemist took it and carefully sorted and packed it up. Then he saluted and left the room. Wu Heng continued to stay in the prison until the afternoon. If there was nothing to do, he would go back to the dormitory, open the boundary door, and walk in, release the ghost, and put the companion in jade back on the desk. Wu Heng opened the door and walked out of the room, and walked down to the first floor with the skeleton. Minnie and Rob were pruning the branches of the potted plants in the living room, and they smiled when they saw Wu Heng. Just when they were about to run over to say hello, they saw a skeleton shaped like a rhinoceros beetle following behind them. The two mates' faces changed, and they subconsciously took 2 steps back. He asked quietly, Master, is that your new skeleton? Wu Heng looked back and said, Yes, a new skeleton. Go and bring the skeleton tailor here to make a cloak for it. Yes, Master. Robe agreed and ran away. Not long after, the skeleton tailor was brought here. Wu Heng told the skeleton tailor about his request. The skeleton Shan Shan looked too strange, with huge horns on his head and a huge black shell behind him, with wings inside. Not to mention ordinary people. Even the maids were shocked when they saw it suddenly. Besides, if you want to keep it with you in the future, you still have to cover it up. After listening to the request, the skeleton tailor began to measure the skeleton Shan Shan. Minnie sat beside Wu Heng, folded her arms, and asked softly, Master, what race is this skeleton? It's so strange. Robe also said, It looks like a big bug on a tree. Wu Heng didn't know how to answer. I don't know what race it is. Anyway, it's not normally seen. Minnie said, A rare race? Master, there won't be any problem if you transform it. Don't worry. It's not one of the rare species in the association. Master, what's the level of this skeleton? Level 20. Minnie and Robe's eyes widened instantly, both revealing an expression of disbelief. Level 20 skeleton. The high and mighty leader is only level 20. My master suddenly produced a level 20 skeleton. It's incredible. Wu Heng hugged the 2 girls and said, Level 20 skeleton. Don't tell anyone. This is our trump card. Okay. Minnie answered subconsciously. Robe also nodded, looking at the strange skeleton in front of him. His eyes were still full of surprise. No wonder it was so strange. It turned out to be a level 20 skeleton. Soon, the tailor finished cutting and made a huge dark gray windbreaker. It was put on the skeleton rhinoceros beetle, and the elongated hood was put on to cover the whole body tightly. It was just that the horn on the top of the head was like a pointed helmet under the hood. The back was high and arched, giving people the feeling that it was an old man with an extremely exaggerated arched back. Let's go outside and experiment, Wu Hung said. The skeleton rhinoceros beetle walked to the courtyard, and its body suddenly grew larger, forming a giant skeleton with a height of 3.5 meters. The wide robe on its body was also hung on the upper body like a shawl. It shrank again, and the robe was still worn on the body, without being torn by the change of body shape. Not bad. Okay, come back. The skeleton rhinoceros beetle came back and stood aside in a proper manner. It only had its head, which looked around from time to time. It seemed to be curious about the environment here. Minnie asked, Master, what is the name of this skeleton? Sparkling. Sparkling, sparkling. The name is not quite right, Robe said. It sounds nice. You get used to it, Wu Hung said with a smile. The two maids looked at each other and said nothing more. Hanging on Wu Hung, she casually talked about some interesting things on the island recently. As dusk approached, Andweir and Annette also came back from outside. Dinner was served on the table, and they sat at the table to eat dinner together. After dinner, everyone went to do their own things. The sky gradually darkened. After washing up, Wu Hung also returned to his bedroom. Looking at the ceiling, he thought about the corpse core and the level 20 zombies in his mind. In the original plan, the cultivation of level 20 zombies had been successful, and the effect was not bad. This determined a direction for himself. He can continue in this direction and make more level 20 skeletons for himself. No matter how few zombie kings there are in the zombie world, it is better than the other world. There are many heroes in the world. If these corpse kings are collected and cultivated for a few days, they can reach level 20. As long as we wait for a year or two, we can cultivate a batch of level 20 skeletons. By then, the church is nothing. The association is nothing. Who can stop so many level 20 skeletons? Thinking in his heart, Wu Hung also smiled. And in the other world, there is also a solution to his reputation problem. Just wait for the pills to produce enough. As long as they are shipped to various races and countries for sale, it will be enough for him to upgrade to level 20. By then, he will be a hero. The ghosts are heroic spirits, and the skeletons are all level 20 spirit skeletons. All the dangers and difficulties are nothing. When he thought of the future, he smiled. Uncle, you are so scary when you laugh. Xiao Xiao suddenly poked his head in. Chapter 792. Some Adventures. Wu Hung's smile faded and he asked, Xiao Xiao, what's wrong? Uncle, if you're not asleep, I want to talk to Sister Lilith about the skeleton called Shanshan. Xiao Xiao flew in and whispered, the ghost needs to use his body to contact through the radio. Wu Hung sat up and said, you can, but don't talk about the level of the skeleton and our level. Xiao Xiao asked curiously, Uncle, don't you trust my sister? It's not that I don't trust her. This is our secret. The fewer people know the better, Wu Hung explained. Oh, I understand. Xiao Xiao nodded. Wu Hung got up and put on his clothes, saying as he walked, we can't chat too late. I'm a little sleepy. Xiao Xiao followed him. Okay. We can't lie on the ground after chatting. It's too unlucky. Uncle, you are a necromancer. This is my profession. I'm not dead. Xiao Xiao asked again, what if Sister Lilith asks what level you are? Just say you are at level 18. If you are not sure about other things, just say I don't allow you to say it. Okay. They came to the radio room together. Wu Hung picked up the microphone and asked, Captain Lilith, can you hear me? After a while, Lilith's voice came from the other side. Well, what's the matter? Xiao Xiao wants to chat with you. Leave it to her, Lilith said. Wu Hung blinked at Xiao Xiao again, and then said, we can only chat for a while. Got it. Wu Hung released spiritual presence and left. Xiao Xiao then possessed Wu Hung's body and said, Sister Lilith, today Uncle used her jade to transform a big skeleton. Uncle asked me to name it Shanshan. The skeleton is called this name, which makes it less murderous. Uncle said it sounds good and he likes it. What level is the skeleton? Level 18. Uncle said. It's enough to protect his safety. Central Square. Wu Hung controlled a skeleton patrol and followed the guards to patrol the street. At this time, most people went home to rest and sleep. Only some drinkers came out of the tavern in a daze, or bargained with the women waiting outside, and went into the dark alleys to exchange feelings. Wu Hung followed the patrol for almost half an hour. It was then that the spiritual presence effect was lifted, and he returned to his body. This time, Xiao Xiao let him lie on the table. Wu Hung got up and returned to the room to rest. The next day, after breakfast, Wu Hung went to the zombie world again. He took the truck left in the prison and arrived at the mall in the central area. In the conference room, Wu Hung sat on the first floor, and Li Yong sat next to him. Opposite him was Gao Rong, the head of the military factory, and several backbones and researchers. Li Yong explained the matter in detail, and then said, the people who stole the skull record book and lied were taken to the search team. They were trained for a few days, and sent back if they performed well. Wu Hung nodded to show that he understood. Gao Rong took a few people around him, and bowed to apologize. Leader, I didn't arrange it well. I had a meeting with all the staff before leaving. This kind of thing will not happen again. Wu Hung looked at the other party and said, the last time I came back, I found that the staff were scattered, and there was no one in the office. Gao Rong, you are responsible for this matter. When the military factory was first handed over to you, it was not like this. Gao Rong's heart tightened. As expected, he had already become dissatisfied with his side. So he arranged for the skeleton investigator to go there. I will correct it immediately. Wu Hung continued. A group of technicians will also come from South Korea, and the internal system will be adjusted at that time. You will cooperate with us and formulate a new system. Gao Rong's forehead was sweating. Yes, leader. I will not let you down this time. Wu Hung was quite satisfied with Gao Rong's attitude. Except for this problem. The military factory had performed very well before, including the production chain of machine guns and cannons, as well as various mechanical production. It can be said that it really provided a lot of convenience for development. The hero of the base. I will see the situation later and make arrangements. Well, sit down, Wu Hung said. Gao Rong sat down again. Wu Hung continued to look at Li Yong and asked, how is the pharmaceutical factory? All the machines are running, and the daily production quantity is 70,000 pieces. Li Yong replied, and the numbers were very accurate. It seems that he is also paying attention to this matter. Wu Hung nodded with satisfaction. At this speed, it won't take a few days to meet the transportation of the first batch of goods. Is the instruction manual okay? Wu Hung asked. Li Yong said, it is also being printed, and there is no problem with the quantity. Wu Hung nodded and continued, deliver the order to each pioneering skeleton team. And if you encounter a deformed zombie, capture it alive if you can. Deformed zombies? Well, we can just take them to the prison, and the skeletons will pick them up. I see. Li Yong nodded and agreed without saying much. After the meeting, Li Yong took Gao Rong to visit several factories. Some damaged parts and machines need to be made. Wu Hung took an off-road vehicle and returned directly to the prison. In the afternoon, we returned to Treasure Island. Before Wu Hung walked down the first floor, Minnie said, Master, Sister Wen Mansha sent you a message. I see. Wu Hung turned around and walked upstairs again. When he entered the radio room, he saw a message from Wen Mansha asking if he was there in the record book of the skeleton investigator. Wu Hung picked up the microphone and said, Wen Mansha, can you hear me? Soon. Wen Mansha's voice came from the other side. Master, I have some trouble here. Compared with before, Wen Mansha's tone was a little uneasy and tired this time. What's wrong? Wu Hung also became serious. Wen Mansha told about the recent events in Rentam City. The matter was also very simple. During this period, assassinations against Wen Mansha and officials in Rentam City continued one after another. Although Wen Mansha relied on the intelligence system in the city and the well-arranged skeletons, there was no danger. But the enemy was in the dark, and the assassinations continued. I began to feel uneasy, especially since I have a child. I am afraid that this kind of danger will appear on the child. Did the second prince do it? Wu Hung asked. It's not clear yet. The skeleton mage followed the army to the fortress. The bodies killed were not interrogated. The messenger of the second prince is still in the city, and he came to visit me today. I didn't see him. After hesitating for a while, Wen Mansha whispered, Master, why don't you take the baby with you? It will be safer. It seems that she is really worried. Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, Don't go out for the next few days. I take care of it here. And then I come to see you. We discuss this matter later. When Manshaw said helplessly, I've made you run around again. Wu Heng smiled and said, It's okay. I don't have anything important to do as the island owner. No one will notice if I leave for a few days. Then I wait for the master to come. When Manshaw whispered, Be good. It's okay. Everything will be fine when I get there. I know. Master, how is the baby doing recently? Wu Heng asked. When Manshaw's tone was also much more relaxed. Everything is fine. He's getting fatter and fatter now. It proves that you eat nutritiously. I say you have a lot of capital. When Manshaw smiled and didn't refute. The two continued to chat for a while. And Wu Heng told the other party to be careful before he went there. So he hung up the call and went downstairs. When Wu Heng went downstairs, dinner was already on the table. Wire, have you chosen all the chambers of commerce? We have already chosen a total of 10, including Sister Shannara's Star Flower Chamber of Commerce. Deacon Zalogwi has guaranteed an Elf Chamber of Commerce. And the rest are all chambers of commerce that we have cooperated with before and are relatively powerful in various places. Endovir said directly. Wu Heng nodded. Tomorrow, gather the representatives of these chambers of commerce, and I will hold a meeting for them. Okay, Master. Endovir nodded. The few people chatted while eating. The things on the island were also arranged. After dinner, the maids went to the training room to train together, and Wu Heng went upstairs and walked into the study. Wu Heng sat down aside. Ask, where is Xiao Xiao? Glenda smiled and said, Just now. Benny came back and said that there was a fight in the tavern in the central area. And then the two flew out to watch the excitement. Good guy. He even came back to pull people out to watch the excitement. Wu Heng said, when Mancha sent a message. There are constant assassinations in Rentam City. She can't handle it. Glenda put down the book and said, in fact, in terms of the pill plan, the kingdom of Yeko is not that important. Wu Heng nodded and said, if there is no problem over there, I also plan to wait for the pill matter to make myself a hero. But now it seems that there is no way to ignore it. What do you think? Glenda asked. See where the investigation team has investigated. And then deal with the second prince first. Will the Holy See find any excuses? Chapter 793. Shielding you. I can't care about that anymore. Wu Heng leaned back in his chair and said helplessly. The original plan was to wait until the association finished investigating. But now when Manshaw has been assassinated one after another, judging from the words, she feels threatened. Especially the threat to her daughter. This matter can't be delayed any longer. So as to avoid uncontrollable things. Kill the second prince directly? Glenda asked. Wu Heng thought for a while and said, it may not be possible to find his specific location. Let's see the situation first. If we really find him, kill him. The second prince is definitely not as strong as the eldest prince. But like a dogskin plaster. He keeps causing trouble for Rentam City. Glenda floated to one side and said softly, with our current strength, it's not difficult to kill him. It's mainly the investigation team. We have only upgraded our level. And our foundation is still not as good as those heroes. I understand. I ask Lilith later. She may not tell you. Let Xiao Xiao ask. Wu Heng thought for a while, shook his head and said, don't let Xiao Xiao get involved. I finally made a friend. You can do it. I've put the subsequent detective stories in the drawer. When you leave, just let your little maid publish them in the newspaper in order. Glenda said. Yeah. Wu Heng nodded. One person and one soul talked. Xiao Xiao and Benny flew back from outside. They went directly through the wall into the study room and excitedly discussed the battle outside. Wu Heng frowned and listened for a long time. But he didn't understand. So he asked, what exactly did they fight about? Benny said, the two drank too much and fought at the table. Then they went back to find helpers. And it turned into a group fight. And a large number of tables and chairs fell over in the tavern. Is there still fighting over drinking now? Wu Heng was curious. Later, the deputy deacon led a team and arrested these people. Benny said. Xiao Xiao also added. Sister Benny and I even tried to stop the fight. Otherwise the fight would have been even more fierce. How did you stop the fight? Xiao Xiao crossed her arms. Someone wanted to do something dirty. And Sister Benny and I possessed and scared them away. Benny explained. Someone wanted to use weapons. So Xiao Xiao and I stopped them. Wu Heng nodded. Yes. You did the right thing. Hee hee. Xiao Xiao smiled. Wu Heng also stood up and said, You guys play. I go back and rest first. The ghosts said good night and flew to their respective positions. Wu Heng walked out of the study, thought about it, and gave up the idea of contacting Lilith at night. Returned to the study to rest. Early in the morning, after breakfast, Anvir and Annette went to the city hall, while Minnie and Roby were doing daily training in the courtyard. Wu Heng sat in the yard for a while and looked at the time again. He went upstairs and walked into the radio room. After looking through the record books one by one and confirming that no one had contacted him, Wu Heng sat down in front of Lilith's radio station. In fact, according to Lilith's living habits, it was nothing to contact her last night. After all, there was still a difference between him and Xiao Xiao, and it was somewhat impolite to chat with her in the middle of the night. Picking up the microphone, he said directly, Chief Lilith? After a short silence, Lilith's emotionless voice came from the other side. Wu Heng said directly, Chief, I want to ask Chief Saidu. How is the investigation in Yek Kingdom going? Saidu is the religious leader, and he is still leading the team to investigate Yek Kingdom. Lilith's voice was flat. Still in the kingdom. Are you afraid that he will come back to cause trouble for Treasure Island? Still investigating in Yek Kingdom. And, from what Lilith said, he can't come back in a short time. Wu Heng said, I am just asking about the progress of the investigation team. Chief Saidu is magnanimous, and will not cause trouble for Treasure Island. Lilith's voice was full of laughter. I don't believe you think so. The Vatican is the most extreme in doing things, and it is difficult to change the deep-rooted ideas. If he comes back, I will tell you in advance and make some preparations. Tell yourself in advance. Lilith will still take care of yourself to some extent. Thank you, Chief. Wu Heng thanked him and said, Chief, I actually have another important question to ask. Tell me about it. Wu Heng stopped beating around the bush and said directly, The city where I was the captain before had a battle with the rebels of the Yek Kingdom. I want to ask if the two sides will affect the association's investigation if they continue to fight. Association. Deacon's study. The door opened after being knocked, and an elf merchant in a light green robe walked in lightly, glancing at the two sisters in the room. He saluted and said, Representative of the Chuaying Chamber of Commerce. I meet Deacon Zalagui and Assistant Shiryali. Zalagui glanced at the other party and nodded. Mr. Hellion, please sit down. The Chuaying Chamber of Commerce is the permanent elf chamber of commerce of Treasure Island. Some of the items needed by Zalagui and Shiryali were also transported by the ship of Chuaying Chamber of Commerce. The elf representative did not sit down, but stepped forward and took out a letter from the space ring and handed it over. This is a letter from the elders. Zalagui took it. The other party took out another letter. This is a letter from Mr. Silverin. Silverin is the name of Zalagui and Shiryali father. Zalagui continued to take it and open the letter. Shiryali also came over from one side and sat on the armrest of her chair. The two of them looked at the text of the letter at the same time. The content said the same thing, which made Zalagui must promote cooperation with Treasure Island. After reading the letter, Zalagui folded it again and put it aside, saying, I have already recommended the Chuaying Chamber of Commerce to the City Hall last time. We are of the same clan, and even without this letter, we would have helped to facilitate this matter. Now it seems that it is not so smooth. The elf representative said, Deacon, I learned that some chambers of commerce have been notified and went to the City Hall to discuss this matter. But our Chamber of Commerce has not received any news. Perhaps feeling that he was a little too anxious, he coughed lightly to slow down his voice. The clan attaches great importance to this transaction. Please take the trouble to help talk about this matter. The Chuaying Chamber of Commerce is no worse than the Xingziwa Chamber of Commerce. It will definitely meet the requirements of the Treasure Island and is willing to give 20% of the profit to the deacon. From the other party's tone, you can feel a little anxious. I have recommended it to the City Hall before, but it seems to have no effect. The two sisters looked at each other, with some doubts in their eyes. Wu Heng can't not give this face. Call the island owner's mansion and ask about the situation, Zalagui said. Shiryali stood up and walked to the side, and directly used the phone to dial the number. The elf raised his eyebrows. They started to contact each other now? It seems like a prop. The deacon has such a close relationship with the island owner's mansion that they can talk directly. Soon. Shiryali put down the phone and said, Let's go to the City Hall now. They are preparing for a meeting there. The elf merchant looked happy and immediately stood up and saluted. Thank you, Deacon. Thank you, Assistant Yali. I will go there first. And thank you again when the matter is done. Well, go. Zalagwi nodded. The elf merchant turned around and left, taking his people to the city hall. Wait for others to leave, Zalagwi said. I heard that 10 chambers of commerce will be selected, and Chuang Chamber of Commerce should be one of them. Yali returned to her seat and said with a smile. Minnie received a call saying that the Chamber of Commerce gave us a share and asked us to go to the city hall. Zalagwi raised her eyebrows. Why do you want this money? Since being a deacon on Treasure Island, she has naturally become wealthy. Yali propped her chin up. We can give it up. But it will also make the elves pay more attention to us and make our parents feel better. Wu Hung came up with it. It must be him. No one else would think of this. Humph. He has a conscience. Yali smiled and remained silent. Island Lord Mansion. Radio room. The association headquarters must have records of what happened in Rattan City, especially since I have attracted more attention recently. I don't believe that the secret talkers in Rattan City have not passed on any information. It's better to say it directly than to beat around the bush. And it can also show trust in the other party. Lilith pondered for a moment before saying, the headquarters has records of the war in Rattan City. Don't let Saida catch you. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. It means that the association will not care about this matter. But don't let Saida find any excuses. Thank you, Chief. The Chief's mansion prepared for you has begun construction. A large entertainment venue is also under construction on the island. You can consider settling on the island when the time comes. Lilith said lightly. Do you want me to be a shield for you? Chapter 794. Don't get caught. No way. I just want you to live on the island. Wu Hung said. The other party was silent again and said, wait until it is built. Then we will talk. Okay. I will inform you then. Anything else? No. I won't disturb the leader's rest. Yeah. The other party hummed lightly and hung up the call directly. Wu Hung put the microphone back, leaned back in the chair, and began to ponder this matter. From the conversation with Lilith just now, the investigation team led by the leader of the Holy See is still investigating inside the kingdom of Yeko. And it is afraid that they will not be able to come back in a short time. In this case, Treasure Island should have no problem. As for Rattan City, the association knows about the war between Rattan City and the kingdom of Yeko. According to Lilith's attitude, the headquarters will not care about this matter, no matter how the two sides are willing to fight. It is their own dispute. As long as they don't hurt the members of the association, there will be no problem. I also reminded myself not to be caught by the leader of the Holy See. The territory of the kingdom of Yeko is large, and the investigation team of the association mainly conducts investigations near the capital, while the investigation in Rattan City involves the northern part of the kingdom, where the second prince is entrenched. No matter what, the other party will not catch any handle, unless the other party comes to investigate him specifically. Even if he investigates, it is difficult to find anything, as long as he does it quickly enough. Anyway, go to Rattan City first to see and solve the trouble of Winman Shah. After thinking in his heart, he gave his seat back to the skeleton investigator and stood up and walked downstairs. Walk down the first floor. Minnie said, Master. Assistant Yali just called and asked about the Chuang Chamber of Commerce. I asked them to go to the city hall. Wu Hung walked down and said, what benefits did you promise to Shilagwi? Yali didn't say. There should be someone on the other side. But when I asked if there was any promise, the other party hummed. Minnie said with a smile, and then came over to help him put on armor and coat. Given Zalagwi personality, she won't want these things, but the elves will definitely value her, and won't just think of her as a local deacon. Wu Hung said, a local deacon is nothing to the elves, but this matter is linked to the transaction of Treasure Island, which makes her status a little higher. To ensure the transaction, we must maintain a good relationship with Zalagwi. The master is still worried about the deacon. Minnie adjusted his collar. Wu Hung pinched her cheek and left the island owner's mansion with the skeleton. City Hall. The atmosphere in the spacious and bright conference room was a bit serious. On both sides of the slender conference table, 10 Chamber of Commerce representatives in formal attire and extraordinary demeanor sat around and talked to each other in a low voice. Soon, the door opened. Wu Hung walked in from outside with Endwire. The representatives stood up and saluted. Master Island owner. Sit down. Everyone sat down. Wu Heng also sat down at the first seat and said, Everyone. Today we gathered here again for the Treasure Island treatment pills. After our consultation and consideration, we plan to cooperate with your chambers of commerce. But we still need some corresponding requirements. When these words came out, everyone present showed excitement and joy on their faces. In the past 2 days, I have learned some things through some channels. But today I got the confirmation from the island owner and confirmed that my chamber of commerce was selected. In this way, it can be regarded as leading most other chambers of commerce and can make a profit at the very beginning. Thank you for your trust. The island owner. We will definitely do this well. Please rest assured. The island owner. Everyone spoke up and promised to meet the Treasure Island sales requirements. Wu Heng nodded, took out a sealed medicine box from the space ring, and introduced to everyone, in order to avoid problems with the medicine. I will first talk about the design and requirements of the medicine box, and then tell you about some related matters about the sale later. Everyone kept quiet and waited for him to continue. Wu Heng continued. Before selling, the medicine bottle cannot be opened. After opening, it is impossible to determine whether someone has replaced the medicine in the bottle. This is to ensure the safety of the medicine and to ensure our mutual credibility. Everyone nodded after hearing this. What he said does make sense. There are many tablets in a bottle of medicine. If someone opens it and replaces one tablet, or does something else, it is easy to cause problems. This sealing method is indeed simple and effective. Wu Heng continued. The second point is the hoarding of medicines. All chambers of commerce cooperating with Treasure Island will arrange an accompanying representative. They cannot control the market price by hoarding, and they cannot sell more than 1/3 of the quantity to the same force or individual. After the sentence was said, there was a slight discussion below. The chambers of commerce were talking among themselves about this matter. It was understandable that the seal could not be opened and that representatives from Treasure Island could be arranged. But it was a bit too rigid to set a limit on the quantity and not sell to one person. A slightly fat, shrewd middle-aged representative frowned and questioned, Master, our Chamber of Commerce has cooperation with kingdoms in various places, and we will definitely make some large purchases. Your request may harm our mutual interests. Wu Heng nodded slightly and said calmly, This representative asked a very good question. My meaning is also very clear. We must ensure that ordinary people can also buy it. Of course, the quantity is controlled for the time being. When the subsequent production increases, there will be no regulations in this regard. Just buy it casually. Everyone understood. An elegant female elf representative asked softly, Master, what about the supply and price of the goods? I don't know if we can guarantee sufficient supply from so many companies. Wu Heng said, a bottle is priced at 9 silver. Each chamber of commerce can provide a maximum of 20,000 bottles of supply. Chambers of commerce that do not have such a large purchasing demand can order according to their own ideas. The 10 Chamber of Commerce representatives looked at each other and nodded slightly to show that they understood. The matter of the pills has been discussed with the respective headquarters. The goods must be purchased, not to mention that they are hard to obtain among so many chambers of commerce. The price will be determined as soon as possible. My lord, when can we get the goods? Someone asked again. The matter has been discussed so far, and it is basically the same. The price is cheaper than the market price. The Chamber of Commerce can make money. The supply is sufficient, and it is certain to be hot selling. The Chambers of Commerce have no problem. Just hope to get the goods faster. Wu Heng said, in the afternoon, you will report the order quantity to the city hall, and someone can be arranged to pick up the goods tomorrow. So efficient. People also showed joy. Yes, my lord. Everyone nodded. Okay. You go back and prepare, and get the ships and personnel ready first. Everyone saluted again and left the city hall. Everyone left. In the meeting room, only Wu Heng and Andwire were left. Master, if we provide goods to the Chamber of Commerce, should the sales points on the island sell them at the same time? Wu Heng thought for a while. Let's start selling them in 2 days. Staggered with the Chamber of Commerce. Okay. You should also prepare them. They should come back to confirm the purchase quantity later. Wu Heng said. Andwire nodded. And the two left the study. As soon as they walked out of the door, they saw a representative of the Chamber of Commerce waiting at the door, and said directly, Miss Andwire, we can confirm the quantity directly. Andwire glanced at Wu Heng and nodded. Come with me. Several people walked to the room next to them to register. Returned to the island owner's mansion. Wu Hung went upstairs directly, took the ghost back to his body, and went directly to the zombie world. Take the off-road vehicle directly to the pharmaceutical factory, and transported the boxes of treatment pills in the warehouse through the boundary gate to Treasure Island. It was not until the sky was getting dark all these goods were moved. It was also fortunate that the skeleton had no such thing as physical strength. Otherwise it would take more time. Take the off-road vehicle back to the central shopping mall. Wu Hung returned to his room. Not long after, Li Yong knocked on the door and walked in. Said, "Isn't the plant medicine you sent growing too fast?" It seems that the plant medicine given to her has already shown effects. It is not clear what the effect of growing food is, but it will grow in 2 or 3 days if you plant various things in the courtyard. The speed can be seen with the naked eye. Wu Hung smiled and said, "When the time comes, let the skeleton plant any vegetables that are missing, and slowly restore all the species." "Okay," Li Yong agreed, and then stared at him blankly. Wu Hung touched his face and said, "What are you looking at? Like a gangster?" Li Yong rolled her eyes at him, and then said, "I'm thinking about one thing. Is there a god who calculated the end of the world and asked you to save us?" Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. "You said that the credit is still attributed to the god." Li Yong smiled and hugged his arm, saying coquettishly, "You saved it. You are our benefactor." Chapter 795. A level 18 came to kill her. The next day, at the port, in a large warehouse area, the heavy iron doors were open wide, and the workers arranged by the various chambers of commerce entered the designated warehouses under the loud urging of the steward and began to move the goods. Boxes of goods were moved out, and clear fonts could be seen on the wooden boxes. Treasure Island healing pills. At the location of the Chuaying Chamber of Commerce's cargo ship, the elegant wood elf Hellion stood on the side of the docking board, holding an account book in his hand, with an unconcealed excitement on his face. The cooperation with Treasure Island was finally settled. In addition, the order of the Chamber of Commerce to pick up the goods was also at the forefront among all the chambers of commerce. It seems that Deacon Zalagwi played a big role in this. Busy here. On the road outside the port, a carriage slowly stopped. Deacon Zalagwi and the girl with white rabbit ears got off the carriage one after another. Behind them, there was a group of people, mainly humans and dwarves. The elf representative was stunned, and immediately got off the boat and greeted the two people. "Deacon, Miss Annette," Hilary Rose said, "the City Hall will arrange an accompanying representative for the Chamber of Commerce. Please take care of him when the time comes." The elf representative nodded immediately. Of course. Annette gave a few instructions to the back, and a dwarf saluted and walked to the side of the wood elf representative. Hilary Rose continued to nod and followed Annette to the rest of the Chamber of Commerce. It is said that the island owner likes orc girls. The wood elf watched the few people leave. Outside the port, the residents gathered around, whispering and talking. "Why are they moving goods today?" Someone who can read said, "It says Treasure Island healing pills." Everyone immediately understood that the Treasure Island pills were starting to be sold to the Chamber of Commerce. With so many chambers of commerce buying it, how many alchemists are needed to make it? The island owner must have his own method. The island owner is really amazing. The island owner's mansion. On the road outside the mansion, the chambers of commerce that did not get the cooperation qualification lined up outside the mansion. Everyone looked solemn, thinking in their hearts whether there was still a chance to get the subsequent cooperation opportunity. The door of the island owner's mansion opened. The kitten girl robe, under the protection of the skeleton, recorded the names of the chambers of commerce and representatives who came to give gifts. "Miss, when will the island owner come back? Our chamber of commerce came here with sincerity, and we also want to talk to the island owner in person about cooperation." The man in gorgeous clothes said with a smile. Robe shook his head and said, "The island owner went out in the morning, and I don't know when he will come back." The man looked inside along the door, and then suddenly shouted, "Island owner." The Falcon Wing Chamber of Commerce came with sincerity. Robe was not surprised at all, and it was obviously not the first time he saw it. He said softly, "Stop shouting." The master said that the number of cooperative chambers of commerce will be gradually increased in the future. You wait for a while, and someone will contact you. The shouting man wanted to speak. The person behind him immediately pushed him aside and said, "Shuguang Port Chamber of Commerce, please help us remember it. Our Chamber of Commerce has a history of 70 years. I hope we can be selected next time. Robe nodded and wrote it down. The representatives behind continued to come forward, present gifts, and register the name of the Chamber of Commerce. In the study, Uncle, someone is standing at the door shouting that he wants to cooperate with us. With snot and tears, Xiao Xiao flew back and said with a smile, "Today, the outside is lively," which also aroused Xiao Xiao's interest. He went out to watch the excitement since the morning. Then he brought the news back from outside. Let them shout. They won't give up until they shout twice. Wu Heng said, "The pills can't supply so many chambers of commerce, and the goods are sold too scattered, and uncontrollable things may happen. After all, it was the first time to have this kind of cooperation, so it was necessary to be cautious." While talking, Benny also returned from outside. She glanced at the people in the room and said, "Over at the port, the accompanying personnel of the city hall have been arranged to various chambers of commerce." "No problem. Who took them there?" "Annette and Zalagui," Benny said. "That's good." Wu Heng also said with a smile. The pills are an important plan for him to gain fame, no matter whether the desired effect can be achieved in the end. There must be no problems on the treasure island. After chatting with the ghost for a few words, he also confirmed that today's plan was implemented normally. Wu Heng also stood up and walked outside. Walked down the first floor. Minnie had prepared all the items needed to leave. At the same time, he said, "Master," Sister Wire called, "and our people have been arranged to various chambers of commerce." "I know. Let Wire handle it," Wu Heng said. Put the prepared package into the space ring, and then asked, "Is there any news from the association?" "No news," Minnie said. Wu Heng walked to the phone and dialed the association's number. After 2 rings, Shiryali's voice came from the other side. "Hello. I'm Wu Heng." Shiryali's voice softened instantly. "I haven't come here for several days. I've been busy recently. Is there anything going on at the association?" Wu Heng asked. "Nothing. Zalagui is out on patrol." "What do you need?" Shiryali asked Wu Heng directly. "I'm going out for a while, and I won't stay on the island for a few days. You two will have to worry about the safety issues." "Where are you going?" "Dealing with some troubles," Shiryali complained. "You haven't come here for a day since Zalagui accepted us. When I come back, I will accompany you every day." "Who cares?" Shiryali said, and then said, "Be careful and don't take risks." "I know. Treasure Island is handed over to you." "Yeah." After that, Wu Heng hung up the phone. Minnie stood aside and said, "Master, are you leaving now?" "I'm leaving now. If there is anything, notify me through the radio." Wu Heng walked out. When Mansha can't be delayed, so he has to go there as soon as possible. "Okay. Master, say hello to Sister Wen Mansha for us," Minnie said. Walked to the courtyard. Wu Heng put on the train conductor's hat, waved goodbye to the maids, and boarded the train. The next second, he disappeared. Inside the castle, at the headquarters of the association, the heavy wooden door was slowly opened. The old man carried a wooden box in both hands, walked into the room, and saluted the dark wooden coffin in front of him. "Miss, Treasure Island has sent the latest pills." The room fell into a brief silence, and then the coffin lid opened. Lilith sat up on the edge, looked at the box in the old man's hand, and asked, "Is that all?" "Only one box." The old man continued, "I also saw that the same box was sent to Hong Wenhui and the Field Envoy Hall." Lilith raised her eyebrows. "It seems that a box was sent to everyone familiar with the association. Bring it here." The old man moved the wooden box over, and Lilith took out the medicine bottle and opened it. The first thing that appeared in front of her was a folded instruction manual. Lilith looked at the contents on it and raised her eyebrows slightly. Then, he looked thoughtful. "Miss, did the Wuling Island master write to you?" the old man asked with a smile. Lilith handed the instruction manual to the other party and said, "He is really confident that he has laid out the plan for me so early." The old man took a look and said with a smile, "The Wuling Island master is really unexpected." Lilith laughed. "Little smart." Tap tap tap. The footsteps sounded again from the direction of the corridor. A man stood at the door and said softly, "Chief, someone is outside. Chief Hatterai asks you to go to the lobby for a meeting." "Got it." Lilith got up, packed up simply, and went to the meeting room. In the bright meeting room, the 4 leaders walked into the room one after another and sat down in their respective seats. except for the religious leader, who was still outside. The other ruling leaders were all summoned here. After everyone arrived, the leader of the field envoy, Hatterai, said, alchemy groups from all over the country have sent letters of complaint to the headquarters, saying that the pills from Treasure Island have affected the interests of all places, and asked the association to ban their sale. The leader of Hongwenhui and Lilith both looked over here, and their eyes showed such an expression. Only the leader of the hunters, the dwarf Bruno, frowned, stroked his beard and said, "The pills in the newspaper are on sale? When did it happen? How come I don't know?" No one paid attention to him, and Lilith glanced at the people present and said, "The market is the survival of the fittest, and the association has no precedent of suppressing other people's innovation." The hero of Hongwenhui looked over here. The term survival of the fittest is appropriate for this situation, and I don't recommend that the association intervene in this matter. Hatterai nodded and looked at the leader of the hunter dwarf. "Bruno, what do you think?" "I don't have any opinion," Bruno said directly. Hatterai said directly, "Then I will let the headquarters issue a direct announcement and will not interfere in this matter." The rest of the people nodded in agreement. Lilith looked at the two elf heroes. She was also slightly moved in her heart. No wonder. In addition to herself, 2 boxes of pills were sent out. It seems that someone thought that someone would come to the headquarters to complain. After the pills were sent over, we knew the characteristics and efficacy of this kind of pills. Instead of just seeing the contents of the complaint letter, you can tell the good from the bad at a glance. This guy is really thoughtful. After the meeting, everyone left the meeting room. The door opened, and Wu Hung got off the train. He looked around, and it was still a wilderness. Wow! He just pulled up his pants from a tree. 3 wolves as big as calves jumped out from the bushes behind him and rushed over here. Bang! Bang! The sound of fighting rang out, and Caxia quickly punched and knocked the 3 wolves away in the blink of an eye. He followed closely and broke the necks of the wolves one after another. Wrapped them up. Wu Hung took out a straw mat. Caxia wrapped the bodies of the 3 wolves, and Wu Hung put them directly into the space ring. Then, he released the 3 ghosts. "Are we there?" Grinda asked. "We're here. Let's find the direction," Wu Hung said. Xiao Xiao raised his body, then flew down again. "Uncle, over there. Let's go." After determining the direction, he crossed the woods directly. When he saw the city in the distance, Wu Hung released teleportation and approached the city directly. He strode in. There was nothing to see in the city, but orcs and humans could be seen strolling on the street, which was very lively. It seemed that the assassination plan was only aimed at the city lord and some important officials, and it did not have much impact on ordinary people in the city. Perhaps the outside world did not know that the island owner was assassinated. Arrived at the city lord mansion. "Open the door," Wu Hung shouted to the skeletons guarding the wall. Creak! The door opened and he walked in directly, walking into the courtyard, when Mansha came out with a child in her arms in front of him. Seeing Wu Hung, she showed surprise on her face. "Master." Wu Hung hugged her. "I'm here. It's okay. I made the master worried," when Mansha whispered. Just as Wu Hung was about to speak, another figure walked out of the house, with long brown hair tied up, bright eyes, long eyebrows, and leather armor on his upper body. He walked slowly over. A leopard with shiny fur followed at his feet. "Slater, the deacon of Blackstone Town." "Slater." Wu Hung eyes lit up. When Mansha explained, "Deacon Slater was worried about me and the child, so he stayed." Slater said, "Just come to see the golden cat and help when Mansha take care of the child." Wu Hung opened his arms. "Come." Slater stood there and looked at him quietly. Only the golden leopard walked over and rubbed his trouser legs to show his affection. Wu Hung took the opportunity to hug the golden leopard. "It's better for the 2 of us. Let's go into the house first," when Mansha said. After entering the room, the 3 sat down in their respective seats. When Mansha coaxed the child for a while, then handed it to the skeleton ghost woman next to her and took it to a room next to her. Then, when Mansha told her about the series of assassinations she had suffered, she was constantly being assassinated, and among them, there were already high-level professionals. After listening, Wu Hung asked, "Are you sure it's related to the second prince?" When Mansha shook her head, "The second prince's envoy also visited me. It feels like he is trying to distance himself from me. But apart from him, I can't think of anyone who would spend so much to assassinate me. Where does he live?" In the 4th private room on the 2nd floor of the Iron Axe Tavern in the outer city, there is a tall and thin middle-aged man who looks more like a businessman. His follower is a burly warrior. Judging from the weapon, he looks like a heavy sword warrior. Wen Mansha said while thinking. Wu Hung nodded, glanced slightly, and the ghost flew out directly. In the private room of the tavern, the burly man said softly, "There are more people staring at us. I'm afraid that in a few days, they will attack us even without evidence. After so many days in Rentam City, I also have a new view of the legendary female city lord. The city is well managed, and she is very good at controlling and intelligence work in the city. No wonder they defeated the 2nd Prince's army with just a border city, choosing some not-so-glorious moves." The thin and tall man turned the ring on his index finger and whispered, "Isn't Wen Mansha out of the city lord mansion yet?" The burly man said, "She must be scared. For the time being, she won't do anything to us." The thin and tall man continued, "In a few days, there will be an 18th level professional coming by ghost train, and he will deal with Wen Mansha then." Hearing about the 18th level professional, the burly man's eyes were instantly surprised. Chapter 796. The Kingdom's Kirin Plan. The city lord Wen Mansha, who came from a gang, was only about level 10. It was somewhat surprising that he actually arranged for a level 18 professional to come. But judging from the current situation, if we don't arrange for a level 18 professional to come, there is really no way to solve this problem. Now Wen Mansha is staying indoors, and she must have her own plans. Maybe if she delays, she will call back the owner of the Treasure Island. If the association gets involved, it will only be more troublesome. When will this level 18 adult arrive? The burly man calmed down and asked again. In just 2 days, the tall and thin man said. The burly man sighed. If it weren't for those people, it wouldn't be so troublesome. It's indeed a bit troublesome. The burly man thought for a while, and then said, "Let's go to the outer area of the city. It will be easier to deal with any danger. Once the outer city is closed, you can't escape even if you want to." The thin and tall man looked up and said softly, "Wen Mansha didn't do it because we haven't left the city yet. Once you make a move to leave, she will take action immediately. Don't provoke her first. Wait for our people to come." The burly man nodded, indicating that he understood. The two chatted in the room for a while, and drank a lot of tea. Seeing that the time was almost up, the burly man stood up and said, "I go out and take a look." Just as he was about to leave, his legs were still standing there. The burly man's eyes showed a look of fear and disbelief. He suddenly looked up at the opposite side, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out 2 words. "Go." However, the tall and thin man also froze in his seat. His neck veins bulged, and his face was red as if he was wrestling with something. He used up all his strength and said, "It's not us. Let us go to Siwen." "Ka." The tall and thin man's head turned 180 degrees first and turned back again. The burly man's eyes condensed, and the next second, his neck also turned back sharply. The 2 bodies collapsed softly. In the room, 3 ghosts appeared from midair, and Xiao Xiao said angrily, "It was indeed done by the 2 of them." Glinda said, "I will go back to inform Wu Hung. You 2 stay here first." "Okay." Binny and Xiao Xiao nodded. Glinda became invisible again and left through the wall. City Lord Mansion. Backyard. The bodies were placed in the open space in the middle. Wen Mansha said, "They are all assassins who were killed in the past 2 days. Master, please ask the corpses for me to see if there are any clues. In fact, it is unlikely that these people can get any information, but the corpses have been preserved until now, so there is no harm in asking." Talking with the dead after being released, the first corpse sat up directly from the ground. With empty eyes, he looked at the people here. Wu Hung glanced at Wen Mansha, who nodded and asked, "Who ordered to assassinate me?" The corpse replied, "I received a letter from Ronnie, and I assassinated you in the lounge of the Alliance building." Wen Mansha frowned. "Who is Ronnie?" "The master of the Azir family in the Yek Kingdom. A member of a family in the Yek Kingdom." Wen Mansha's eyes were full of doubts. It seems that she has no impression of this name and family. Is Ronnie loyal to the 2nd Prince? Not sure. Wen Mansha continued to ask, "When did you receive the letter?" "In the middle of this month." For the last question, Wen Mansha continued to ask, "Do you know any other spies?" The corpse replied, "The Dragonwing grocery store in the outer city, where the letters will be delivered. I will go there regularly to see if there are any letters. After the 5 questions were finished, the corpse suddenly fell down. When Manshaw looked at Wu Hung and said, "Mid-month is the time when the second prince's messenger will come, which can be matched. But it sounds like the one who gave him the order was not the second prince's people, but the letter sent from the Yek kingdom." Slater crossed his arms and said, "Is the messenger called Ronnie?" "Not this name." When Manshaw shook his head, "It may not be the letter he delivered. Or it may be that in order to avoid being traced to him, the illusion of sending the letter from outside was deliberately created." Slater analyzed. "Well, it makes sense." Wu Hung nodded in agreement. When Manshaw continued, "Master, ask the next one." Wu Hung continued to release dead talk, and the second corpse sat up from the ground. When Manshaw asked, "Who ordered you to assassinate me?" the corpse replied, "Kendall." "When did you receive the order?" "Mid-month." "Are you loyal to the second prince?" "Yes." "Is your action related to the messenger from the city?" "Not sure." The corpses were questioned one by one. The 3 of them basically understood the whole thing. All the killers were related to the Yek kingdom. In fact, if you think about it simply, you will know that the only one who wants Wen Manshaw to die now is the second prince. The 3 of them returned to the living room together. Wu Hung sat on the sofa, holding the golden leopard in his arms, and stroking its soft fur. Next to him was Wen Manshaw, and Slater sat opposite him, his face still a little indifferent, staring at Wu Hung and the golden leopard in his arms from time to time. Wen Manshaw said, "It is related to the kingdom of Yek. Whether it is related to the messenger or not, there is a reason to kill him. If you think about it carefully, you can also understand the second prince's idea of doing this. The army of the kingdom of Yek is obviously not able to defeat the skeleton army. So we have to take advantage of the truce to try to kill Wen Manshaw and see if we can change the situation." But several assassinations failed, which made Wen Manshaw alert. Wu Hung touched the golden leopard and said, "Whether the messenger is dead or not is not important to us. What is important is whether we can find the second prince behind him through him. Kill a messenger and arrange other messengers to come in the future." Wen Manshaw nodded and agreed with this sentence. Before, there was an assassination attempt on Wen Manshaw in Rentam City, and a group of people were cleared out in the city at that time. The husband of the housekeeper Hartel was among them, and was directly cleared out. Not long after, another group appeared in the city. If the people behind the scenes are not dealt with, messengers and spies will always appear in an endless stream. Slater said, "Even if you find out where the second prince is, it is actually a troublesome thing. If you kill him, any prince or princess who sits on the throne in the future will use this as an excuse to continue to attack Rentam City. And the ending is inevitable." When Manshaw narrowed her eyes, and this was stuck to her, Wu Hung smiled and said, "If we don't kill the second prince, the Yeko kingdom will find a way to occupy the land we occupied. It has nothing to do with whether to kill him or not. It's just a matter of which reason to use." Slater also nodded, and he agreed with this sentence. Rentam City occupied all the cities north of the Sedded Fortress. When the Yeko kingdom eases up, it will definitely try to occupy it back. I feel that we can capture the second prince first, and use it as a bargaining chip for negotiations with the Yeko kingdom if there is any situation later." Slater said again, "Capture him first." Wu Hung felt that the second prince might not be so simple. The most effective way is to kill him quickly. Otherwise the other party will have the opportunity to escape or make some dangerous counterattacks. But it was only in the discussion stage. So he followed Slater's meaning and said, "That's fine." After talking about this for a few words, Wu Hung looked at Wen Manshaw. "What happened to the Sedded Fortress?" Wen Manshaw said, "I heard from Hatter that the city has been repaired and the residents have gradually returned to their normal lives. There will be many spies outside the city, monitoring the fortress. There is no army attacking. There is no army. But some mercenary groups, under the banner of clearing the undead, have wandered around for a while, and were directly destroyed by the skeletons leaving the city," Wen Manshaw said with a smile. Wu Hung continued to look at Slater across from him and asked, "Is there no loss in Blackstone Town?" Slater said, "No loss. Those who left were mainly officials and guards in the city. Ordinary residents are relatively honest. In addition, you have some reputation in the city, so people are not so resistant to skeletons. What do you think about this?" Wu Hung continued to ask. The notice posted in the city and the bards arranged by Wen Manshaw have also made public opinion lean towards the side of Rentam City. At least they know that it was the Yeko kingdom that took the initiative to provoke the war. But there are still some people who stand on the side of the Yeko kingdom. But they will not say it out loud. Slater thought for a while and answered. Wu Hung had been in Blackstone Town, where necromancers are very repellent. Not to mention that the city is now occupied by skeletons. And you can't expect everyone to stand on your side. Wait for a while. And it will be fine slowly. Wu Hung wanted to speak. But the ghost flew back from outside and went directly into his body. What happened in the tavern private room was also shared. In other words, the two men did not leave, waiting for the 18th level professional arranged by the second prince to come and continue to kill Wen Sha. This is really a gamble with life. I will go out and bring the messenger back, and then interrogate the body. Wu Hung stood up. I will arrange someone to go. Wen Sha said. No. The person is already dead. It will be faster for me to go out. Wu Hung said. Wen Sha did not say much. Wu Hung took the skeleton and walked out of the city lord mansion directly. Wu Hung arrived at the tavern. When he walked into the tavern, he saw many people gathered at the stairs on the second floor. Oh! The death is too tragic. How did he kill him? He twisted his neck so many times. It doesn't look like a robbery. Everything on his body is still there. Everyone talked about the dead person in the private room on the second floor. At this time, a small voice sounded in his ears. Uncle, the bartender just bought something for them and found the body when he came back. It's okay, Wu Hung said, then squeezed through the crowd, took out the association emblem and said, okay. Everyone go away. The boss stays. The rest of the people heard that the people from the association had arrived, and they dispersed as they talked. Wu Hung walked into the private room and saw two bodies on the ground. Wrap up the bodies. The skeleton rolled up the two bodies with a straw mat, and Wu Hung put them into the space ring. And behind him, a middle-aged man followed, still bowed his head respectfully. Sir, what do you want? Are you the boss? Yes, the boss. Wu Hung glanced up and down at the other party and asked, are they living in this private room? Yes, they have been living in this private room for several days. The boss replied. Wu Hung continued to ask, has anyone come to see them recently? The boss recalled. I don't know. It seems that no one. They rarely go out. Go back and think about it. If you remember anything, tell the city hall. Okay, sir. The boss nodded. Continue to open the business. It's okay. The murderer has been caught. And we also found the body based on the murderer. Wu Hung walked out of the private room and went downstairs. Thank you, sir. After saying that, he stuffed 2 silver coins into Wu Hung's hand. Wu Hung glanced at the other party and walked out of the tavern directly. Returned to the city lord mansion. The 2 bodies were stripped clean. The items in the space ring were also placed on the table one by one. In the ring of the tall and thin man, there were purses, property deeds, daily necessities, scrolls, bills of the Snake Emblem Consortium, bills of the Ghost Train, and a ring with an eye pattern. In the space ring of the strong man, there were purses, daily necessities, spare weapons and armor, scrolls, and potions. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes as he looked at the items one by one. His eyes fell on the ticket for the Ghost Train and the gold ring. Ghost Train. This guy actually had a ticket for the Ghost Train. It seems that he was well prepared. If there was really danger in the city, as long as he grasped the time, he could tear up the ticket and leave the city. No wonder he was so confident. The second ring was a ring from the secret society. Is the secret society related to the second prince? In the initial investigation, Wu Hung suspected that the eldest prince had the support of the secret society. Later, various intelligence showed that the eldest prince had a relationship with the sect. And now this intelligence points the secret society to the second prince. Wu Hung pondered for a while. In other words, the Qilin Road plan of the secret society was used on the second prince. The Qilin plan is a plan used by the secret society to support its own people to sit on the throne and have the right to speak. It turns out that they really took action against the Yek kingdom. After looking at these 2 items, Wu Hung continued to look at the armor among the many items of the burly man. One of them was the armor of the leader of the Yek kingdom. This man is the leader of the Yek kingdom. Wen Sha said that the burly man was the attendant of the messenger. In fact, he was just arranged to protect his safety. His status was not low. A member of the secret society. Slater also recognized the ring at a glance. Wu Hung nodded. It seems that things are more complicated than we thought. Wen Sha picked up the ring and took a look. Maybe it just means that he personally supports the second prince and has little to do with the secret society. Wu Heng shook his head. There have always been clues that the secret society is involved. And now it seems that they are supporting the second prince. When Manshaw nodded. And Slater said, "Can I report this news to the association?" "Don't worry. Ask the corpse first to see the situation. And we will discuss it first," Wu Heng said directly. Slater nodded. Came to the corpse. Wu Heng released talk to the dead to the tall and thin man. The corpse sat up and looked over here. Wu Heng asked, "Did you assassinate when Manshaw this time?" The corpse was silent for a moment and said, "No. It was the prince's people." The three people frowned instantly. Chapter 797. The whole plan. The corpse continued. "No. It was the first move by the prince's people. And a few times later it was our people." The three looked at each other. That is to say, before the second prince arranged to take action, the prince's people took action first. This is a little bit wrong. It is not surprising that the prince has planted his own people in the city. But he and Wen Manshaw do not have any direct conflicts. On the contrary, it will be more beneficial to maintain the struggle between Ratam City and the second prince. Wu Heng then asked, "Tell me the whole incident you know." The corpse replied, "We made a plan to assassinate Wen Manshaw. But before the plan was carried out, the prince's people took the lead, causing our subsequent plans to fail and fall into a deadlock. After listening to the corpse's answer, I figured out why the answers of the previous killer corpses did not match. The people who obeyed the orders were different." Wu Heng continued to ask, "The 18th level professional will be coming soon. Tell me everything you know." The corpse was silent for a moment, and then said, "There is no special information. After he comes, he will go to the tavern to find me, and then cooperate with the remaining people in the city to assassinate Wen Manshaw." Wen Manshaw and Slater on the side looked at each other. They actually arranged an 18th level professional. It's really a big deal. The fourth question. Wu Heng asked, "Where is the second prince?" "In Nilali City." "Nilali City. This place. When I was in the Sedit fortress, I heard the corpse mention it when I was questioning the corpse. Some orders came from this city." For the last question, Wu Heng thought about it, and first said to Wen Manshaw, "Go get a pen and paper and prepare to record it." Wen Manshaw nodded and took out a pen and paper from the space ring. Wu Heng continued to look at the corpse. "Tell me all the people you know who are planted in Ratam City." The corpse was silent again. Then he began to say the names one by one, and Wen Manshaw quickly recorded them. After all 5 questions were answered, the body lay back on the ground. "It seems that there is something about the eldest prince," Slater said. Wen Manshaw said, "When Elner was the city lord, the Yeko Kingdom had already planted spies in the city. This is not a strange thing. I just don't know why he suddenly took action. Elner was the previous city lord. He has a close relationship with the Yeko Kingdom. When Wu Heng divided half of the control of the city, the Yeko Kingdom also arranged troops to help. They were all wiped out at that time. Don't worry about the eldest prince's affairs. Figure out the second prince first," Wu Heng said, and his eyes fell on another body. Wen Manshaw said, "This corpse should be of a high level. Doesn't it need to be transformed into a skeleton?" "No. The information is more important to us. This corpse is a level 15 professional, which is not a high-level corpse for the current skeleton." "Okay. Listen to the master's arrangement." Wu Heng continued to release talk to the dead to the second skeleton. The burly man sat up and waited for questions. "Where is the second prince?" "Nilali City." "What forces support the second prince?" The corpse replied, "There are many wealthy merchants and dignitaries from all over the country." "What is the relationship between the second prince and the secret society?" "Not sure." "How many high-level professionals are there around the second prince?" "There should be several level 18 professionals." "There is one last question left." Wu Heng continued to ask, "What level is the second prince himself?" "Not sure. But I feel it is between level 12 or 15. After the 5 questions, the corpse lay back down. Wu Heng waved his hand, and the 2 bodies were carried away by the skeletons. When Manshaw turned and left, arranging people to arrest people according to the list, Wu Heng still stood there, thinking about the information he got from the 2 bodies. In other words, the second prince had 2 plans. The first was to marry Wen Manshaw to test the attitude of Ratam City. If it succeeded, he might consider avoiding the war with Ratam City and obtaining the required funds in this way. If Wen Manshaw disagreed, it would be an assassination. However, there was a problem in the middle. The first prince's people took the lead, and several consecutive actions made Wenman Shah aware of the danger, and she did not go out directly. The assassination plan of the second prince was completely disrupted. Now there is really no better way. So he prepared a level 18 professional to come and kill Wenman Shah directly. The second prince's motive is very simple. Once the association investigation team leaves, the two sides will continue to fight. They started to lose the skeleton army. But why did the first prince take action? If Wenman Shah is alive, it should be more beneficial for him to contain the second prince. Thinking about it, Wu Hong thought of another possibility. The eldest prince knew about the second prince's plan to assassinate Wenman Shah, and was afraid that Wenman Shah would really die in the hands of the other party. So he arranged several unsuccessful assassinations in advance. Wenman Shah stayed indoors, which naturally reduced the possibility of being killed. These two people also brought the fight to the city of Rentam. What are you going to do next? Slater spoke on the side, and the golden leopard at his feet yawned. Wu Hong turned around and said, "Wait for the 18th level professional to come over first." The other party arranged an 18th level professional to come over, so we should be more careful, Slater said a little worriedly. Wu Hong glanced at the other party, nodded and said, "Don't worry. It's okay. With his current strength, killing some 18th level professionals is not a big problem." On his side, there are 3 20th level professionals. Slater turned his head and walked back. Wu Hong walked over and tried to hold his waist. Slater turned away and said sarcastically, "I thought the island master had forgotten me. How is that possible? I was busy last time and couldn't show up. Otherwise, I would have come to see you." Wu Hong still leaned over and forcibly hugged his arm. Slater shook twice but couldn't break free, so he let the other party hold him, snorted coldly, and walked into the building. Entered the building. Slater accompanied Wenman Shah to deal with the problem of arrest. Slater's level was just 12, which was the level of a local deacon in a remote area. But the skeleton attendant Wu Hong arranged for her was an 18th level trick swordsman. It was also because of this skeleton that he stayed to protect Wenman Shah. Wu Hong went upstairs directly and entered the room where the radio was. "Contact Treasure Island. Minnie, are you there?" Wu Hong said through the radio. After a minute or two of silence, Minnie's voice came from the other side. "I'm Minnie." "Minnie, I'm Wu Hong." "Master." A joyful voice came from the other side. Wu Hong said, "I'm in Rentam City. Is there anything wrong with Treasure Island?" Minnie paused and thought, then said, "The several chambers of commerce that cooperated have already shipped the goods away, and the retail stores on the island have also started selling them. There are many people queuing up to buy them every day." "Those chambers of commerce that didn't get the cooperation didn't cause any trouble?" Wu Hong continued to ask. Minnie said, "No. I heard from Sister Ware that several of them always arranged people to go to the city hall, but they just asked when to choose the next chamber of commerce to cooperate. Well, let Ware observe first and add some chambers of commerce from here in the next batch." Wu Hong said, "Okay. I tell Sister Ware tonight," Minnie said, and then said, "By the way, Master, Deacon Zalogwi parents are here. They are very elegant and beautiful elves." Sure enough, Zalogwi parents went to Treasure Island. Zalogwi and Shiryali didn't tell me about this matter. I overheard it when Xiao Xiao was chatting with Lilith, and I was possessed by the skeleton and strolling around. I didn't expect to go to Treasure Island at this time. Did you have any contact? They spoke very elegantly, more like elves than Zalogwi. Sister Ware chose gifts in the warehouse and gave them to them, Minnie said while thinking. From what Minnie said, it should be easy to contact. I just don't know if he will still be so elegant after knowing that both daughters are with me. The story of Treasure Island is over. Minnie continued to ask, "Is Sister Wenman Shah fine? Why didn't you come to talk?" "Wenman Shah is busy. Everything is fine here. Don't worry. They are just minor problems," Wu Hong said with a smile. "Yeah, that's right. The master has gone there. There must be no problem. Take Sister Wenman Shah to Treasure Island so that the master doesn't have to run back and forth. It depends on Wenman Shah's opinion. I ask her when the time comes," Wu Hong said. "Yeah, we can live together again, just like in that little house in Rentam City," Minnie said with a smile. "Okay. I'm going to be busy. Remember to contact me if you have anything." "Okay, Master." After hanging up the call, Wu Hong walked out of the radio room directly. When Manshaw and Slater were still dealing with the matter of catching the second prince's spy, Wu Hung glanced down the stairs and went upstairs directly to the baby's room. La la la. 3 ghosts appeared above the crib. Xiao Xiao was controlling a streamer and teasing the baby to reach out and grab it. Aside, some skeleton ghosts were sweeping the floor, while others were sitting by the bed folding the baby's swaddle. Seeing Wu Hung coming in, Xiao Xiao said, "What's your sister's name?" "Wu Qin." Xiao Xiao immediately flew back and controlled the streamer again. "Xiao Qin Qin." Then, there was a burst of laughter from the baby. Wu Hung walked over, teased her twice, and then sat down. "Wait until the child was tired and yawned," Wu Hung said. "Xiao Xiao, let your sister sleep. Let's go to the zombie world and take a look." "Okay. I play with her tonight." Xiao Xiao threw the streamer aside. "Who plays with whom? You seem happier. You have to wait until she wakes up before you can play," Wu Hung instructed. "I know." Xiao Xiao flew aside and said, "Uncle, please pick up my mother. I haven't seen her for a long time." "Okay. Let her come by plane." Wu Hung went out and went upstairs again. Xiao Xiao followed him and continued, "Uncle, do you want to give your sister a nickname? That depends on what Manshaw says. You can think about it first and I ask her later. My name is Xiao Xiao. So what should my sister be called?" Xiao Xiao touched his chin and pondered. Chapter 798. It's so easy to make money in small places. Let your Aunt Granda help you think about it. She is the most educated. Granda glared at him. Walking into the study, Wu Hung took all 3 ghosts back into his body, opened the door and walked in. Walking out of the door, it was still the dormitory when he left. Standing at the window and looking outside, he called Li Yang over with the intercom. Not long after, the door was knocked. Li Yang walked in directly with her owl. "How have you been these days?" Wu Hung asked with a smile. Li Yang sat down on a chair nearby and said, "Nothing special. The pharmaceutical factory is producing at full capacity. And the military factory has also strengthened management." Wu Hung nodded. "Is there anything wrong with the prison? I went to the prison once, and there was no change from the outside. But I didn't go into the cell, and I couldn't understand what the skeletons wrote. But I felt there was no problem." Li Yang continued. The prison was completely operated by the skeletons. No one was needed to command. Wu Hung was there, just looking at the records or seeing what the skeleton needed. Not to mention Li Yang, who would not understand the operation of the skeleton even if she went there. "Any news from Chihan Kai?" Li Yang said. "The Korean base has started to change its base. I heard from Chihan Kai that the shack area has been demolished and the personnel have been moved to the city center for settlement, which is almost the same as ours. Well, let Chihan Kai speed up the training of the skeleton, especially in terms of satellites, to see if another one can be launched. Also, let Zhao Yanqiu come back if she has nothing to do. Xiao Xiao just said that she missed her." "Okay. I call her later." Li Yang agreed. Then looked at her notebook and said, "By the way, the headquarters has agreed to lend us the talisman books. Bring them over next time you trade. The talisman matter has been going on for a while. I guess they haven't figured out anything yet. So they plan to lend it to me. Don't worry. If they are willing to borrow it, just show it to them. If they are not willing, don't urge them." Li Yang nodded. "Nothing will happen next. Everything is normal." Wu Hung also stood up and said, "Let's go. Take me around the base." "Okay." Li Yang also stood up, and the two walked out of the room together, walked around the base. When it was almost dusk, everyone went to the cafeteria to eat. Wu Hung also returned to his bedroom and returned to Rattan City through the boundary gate. "Come down from upstairs. The skeletons have already served dinner on the table." When Manshaw smiled and said, "It's just right that the master came down. It's time to eat." Wu Hung sat down at the table, and when Manshaw and Slater also sat on their chairs, they ate a few bites. When Manshaw said, "All the spies who were told by the corpse have been arrested and are being interrogated. These people probably don't know much. So just ask them roughly," Wu Hung said. When Manshaw drank a sip of water and asked, "Master, what are your plans next? Don't make any big moves in the city. Wait for the 18th level professional to come over first, and then we can talk about it," Wu Hung said. Slater thought for a while and said, "The messenger and other spies in the city have been cleared. The 18th level professional may find these things first when he comes. Be prepared." "It's okay. As long as he enters the city, I can find him faster. Wu Hung signaled the two not to worry. Slater nodded. Since he said so, he must have his own way. Wu Hung also put down the tableware and asked, Wen Manshaw, are tickets for the ghost train common in Rentam City? Wen Manshaw looked over. Not common. But there are some tickets occasionally. How did you get it? Wu Hung asked. The second prince messenger has a ticket in his space ring. According to the intelligence, the 18th level professional will also come here with a ticket. If the second prince also has this kind of ticket, we must prevent him from escaping. If he uses the ticket in front of me, I can use the conductor's hat and get on the train. But if I get any information, I can leave in advance. It will be really difficult to find him then. Wen Manshaw pondered for a while and said, I don't know. But there should be some way or some channels to get this kind of ticket. Doesn't the master know the reason? Slater sat aside and listened. And looked at Wu Hung again. Obviously, Wen Manshaw knew more things. And she, the deacon of Blackstone Town, was a little behind in intelligence. Wu Hung shook his head. I don't know about the ticket either. But I feel that the second prince or those people in the secret society will know something. It's possible. Wen Manshaw also agreed. Forget it if you don't have any clues. Maybe there will be an answer later, Wu Hung said. Wen Manshaw nodded, looked at Slater, and said, Deacon Slater, the master is here today. Do you want to go together tonight? Slater's face flushed a little, but he remained calm and said lightly, I'm still living in the next room. It's okay. We know each other. Wen Manshaw glanced at Wu Hung and said with a smile, You have a good rest. Remember not to be too loud at night. Slater got up and went straight to his room upstairs. Wu Hung said, Don't tease Slater. She is a deacon and doesn't like to make such jokes. Wen Manshaw smiled and said, I see the master was a little looking forward to it just now. No. Wen Manshaw smiled, stood up and said, Let's go. Feed the child. And let's go back to the room to rest. The two walked into the children's room together and played with the child for a while. Returned to the room to rest. Creak. Late at night, in the dim room, there was a sound of the door opening. Slater lay on his side on the bed and suddenly opened his eyes. The leopard beside him looked up at the door, then curled up on the carpet again and closed his eyes. Slater did not turn around, just waiting quietly. Then someone climbed onto the bed, holding his waist with both hands. I'm here to accompany you, Slater whispered. Are you not going to accompany your good maid? She fell asleep. I'm here to accompany you. Wu Hung hugged her from behind. Hum. Slater snorted coldly and bumped his body backwards. I'm sorry. I didn't go to see you some time ago because of something. Wu Hung whispered in his ear to apologize. Slater sighed softly, turned around and said, Why don't you write me a letter if you don't come to see me? I want to. Too. Last time you asked me to try not to write a letter, for fear that Yuri would see it. Wu Hung said, Are you still blaming me? Slater stared at him. The two looked at each other, and a pair of big hands were already wandering around their bodies. Slater stretched his feet under the bed and kicked the leopard beside his feet. The leopard stood up and understood the look of his master, sighed softly, opened the door and walked out. Then, the two hugged each other. 2 days later, a train stopped in the woods in the distance. A man wearing dark leather armor and 2 short blades on his left and right got off the train. He looked at the city in the distance, put on his hood, and walked towards the location of the city. 200 gold. Kill a city lord of about level 10. Money in such a remote place is really easy to make. Chapter 799. Damn. It's a skeleton. City Lord Mansion. Radio room. Wu Hung sat in front of the radio and recounted what happened in Rentam City. After he finished speaking, the voice of the wood elf Shannara came from the other side. It seems that the eldest prince got the news earlier and destroyed the second prince's plan. I think so too, Wu Hung said. Shannara's idea is not much different from Wu Hung. The eldest prince learned about the plan to kill Wen Manshaw through some channels, and then made some arrangements. Shannara continued. Maybe they both have spies around each other. The struggle for power between the royal families is just the tip of the iceberg. By the way, there is another piece of news. The supporter of the second prince is likely to be the secret society. Wu Hung suddenly remembered this matter. Secret society? Qilin Dao? Shannara said subconsciously. Yes, I think so too. The Qilin Dao is actually easy to understand. It is to use various methods to make the people you support become the leaders of the region. The means include starting a local revolution and supporting others to take the position. The method is not fixed, but the effect is to achieve the position of leader. Sanera was silent for a while, and then said, "If you put it this way, it makes sense. The eldest prince has an advantage and has occupied the royal city. In this case, he still has contact with many sections. He should be fighting against the secret society. Why not report it directly to the association?" Wu Heng asked. If Wu Heng were the eldest prince, he would definitely not contact these sects if he had an advantage. He would write a letter to the association, and then continue to write a letter to each leader to let them contain the secret society. Chanela smiled and said, "Perhaps from the perspective of the eldest prince, waiting for the association to deal with it is not the best way." "That's right," Wu Heng agreed, and then asked, "Is there any news from Netel City?" Sanela said, "There is indeed some news. The road from Netel City to the royal city has been restored. I heard that the investigation team has temporarily stayed in the royal city to continue the investigation." "Did the religious leader stay there?" "The news was passed on like this, so the leader should have stayed there," Sanela said. "Good guy." With the arrogant look of those people in the Holy See, it is probably enough for the eldest prince to have a headache. This also verifies what Lilith said a few days ago, that the connection between the eldest prince and the sect has been found, and the investigation will continue. But think about it. This is a good thing for me. Focusing on the eldest prince. I don't have the energy to pay attention to the situation here. In addition, with the speed of information transmission in this world, I can solve the matter of the second prince by the time I get the news there. Wu Heng said, "This is good. So we don't have to keep an eye on the treasure island." Sanera seemed to know what he wanted to do, and said, "The second prince was born in the royal family, and with the support of the secret society, his strength must be not low. Otherwise the eldest prince would not contact these sects. You should be careful, and don't be impulsive. What you need to do now is to continue to improve your level, and get the position of the elder of the association." Wu Heng listened quietly, and waited for the other party to finish. He said, "Don't worry. I won't do anything impulsive. He is being beaten everywhere. But I still have the treasure island. It's good that you know. You should be careful on your side too. If there is any danger, go back to the ship with Philippa. Our ship can handle an army. I will be careful. Let's contact each other if there is anything. I'm going to be busy first," Sanera said softly. "Okay." After hanging up the communication, Wu Heng still sat on the chair. According to the information Sanera said, the religious leader Saida led the investigation team to stay in the royal city. I guess there must have been some clear clues along the way. High-level priests can tell lies. Not to mention this religious leader. It's a good thing for him to stay there. You could also see if you can solve the troublesome matter of the second prince. The second prince? Wu Heng didn't take it too seriously at first. But now that he found out that the secret society was involved, his danger level has increased to a higher level. No wonder the secret society hasn't troubled him for a while. It seems that they are operating the second prince and playing a big game. If the secret society really supports the second prince, even if it only occupies half of the land of the Yek kingdom, it will be a threat to him. Still have to solve this matter as soon as possible. However, if I really kill the second prince, will it be a bargain for the eldest prince? I feel that he is not very friendly to me in secret. Thinking of the eldest prince, suddenly, another idea came to my mind. The religious leader stayed in the royal city. So where did the many members of the sect gathered by the great prince hide? The captain of the Flying Fish Pirates, who arranged the undercover, reported last time that there were many level 18 professionals in the sect. Even if there was a conflict with the association, it was impossible for all of them to be killed. Where did these people go? If they went all the way north, wouldn't it be the direction of our side? Wu Heng thought in his heart. Then he flew back from outside and said directly, "Wu Heng, there is a level 18 professional in the city. He went to the tavern where we killed the messenger. He should be the person we are looking for." Wu Heng's expression was choked. After waiting for so many days, he finally came. The level 18 professional who came to Ratam City at this time must be a high-level killer in the messenger's mouth. How many people? Only one. Madame Glinda is watching him. She was afraid that the possession would not kill him and let him escape. So she asked me to come back to find you. Then he said. Wu Heng stood up. Let's go. Let's go together. Walking out of the study, The skeleton attendant waiting at the door followed behind him, going downstairs. When Manshaw and Slater were chatting, looking back, when Manshaw asked, "Master is going out?" "Well, I tell you when I come back," Wu Hung said as he walked. The two women also felt something was wrong. Slater said, "I go with you." "No, don't worry. It's okay," Wu Hung said, and walked out of the City Lord mansion with the skeleton. Outer City. Tavern. In a separate private room on the second floor, a middle-aged man in black leather armor sat at the dining table and waited silently. From the window facing the tavern hall, there was a quarrel and a noisy game of finger guessing. Dong dong dong. The door was knocked. The man straightened his collar and said, "Come in." The door opened, and the bartender walked in with a smile. "Guest, what would you like to order?" "A glass of beer and some side dishes." As he said that, a silver coin bounced directly over. The bartender's eyes lit up, and he held it in his palm, with a bigger smile on his face. "Guest, wait a moment. I prepare it for you right away." The man waved his hand, and the bartender walked down directly. The next time, the man tapped the table rhythmically, calculating the time that passed. And in his mind, he was calculating a plan to kill the target, a woman from a gang, because a young man who rose rapidly in an association sat in the position of the city lord. Treasure Island. "Ha!" The man smiled. He had heard something about the owner of Treasure Island, and there were also great detective books about him for sale in the city. Whether it was as powerful as the book said. If he really killed this woman, could she still find him? Money from a small place. It was really easy to make money. Thinking in his heart, the rhythm of tapping the table also increased a lot. Suddenly, the man paused. The noise and quarrels coming from the hall stopped at some point. He stood up and looked down at the window. The tavern was empty. Damn! The man was shocked. Even though he thought no one here was his opponent, he still felt a sense of crisis in his heart. He turned around and turned into a shadow, running towards the window that was open to the outside. But his footsteps paused while running. The body lost control instantly, as if it was being snatched away. Bang! The door was suddenly opened. After two figures entered the room, they rushed over directly. The man regained control of his body, swung his cloak forward, and a large amount of poisonous fog spread out and filled the room. The body quickly faded in the poisonous fog and disappeared. As soon as his feet stepped onto the windowsill, his body was out of control again and fell backwards. And behind him, the figure who rushed and had already killed in front of him. A huge force hit his body. The body instantly flew backwards and hit the wall behind him. I only felt the pain of broken bones and shattered internal organs. High-level strength profession. Damn it! It's not easy to make money here. Without waiting to stand up, another figure rushed over directly. The man instantly pulled out two short swords from his waist, like a venomous snake, stabbing the vital points of the figure that rushed over at a tricky angle. Unless the other party wants to die, he must dodge. I can also take the opportunity to leave. However, in the man's surprised eyes, the target figure did not dodge or avoid, and the dagger pierced his body directly without any sign of dodging or pain. Undead creature. Damn. The skeleton of the City Lord Mansion. Chapter 800. Wu Hung. Don't be impulsive. The other party's fist also hit his body. Poof! Blood spurted out. Then fists fell like raindrops, hitting all parts of his body, and his bones crackled. Outside the door, the sound of fighting and wailing made the boss and bartender waiting at the door tremble. Sir! The boss stepped forward, hesitant to speak. Wu Hung turned and glanced at the other party. The losses of the tavern will be counted and sent to the city hall, and they will verify and compensate you. The boss smiled again and pushed the bartender beside him. Go and move a chair for the sir. Wu Hung glanced at the other party. No. You can stay here first. Okay, sir. The boss and the bartender were a little confused, but they still stood there, listening to the fight inside. After a while, the sound of fighting subsided. The diffused poisonous gas also dissipated. Wait outside. I call you if anything happens, Wu Hung told the boss and the bartender. Okay, sir. Wu Hung walked into the private room and saw the man pressed down by Caxia on the messy ground. The man was not dead yet. His chest collapsed and his limbs were twisted. In the middle of the hair soaked in blood, a pair of eyes looked like a vicious beast with hidden malice, staring coldly at this side. The vitality of a level 18 professional is really strong. Not killing the other party was Wu Hung's first order. Of course, the premise is that the other party cannot escape. Wu Hung lifted a chair and sat down, looking at the other party. Will there be assassins later? The man's eyes were wide open. His mouth was vomiting blood. And he said vaguely, "If you kill me, you will get into more trouble. I am the Shadow Brotherhood and will kill everyone around you. Do you know who I am?" Wu Hung said with a smile. "I will kill the female city lord and then find out who you are." Professional. Wu Hung praised and nodded. And with a wave of his hand, Mansion Technique opened beside him. "Take him in." Caxia picked up the man and walked into the Mansion Technique. Wu Hung's mind moved, and the iron cage shackles appeared out of thin air, locking the man inside. Without waiting for the man to speak again, the Mansion Technique disappeared in the blink of an eye. 3 ghosts also appeared beside him. Wu Hung made a silent gesture and pointed outside. The 3 ghosts nodded, and Granda got into the body and shared the other party's actions after entering the city. After watching all, Wu Hung walked out of the private room and looked at the boss and bartenders waiting at the door. "Okay. I take the people away. I tell the city hall about the losses later." The reason why they stayed here was that they suspected that the tavern was in cahoots with these people. But after looking at the picture shared by Granda, he found that there was no information exchanged with the people in the tavern. It can be basically confirmed. "It's nothing. Sir, can we still open for business as usual? It's all packed up. You can plan it yourself," Wu Hung said. "Okay. Thank you, sir." The boss thanked him again. Wu Hung took the skeleton and walked out of the tavern directly, returned to the city lord mansion. When Manshaw and Slater went out to greet him at the same time, seeing Wu Hung walk in directly, nothing happened, and he was relieved. It seems that he just went out to do some ordinary things. After returning to the living room, Wu Hung said, "I have killed the 18th level killer. Don't worry." The eyes of the two were fixed. "Killed at level 18? It sounds like he killed a local gang member." Slater has seen Wu Hung fight. The last time he killed a level 18 member of the Fate of Heaven, he used a lot of force. This time it was solved quietly. "Are you sure it's level 18? Slater still asked in a low voice. "Level 18. Judging by his outfit, he should be a thief or assassin," Wu Hung said. Slater held back his words. When Manshaw came over and asked softly, "Is the master not injured? I didn't even enter the house." "And the skeleton was dealt with," Wu Hung said with a smile. The two of them also relaxed their brows. Slater said, "The Necromancer has helped you discover the trick. It's good that you are fine. The master should do this. There will be no danger." When Manshaw then asked, "The skeleton didn't suffer any losses?" "No. The tavern suffered some losses. I asked him to go to the city hall to get some compensation. These are nothing," when Manshaw said. Wu Hung continued to look at Slater and asked, "Slater, have you heard of the Shadow Brotherhood?" Slater frowned and said, "I have heard of it. It is an assassination organization, mainly composed of thieves and killers. And they all do assassination work. This man is from the Shadow Brotherhood. And he threatened me with this. If he dies, will anyone take revenge?" Wu Hung continued to ask. "I don't know about this. I check it out when I get back." "Okay." Slater continued to ask, "Where's the body? Do you want to ask about it?" When Manshaw said, "It's a level 18 body. It's a pity to ask about it." Wu Hung also said, "I will be useful to him by then. He won't appear again." "Yeah." The two girls nodded. Wu Hung looked at the time. It was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He stood up and said, "You guys can chat. I go upstairs to rest for a while, and come down for dinner." "Okay, master." Wu Hung went upstairs and returned directly to the study. Zombie World walked out of the room and asked Li Yong for an off-road vehicle. Let the skeleton drive and go directly to the prison. After arriving at the prison, Wu Hung opened the Mansion Technique and dragged the seriously injured man out. The man was covered with scars and still looked dying. He was carried by the skeleton and walked inside, looking at Wu Hung, who took off his mask. The man's eyes widened. He knew who it was. Wu Hung, the owner of Treasure Island. He was in Rentam City. And he was not the Necromancer who had just changed his job as rumored. At least, he was not inferior to himself in level. Damn it! Why did I take such a job? Roar! Kara Kara! Walking into the corridor, there were roars like beasts in each room. and the sound of patrolling skeletons' bones rubbing. As if this road was a passage to hell. The Necromancer's research base. He really had a place to study necromancy. Wu Hung, where are you taking me? You are a member of the association. You can't conduct experiments on living people. You have a better future in the future. You can't do these things. Wu Hung, I can tell you anything you want to know. We don't have so much hatred. Don't be like this, the man said while vomiting blood along the way. He was taken into a separate cell, and put on the prepared shackles and chains again. Wu Hung, you win. I admit defeat. I will help you kill the person who hired me, and we will write it off, the man still said with reluctance. Wu Hung looked at the other party and said, you are more valuable to me if you stay here. You are a member of the association. You must abide by the rules. The man shouted. Don't shout. It's not good for your injury. The man continued. Don't you want to know who hired me? I know a lot of information you don't know. Wu Hung, I'm level 18. I can do a lot of things for you. You should think about it carefully. Don't be impulsive and cause trouble for yourself. Wu Hung ignored him. Seeing that he had been tied up tightly, he continued to arrange for the skeletons to guard him. He walked out of the cell directly and closed the door. Outside the door, Wu Hung said to the skeleton alchemist, let him recover for 2 days, and then try the virus experiment. The skeleton alchemist nodded, indicating that he understood. Return to the monitoring room. Through the monitoring, you can see the behavior of the man in the cell. After he left, the other party began to study how to open the shackles on his body. The identity of the thief can be basically confirmed. Lockpicking is a skill of thieves. Ordinary professions will not study this. If there is a room to enter, they will choose to break it open or climb through the window. After a long time of beating by the skeleton, the thief finally calmed down. He lay on the bed and began to recover from his injuries. Wu Hung took out his space ring and took out the things inside one by one. Weapons and armor, money bag scrolls, lockpicks and daily necessities. There are also various medicine bottles with unknown functions, which should be poison. Wu Hung's eyes fell on the last one. The ticket for the ghost train. And the ticket. This is definitely a way to get the ticket. Chapter 801. Green Toad Cloak. Another ticket for the ghost train. It seems that the other party must have a way to get the ticket. I just don't know what the price is. After all, the ticket is also a rare item, and it is impossible to exchange it casually. After looking at the ticket, Wu Hung once again set his eyes on the other items. The family background of a level 18 professional is still quite rich. Green Toad Cloak, rare item. Effect, reduces presence and can release poisonous fog. Side effect, shedding. Description, a cloak with poisonous fog effect can provide the user with an environment full of poisonous fog. It seems that this rare item is used to poison the private room. There are 2 effects in total, reducing presence and releasing poisonous fog. It is indeed a more suitable tool for thieves. Just like the previous battle, the room was full of poisonous fog. It would be difficult for living creatures to fight in that environment. Unfortunately, skeletons are not afraid of poison. Continue to look down. Poison dual blades, magic item, description, a short sword etched with poison. Ignoring certain defenses and carrying poison. Crocodile scale leather armor, magic item, description, armor made from the skin of swamp creatures. Greatly improving defense and the user's ability to resist poison. Weapons and armor are all magic items. Among them, the crocodile scale leather armor also has the ability to resist poison. Probably because it is afraid that the poison fog will also poison itself to death. The rest of the items are not too rare. Several life-saving scrolls and several bottles of poison. It can be seen that this guy really likes to use poison. And several things are related to poison. After reading them all, I put them into the space ring. Sitting in a chair, I thought about the next plan again. The problem of the level 18 killer has been solved, and the spies in the city have been almost cleared. The second prince should not arrange anyone to come in a short time. No, there are still the people of the eldest prince. The other party has also arranged many spies in the city, and it is not certain that the eldest prince has no ill intentions towards the city of Rentam. This guy, maybe he's also in the dark, planning some big move. Did you get anything? The 3 ghosts flew back, and Grinda asked on the side. 1 rare item. 2 props. 18th level professionals are quite rich, Wu Hung said. Grinda smiled and said, in fact, you can attract a few more. Now that you have the experimental target, You can also send a lot of equipment. Wu Heng looked at her in surprise. What's that saying? High-level hunters often appear as prey. He's still thinking about tricking people over, and then continuing to kill them. Forget it. This time the 18th level died here. And the other party became alert. Let's not take risks first. Wu Heng immediately objected to this statement. Xiao Xiao said, Uncle, we are here. What are you afraid of? I'm not afraid. I'm calm. Xiao Xiao pouted, with a face full of disbelief. Granda then asked, what are your plans for the future? Now we know roughly where the second prince is. Let's go over and see if we can get rid of him all at once. Wu Heng leaned back. Granda said, when you say steady, do you mean go over and kill the second prince? We are not afraid of the frontal enemy now. If we find him, I will go up and give him an electromagnetic cannon. Even if the leader of the church comes, he can't save him, Wu Heng said directly. Poor fighting. Wu Heng doesn't feel afraid of the frontal target. But he is not sure about some enemies in the dark. I am afraid that one day I will be assassinated. Or there will be something that can kill me directly. So I plan to find the second prince. If I can determine the target, everything will be fine. Granda and Benny widened their eyes, folded their arms and nodded, muttering that what Uncle said makes sense. Benny then asked, will it destroy the current situation of the Yek Kingdom? Their situation has little to do with us. Wu Heng thought for a while and said. Xiao Xiao followed up. That's right. What does it have to do with us? Benny was helpless. Okay. I don't understand these. Wu Heng looked at the surveillance again, confirmed that there was no problem, stood up and said, let's go. Let's go back. It's time for dinner. The three ghosts got back into the body. Wu Heng opened the boundary gate on the side and returned directly to Rentam City. Returned to the City Lord Mansion. Dinner is ready. Wu Heng simply cleaned up, sat at the dining table, and ate dinner together. Almost filled the stomach. Wu Heng asked, no changes in the city. No changes. The tavern went to the city hall in the afternoon. Compensated him some money. And now it has reopened. When Manshaw replied, the level 18 killer who entered the city died too quickly, and basically did not attract any attention. Even the guests in the tavern only knew that the association brought the skeleton to catch people. But they didn't know who they caught and what the outcome was. Besides, a fight in a place like Rentam City is not a big deal. Wu Heng continued. When Manshaw, come with me to the Set Fortress tomorrow, and come back after the matter is resolved. When Manshaw was a little surprised. Everyone has been killed. There should be no problem. Right? It's better to be careful, and come back after this matter is resolved. Wu Heng said. The other party has a ghost ticket. That means they can quickly send people to Rentam City. At that time, when Manshaw may still be in danger, it is impossible for me to always stay by When Manshaw's side. But going to Set Fortress is different. It is a fortress itself, and the population there is not as chaotic as Rentam City. The number of people in the city is fixed. If there are outsiders, it is easy to find out. The main army is there. And there are also 18-level Bone Demon number 2 and 16-level Skeleton Mage, which will be safer. When Manshaw thought about it and nodded. Listen to the master's arrangement. After all, there are children, and she doesn't want anything dangerous to happen. Wu Heng continued to ask. Who do you plan to let manage the city? As long as the city operates normally. The 3 new maids in the City Lord Mansion have signed sole contracts. I will teach them how to use the radio. If there are any problems, just report to me directly. It shouldn't have any impact. When Manshaw replied. Okay. Wu Heng continued to look at Slater. Come with me to the fortress of Set to stay for a few days. Slater shook his head. I have been out for a while. If I don't go back for a long time, something may happen. Do you still have that kind of talking prop? Give me one, and I will notify you when there is news. Okay. I will teach you how to use it later, Wu Heng said. Slater nodded. After dinner, when Manshaw began to summon some trusted subordinates to make arrangements for the city, Wu Heng took Slater back to the room. Teach her how to use the radio and solar panels. The next day, morning, in the courtyard, Wu Heng was surrounded by 2 skeleton attendants. Slater was followed by a skeleton swordsman and a leopard. And when Manshaw walked over with a child in her arms, followed by a skeleton warrior and 2 skeleton ghost women. Master, everything is arranged. When Manshaw said. Wu Heng nodded. It's okay. The distance is not far. And there is still time to come back if there is any problem. Well, listen to the master. When Manshaw smiled, Wu Hung waved his hand and Mansion's spell was turned on. And the scene inside began to change. On one side of the electromagnetic cannon, tables, chairs and sofas appeared, spacious and bright. You go in first. I will let you out when you get there. When Manshaw walked in with the child in her arms, and the skeletons behind her. Don't forget. I'm going to Blackstone Town, Slater said, and walked in. The mansion spell was closed, and the scene inside disappeared. Wu Hung continued to look at the three maids of the city lord mansion behind him. 2 humans and 1 orc. All newly recruited by Wen Manshaw. I leave this to you. Wen Manshaw will be back in 2 days. Don't worry. The slave contract is a somewhat exaggerated and overbearing restriction. If the master dies, the slaves who signed it will also suffer a severe soul injury. People with high soul strength will become damaged and stupid. And those with low levels like the maid will die with the master. The 3 saluted. Yes. Not a word of what happened here can be revealed to the outside world. It is related to the safety of all of us. Wu Hung instructed again. Master, don't worry. We will never tell anyone about what happened here. The leading maid said directly. Wu Hung nodded and didn't say much. Take out the conductor's hat, put it on your head, and the train will appear. After Wu Hung got on it, he disappeared from the spot. At noon, the train stopped outside Blackstone Town. Wu Hung opened the mansion technique and released Slater and the Golden Leopard. We're here in Blackstone Town. I take you to Treasure Island after it's over, Wu Hung said with a smile. Slater put on his cape. I've been talking about it for so long, but I haven't been there yet. No way. The 2 places are too far apart. If you can't do it, you can't be a deacon anymore. It's not bad to run a golden cat in Treasure Island. You can't make much money as a deacon even if it's dangerous, Wu Hung said. Slater rolled his eyes at him. You make it sound simple, but it's not easy to let it go just by saying it casually. That's right. Slater tapped his lips lightly and said, come back more often when you have time. Yeah. Wu Hung nodded, and then said, don't report to Lilith about what's going on here. Slater frowned. Don't worry. I can still tell the inside from the outside. Be careful, and don't do anything dangerous. Slater nodded again and walked towards Blackstone Town. Chapter 802. Advanced Preparation. At dusk, the train stopped again. The door opened and Wu Hung got off the train. Looking around, he saw the setted fortress in the distance and the skeletons patrolling on the city wall. The city wall on the north, that was destroyed by his electromagnetic cannon, was still being repaired. The skeletons and workers were busy and looked unusually lively. The 3 ghosts were released, floating around, and also looked into the distance. You are so fast. Are we there? Uncle, where is the second prince? The 3 ghosts spoke one after another, coming from both sides. We just arrived at the setted fortress. Where is the second prince? Wu Hung said. Xiao Xiao lazily half lying in the air. Uncle, the names here are so hard to remember. And it's easy to bite your tongue when you say them. There's nothing I can do. The culture is different. Wu Hung walked towards the fortress. Change the name. How do we change it? What if the ghost train doesn't recognize it after we change it? We still have to remember the original name. That's right. Agree a little. Wu Hung smiled and said, help me check around the fortress to see if there are any enemies. Okay. The 3 ghosts nodded, discussed the direction of the investigation, and flew out directly. Wu Hung put on a mask to change his appearance and quickened his pace to enter the city. Enter the fortress. Scattered people can be seen on the streets. The shops and taverns on the road are already open. Temporary platforms have been built at some intersections and in the central area. There are bards who are reading the announcement issued by the city of Rentam aloud. No one listens to it, and passers-by act as if they didn't see it. It has been occupied for quite a while, and the residents of the city know what is said. In short, the city seems to have regained some popularity, unlike when it was just occupied, as if it was a dead city. Walk and look along the way. Before reaching the central area, the 3 ghosts flew back one after another. Wu Hung was far away from the place where there were people. He heard the voice of the ghost. Wu Hung, I found some people here. About 5 level 8. Uncle, I have some here too. Then it was Granda's voice. There are a little more outside the city in the south. It can be confirmed that they are all scouts from the kingdom of Yeko. Collecting intelligence. As expected, The kingdom of Yeko was watching the fortress. This is not surprising. Just like when two armies cease fire, they also have to arrange people to watch each other. Wu Heng thought for a while and said, "Clean them up." "Okay." The three ghosts agreed and flew out again. Wu Heng continued to move forward, cross the street, and walk into the commander's mansion in the central area. The commander's mansion is guarded by skeletons. When you walk into the hall, the first person you see is Bone Demon number 2 in a long skirt and a lace-edged lady's hat on her head. Seeing Wu Heng come in, he stood up and saluted slightly. There was also a skeleton mage in a mage robe sitting not far away. Wu Heng nodded and asked, "Where is Hartel?" Bone Demon number 2 pointed to the location upstairs. Wu Heng went upstairs, looked at the room guarded by the skeleton, knocked on the door, and after hearing the response, he opened the door and walked in. Hartel, who was sitting behind the desk, looked up and frowned behind his black-framed glasses. "Who are you?" Wu Heng reached behind his ears and took off the mask, revealing his original face. "Master," Hartel shouted and stood up to salute. "Well, when Manshaw is here too." Wu Heng opened the mansion spell, and when Manshaw came out with the skeleton ghost holding the child. "Madam." Hartel saluted again. When Manshaw nodded, looked around, and said with a smile, "Your place is good. No worse than the City Lord Mansion. Madam, if you like it, live here, and I can serve you," Hartel said with a smile. When Manshaw did not answer, but sat down and asked, "How does it feel to manage a city by yourself? I understand how difficult it is for you, madam." At this time, the child in her arms babbled and stretched out her hand towards Hartel. When Manshaw handed the child to her, "She misses you too." Hartel took the child with a smile and coaxed her gently. "Miss, you seem to have grown up. Children grow up fast. How is the fortress?" Wu Heng sat down. Hartel held the child and continued, "The northern wall is still being repaired, and the city has returned to normal. There are more and more spies outside. Don't worry about the spies. Someone has already dealt with them. You arranged for someone to bring back the bodies," Wu Heng said. Hartel looked a little confused. "Bringing reinforcements?" Outside the fortress, around the fortress, which was filled with light mist, rangers and thieves in different costumes crouched down, using the cover of grass and trees to stare at the fortress in the distance. "Look! The skeleton above has changed," a ranger with a full beard said in a deep voice. The others looked ahead, and on the tall and heavy city walls, the figures of skeletons began to increase. It should be that the number of skeletons in the city has increased, and the number of defenses has also increased. Another person also let the tamer fly into the sky and looked at the wall from a distance. The bearded ranger said, "The skeletons have no time to change guards, and we can't find anything if we stay here. As long as we piece together the deployment of the army inside, we can take back the fortress, and we will also do a great job." The bearded ranger snorted and said with a smile, "When the time comes, let that woman pay the price. The traitor of mankind will definitely." Before he finished speaking, there was a sound of dead branches being stepped on and broken. He looked to the side. In his sight, the companion beside him turned his head suddenly, and turned 180 degrees back to the front in the harsh bone friction. The body fell to the ground, and the tamer fell to the side. Crack! Crack! The sound of bone friction rang out one after another. The scouts around them had their necks twisted and fell to the ground. "Damn it! Enemy attack! Flee! Kabaw!" The bearded man stopped talking, looked around, and then fell to the ground. In the distance, the fortress gate opened. A large number of skeletons rushed out from the city wall. They walked into the bushes and dragged the bodies back to the fortress. Commander's mansion. Hartel hurried back from outside with the skeletons. He said directly, "Master, madam, everyone outside is dead. The skeleton mage has selected a few to interrogate the corpses. After collecting intelligence, the spies will be sent to Kaika City." "Kaika City?" Hartel explained. "The Lynchung in the south. If the army continues to attack downward, the next city is Kaika City." The corpse also said that Kaika City has gathered a lot of troops and established a defense line to block the skeleton army. Wu Heng nodded to show that he understood, and then asked, "Do you have any information about the second prince?" "No. They are just some reconnaissance teams, and they didn't ask for any information in this regard." Hartel shook his head. Wu Heng nodded. "It's okay. There's no need to let anyone know about when Man Sha and I coming here. I have my own plans later. Yes, master. You guys chat. I go upstairs to rest for a while. Wu Heng went straight upstairs. Returned to the study. Only when Man Sha and Hartle were left. And they continued to talk about the things in Rentam City. Waited in the study for a while. The three ghosts also flew back from outside. All the spies around were cleared. And the city was checked. But nothing suspicious was found. Wu Heng asked the ghost to come back first. Open the boundary gate and go to the zombie world. On the other side, it was directly the monitoring room. Wu Heng asked the skeleton sitting in the seat to zoom in on the cell where the 18th level thief was. In the camera, the thief's injuries have recovered. Unlike the dying look yesterday. People in the other world, because of their professions and levels, are in much better physical condition than people in this world. Wu Heng also had some expectations about what he would become in the end. Will he bring any surprises to himself? After confirming that there was no problem in the cell, Wu Heng walked out of the monitoring room and went to the cell. Crash! The door of the cell opened, and the thief who tried to study the shackles suddenly looked up at the door. He found that Wu Heng walked in with the skeleton, his eyes wide open. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he asked, Wu Heng, why did you lock me up here? In this separate room? You can smell the rotten smell in the air. Not killing him, but giving him medicine. What on earth are you doing? Inside the commander's mansion, Hattel was holding a toy in his hand, and the laughter of a baby came from the front. When Manshaw sat aside, drinking tea, and said softly, Hattel, madam, get ready, and accompany the master with me tonight. Hattel's face suddenly turned red, and he said a little shyly, I listen to madam. When Manshaw smiled and said, I have that one in my room. You can wear it when the time comes. The master will like it. Hattel lowered his head. Thank you, madam. Chapter 803. I catch them and bring them to accompany you. In the dim cell, Wu Heng sat down opposite and asked directly, Who gave you the ticket for the ghost train? The thief narrowed his eyes with a fierce look, and asked back, I tell you. Can you let me go? Do you think it's possible to walk out after entering here? Wu Heng said directly. The thief's eyes were more fierce, and he gritted his teeth and said angrily, Then what do you say? What do you ask? What can make you feel more comfortable during this period of time? He. The thief grinned, staring at this side, falling into the hands of the Necromancer. There is still such a thing as comfort? I will commit suicide so that you can't do those experiments. I know the resurrection technique and can save you. The thief's voice suddenly became quiet, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. Wu Heng continued, I will still awaken the soul. Even if you die, I will continue to use your soul for experiments. You really deserve to die. The thief gnashed his teeth. I change the condition. Tell me something useful, and then I capture those people to accompany you. Wu Heng spoke again. The thief's eyes condensed, and then he sneered. Just you? A necromancer who has just changed his job for less than 2 years? In his heart, his failure was not entirely due to the gap in strength. It was because the intelligence of the spy in Rentam City was leaked, and the enemy was prepared to wait for him to come. So he failed. If he really let himself assassinate this kid, he would never lose. How do you know if you don't try? They gave you the wrong information and got you caught. They deserve to eat and drink. Wu Heng leaned back and looked at him and said, Even if we can't catch them, we make them lose a layer of skin. The thief narrowed his eyes and suddenly smiled. Asked, The previous condition must also be included. You betrayed your client just like that? The thief said calmly. You overestimate my professional ethics. Wu Heng asked directly. Who gave you the train ticket? Bryce, an old merchant in the kingdom of Yeko. Killed when Manshaw for 200 gold and 2 tickets. The thief replied. Wu Heng glanced at the other party. Continued to ask, Do you know how he got the ticket? How would I know? Where did you hire you? Nilari City. Have you seen the second prince? I'm paid to do the job. Why would I see him? The thief sneered. Wu Heng then asked, How many high-level professionals do they have? The thief's eyes suddenly condensed, staring at him and said, A lot. They are very rich. Supporting and hiring, which is not comparable to you skeletons. How about it? Are you still as confident as before? Are there any level 20 heroes? Wu Heng asked calmly. The thief was stunned. How is it possible? Just give an exact number. How many level 18 there are? Probably Wu Heng asked directly. I don't know. But it is certain that there are not a few. And there are also troops. The thief replied. Wu Heng nodded. Who do you want me to catch back? Do you really want to go? Bryce. This old guy only gave me 200. He deserves to die. I know. After Wu Heng finished speaking, he turned and walked out. The thief's voice continued to come from behind. If you are timid, you can pretend not to know. You look like a coward. The iron door closed, and the sound was isolated again. Wu Heng walked out along the corridor. And the ghost also revealed his figure. Glinda said, Can his words be trusted? Benny said, I don't think it's very credible. It's too easy to ask. Xiao Xiao leaned on Wu Heng's shoulder and added, He always laughs like a psychopath. He won't be beaten stupid. Wu Heng walked towards the monitoring room and said, I definitely can't believe it all. But the location he said the second prince is the same as the location he got from the corpse. There should be no problem with this. Do you really want to deal with the second prince? Glinda asked. Let's go and take a look. If there is no chance, forget it. If there is a chance, kill him, Wu Heng said with a smile. That's fine. Glinda nodded. The other two ghosts had no objections. Even if they went to the city where the second prince was. Wu Heng's camouflage ability should not be a problem. If something went wrong, he would have a way to ensure his own safety. All the way back to the monitoring room. Wu Heng also zoomed in on the cell where the thief was. The thief was still sitting on the iron bed, leaning on his knees, thinking about something. Zoom out the screen again. Sitting on the chair. He began to think about the next plan. The location of the second prince has been basically determined. As long as he is killed, the assassination of Wen Mansha can be solved. But it is only a temporary solution. If the second prince dies, there will still be the eldest prince. Killing the second prince and occupying the land of the Yeko kingdom. Any reason can make him continue to attack the city of Rantam. It's really endless. But there is no better way at the moment. So we can only take one step at a time and deal with the second prince first. The eldest prince is entangled by the association investigation team. And he should not put too much thought on this in a short time. Try to delay it as much as possible. When facing the eldest prince, maybe he will reach level 20 and have a new solution. After thinking it over, Wu Heng got up and said, Let's go. Let's go there. The three ghosts flew back and got into the body. Wu Heng asked the skeleton to keep an eye on the thief. Opened the boundary door. And walked in. Returning to the setted fortress. It was almost dusk. Walking down from upstairs. When Mansha was chatting with Hatter. And seeing him coming downstairs. She smiled and said, The master is downstairs. Hatter asked to send dinner over. Yes, ma'am. Hattel walked out and arranged for the skeleton to send dinner over. Along the way, there were corpses of various occupations in the skeletons. After being transformed into skeletons, they were also assigned to corresponding positions. The level may not be high, but it can avoid trouble such as being poisoned. Dinner was served on the table. After Wu Heng and when Mansha sat down, Hartel still sat beside him like a housekeeper. Master, eat more, so you will have strength at night. When Mansha picked up the meat slices and put them in his bowl. During the time she lived with Wu Heng, she basically learned to use chopsticks. Wu Heng glanced at her unhappily. Pay attention to the impact. You are the city lord now. When Mansha smiled. What are you afraid of at home? Hartel is not an outsider. Right. Hartel. Thank you for your trust. Madam. Hartel stood straight, looking straight ahead. When Mansha smiled and nodded. After eating for a while, Wu Heng also wiped his mouth and put down his bowl and chopsticks. When Mansha continued, Master, let's go see the child. Hartel. You should prepare after you finish eating. Yes, madam. Hartel saluted. Wu Heng stood up and followed When Mansha upstairs. After feeding the child, he handed the baby back to the skeleton ghost woman. But When Mansha was a little strange. She heard the child's laughter just outside the door. And the laughter stopped after opening the door. It was the same when she was in Rantam City 2 days ago. The baby also opened his eyes wide and reached up to grab. As if playing with someone. I was a little worried about whether there would be any problems. Wu Heng certainly knew what was going on. The three ghosts didn't have much entertainment here. Apart from going out for a walk. They just played with the children at home. He could only vaguely explain that the child might be in a good mood and would get better slowly. The sky was dim. In the bedroom, the moonlight shone through the gauze curtain. giving people a quiet and soft feeling. When Manshaw leaned in his arms and whispered, "Master, there are so many cities now. I'm afraid I can't manage such a large place. The battle has been going on until now, and there is more than one city now. To the north, they signed an alliance with the Orc tribes, responsible for coordinating management and helping them build infrastructure. To the south, they occupied a large area of land and cities in the Yek Kingdom. In terms of the current territory, it is not small." Wu Hung put his hand around her shoulders, put it into his clothes, rubbed it gently, and said, "Don't underestimate yourself. You manage Ratam City very well, and you will manage the rest well. Sometimes thinking about it is like a dream. I managed a few people in the gang, and now I am in this position." When Manshaw's tone was a little emotional. "Yes, time flies so fast." Wu Hung hugged her again. When Manshaw smiled, looked at the sky outside the window, and said with a smile, "Will the master always like me?" "Of course. You are so good and obedient," Wu Hung said with a smile. "Then I have prepared a gift for the master." When Manshaw smiled, and her eyes narrowed into crescents, Wu Hung raised his eyebrows, indicating that she could start. When Manshaw sat up slightly and called out to the direction of the door, "Hartle, come in." The door was slowly pushed open, and the housekeeper Hartle walked in quietly. Wu Hung looked at When Manshaw in doubt, pulled the quilt over, and covered himself. Hartle's long brown hair was tied up, and she wore a black cat ear hairpin on her head, and her iconic black framed glasses. She was wearing a brown coat that completely covered her body. She came over and bowed slightly. "Master." "Madam." When Manshaw smiled and nodded, holding Wu Hung's hand, and said softly, "Master, there are many things happening in Ratam City recently, and people are worried about us. Hartel has always been steady. Let her help you, and you will feel more at ease." After that, she patted the back of his hand gently. Chapter 804. Assassinating the prince? How come I don't know? Wu Hung also understood what the other party meant instantly. Hartel came to accompany him last time in Ratam City. It was just that Wu Hung was in a hurry to go back at that time, so he only mentioned it during the chat. Seeing that Wu Hung didn't speak, When Manshaw smiled and said, "Hartel, aren't you hot?" Hartel nodded slightly, unbuttoned the buttons of his coat one by one, and gradually opened the lapels, revealing his white and smooth skin. Then, the coat fell off, and Hartel appeared in front of him wearing a bold and outstanding underwear. The black corset fits her skin softly, outlining her slender waistline. The proud double peaks are held high, with dazzling rhinestones hanging on the top, shining brightly under the light. The lower body is still simple cloth, with black ribbons tied around the legs. Hartel lowered her head, like a shy and charming cat. When Manshaw looked at her and also observed Wu Hung, with a smile in her eyes, and said softly, "Don't take off your glasses. Your master likes you wearing glasses." Hartel, who wanted to take off his glasses, put them back on and stood still. "Walk around and let your master take a good look." Hartel stood still and slowly turned around, and the rhinestones on his body swayed slightly. When Manshaw smiled and asked, "Master, do you still like it?" Without waiting for Wu Hung to answer, When Manshaw said suddenly, "It seems that you like it very much. You are naughty." Wu Hung patted her waist. When Manshaw still kept smiling, lifted the thin blanket on the two of them, and carefully straddled her waist. She glanced at Hartel, who was still standing there, and said softly, "Hartel, come over and hold it a little." "Yes, ma'am," Hartel replied, and held When Manshaw's shoulders from behind. Wu Hung glanced at Hartel, reached over When Manshaw in front of him, gently touched her shoulders and collarbones, and picked up the shaking rhinestones with his index finger. Hartel's body trembled, and his face became even redder. Wu Hung continued to touch the other's cheek. Hartel tilted his head and pressed against the other's palm, his eyes rolling. Then, he put 2 fingers in his mouth. "Huh? I'm so tired." "Hartel, hold me a little." When Manshaw exhaled heavily and leaned back in Hartel's arms, Hartel smiled and said, "Madam, take your time. The night is still long." "Yeah." When Manshaw hummed, turned her head and asked, "Compared with your husband, how is the master's figure?" Hartel glanced secretly. "Madam is blessed." Nilali City. The night was like thick ink, heavily covering the entire mansion. Several bright torches flickered on the wall, trying to reflect a small halo. I heard that His Highness has ordered another conscription. I feel that peace will not last for a few days. A soldier leaned against the wall and said softly. His companion beside him nodded. Yes. I just don't know whether to fight with Ratam City or the Royal City. I hope it's those skeletons. There may be former comrades in the Royal City. If there is no chaos inside, those damn skeletons are nothing. The two chatted in a low voice. And suddenly one of them looked down at the wall, frowning. Who? Huh? The next second, the figure in sight turned into a rolling gray fog and rushed towards the wall. The guards on the wall noticed something strange. And before the alarm bell sounded, one of them had already drawn his sword and chopped at the gray fog. The gray fog was cut in an instant, and then gathered again, turning into a tall woman on the wall. Damn it. Shoot. The captain of the guard shouted. You don't know how to live or die. The woman sneered, spitting out a large cloud of gray fog from her mouth. And in the blink of an eye, she turned into a group of falcons and beasts, rushing towards everyone in front. Shouts and killing rang out, and more black shadows jumped onto the city wall from outside and landed silently. Have you found the trace of the second prince? One person asked. A figure in a black cloak tightened the wooden stick in his hand and said, if you can't find the target, you can kill into the mansion in the middle, and you will find it naturally. That's a way. The leading man smiled and agreed, and said directly, Killin. The rest of the people all passed the guards, who were fighting with the gray fog, like cheetahs looking for food, fanned out and killed into the mansion, looking for death. Kill all these enemies. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the mansion. More torches lit up, and guards poured out from all directions. Arrows shot out like a rainstorm, and swords flashed cold light. The two sides immediately started fighting, and the sound of collision and roaring resounded through the night sky. Then, figures rushed out from all parts of the mansion and attacked the black-clad men who rushed in. The battle became more intense in an instant. Early morning, in the restaurant, Wu Hung sat at the dining table and ate a few bites. He said, When Manshaw, I will leave today. You stay here and wait for my notice. When Manshaw frowned. Master, please stay for a few more days, so that Hartel can serve you more. Hartel, who was standing on one side, was still straight, and looked at Wu Hung with some caution. It's not time to enjoy yet. Wait until the business is done, Wu Hung said. When Manshaw thought for a while. Are you going to deal with the second prince? Let's go and see first. It's hard to say whether we will take action in the end. When Manshaw eyes showed worry, and Hartel looked at her with some surprise. Even if it's just the second prince, he can occupy half of the kingdom's land. How can he be killed so easily? Will it be dangerous? When Manshaw asked carefully. I won't take action if there is danger. Don't worry, Wu Hung said. When Manshaw nodded. Even though she believed in Wu Hung, she still said, don't take risks. Even if he doesn't die, we can win in a head-on battle. I know. Wu Hung smiled and nodded. Then said, Karamu, you stay to protect Wen Manshaw. Karamu, holding the hilt of the sword with one hand, walked directly behind Wen Manshaw and stood still. Wen Manshaw's eyes were a little puzzled. Master, I don't have anything to do here. Karamu, you stay by my side to protect you. I have a new skeleton attendant. Karamu is level 17, and his weapon is an evil sword. Let it protect you no matter what you do, Wu Hung said, seeing that he was serious. When Manshaw could only nod. Okay. Listen to the master's arrangements. After dinner, Wu Hung continued to give the two of them a few words. Without staying for long, he left the fortress, in a deserted place in the wild, put on the train conductor's hat, and boarded the train. Outside the city of Nilali, the train appeared, and Wu Hung walked slowly off the train. Looking around, he saw the city in the distance. The intelligence said that the second prince was there. With a thought, he released all three ghosts, floating in the air. Grinda flew up to the sky and looked at the city. It seems that this is the city where the second prince is. Many of the people guarding the walls and gates are high-level professionals. Wu Hung put on a mask and changed into a fisherman. What level are they? Level 10. With many level 15 people. Grinda continued. Wu Hung frowned. Using such people to guard the city walls? The treatment is indeed different. Let's go. Let's sneak into the city and take a look. Wu Hung walked down. The three ghosts disappeared and followed behind him, chatting in a low voice. When he approached the city gate, Wu Hung felt something was wrong. A checkpoint had been set up at a distance from the city gate, and the guards were conducting a careful inspection. The crowd had formed a long line, and many people complained in low voices. Wu Hung, the guards are searching everyone, checking pockets and packages. And it seems that they are also checking for storage items. Benny flew back and said, "No, I'm coming. The inspection is so detailed." "Do you know why?" Wu Hung asked in a low voice. Benny said, "It seems that something happened in the city, and they are arresting fugitives." "Something happened in the city, and it has nothing to do with me." Xiao Xiao asked, "Uncle, do you want to rush in directly? Let's take a look at the situation first." Wu Hung looked around, changed the road directly, walked towards the woodland on one side, and then said, "Benny, go to the city and find a corner that is more spacious." "Okay." Benny agreed and flew out quickly. Not long after, she flew back quickly, get into the body, and share the previous picture. Wu Hung saw the route that Benny passed by and the open space she chose through the shared picture. Release teleportation. The magic circle gradually takes shape, and the body disappears. When the line of sight returns again, it has appeared in the open space selected by Benny. 3 ghosts followed from outside and flew in. "Wow! It can be used like this," Xiao Xiao exclaimed. "It just suddenly occurred to me." Wu Hung smiled and continued. "Glinda, Benny, go to the city to check the situation. Where are the troops and high-level professionals?" "Xiao Xiao, stay with me, and notify me in advance if there is any danger." "Okay." The 3 ghosts agreed and began to prepare. Wu Hung walked out of the alley and mixed into the crowd. There were guards walking on the street all the way, questioning some suspicious people. Wu Hung was alone, with a simple face and very ordinary clothes. From time to time, people were questioned along the way, but they only looked at Wu Hung and waved him to leave quickly. Wu Hung walked for a while, walked directly into a tavern, and sat down in an empty seat in the corner. "Guest, what would you like to drink?" "A glass of wine. Bread and vegetable soup." "Okay." "Wait a moment." Wu Hung sat at the table and waited for a while, and the food was served. He ate casually, and guests began to sit at the neighboring tables one after another. One person said, "The city of Rentam attacked your highness's residence last night. I heard that the troops in the city were mobilized, and the scene was so big. What was the ending? What else could it be? Your highness must have had high-level professionals around him, and they were driven away. Now the city is searching for these people. These damn undead." Wu Hung listened, and his hand that was tearing the bread paused. The city was under martial law, and they were searching one by one. Are they arresting people from the city of Rentam? They even broke into the prince's residence? Damn! Who said that? Chapter 805. The mansion is fake. How did those undead spirits sneak into the city? Are there spies in the city defense army? It's hard to say. Then, a lower voice asked, "What was the loss last night? Is your highness okay? Is there any need to think about it? If there is something wrong, they will search the whole city, and I'm afraid they will go to war directly. The undead spirits are really damned. May the gods bless your highness." The guests in the tavern gradually increased, and Wu Hung's neighboring table was gradually filled with people. The topics discussed at each table were basically related to what happened last night. Although each table tried to keep their voices down, Wu Hung could still hear them clearly. It can be basically confirmed that a battle did take place in the city. Some people also saw the assembled troops and the prince's mansion with black smoke. It's not fake news used to confuse people. It's just, why was it spread on the city of Rentam? It should be easy to identify whether it was the undead spirits who did it. Wu Hung looked up, and the bartender came over with 2 people, and looked at the remaining empty seats. "Guest, if you don't have a companion, these 2 guests want to sit here." "No one." "Sit down," Wu Hung said. The other 2 sat down on the chairs. Wu Hung ate the last bite of bread and looked at the bartender. "Are there any empty rooms?" "Yes. You want to stay in the hotel, right? The second floor is an ordinary room, and the third floor is slightly better," the bartender said immediately. "I want a room on the inside of the second floor. I take you to see it." The 2 went upstairs together. The 2 who had just sat down saw Wu Hung leave on his own initiative, and began to talk in a low voice about the attack on the prince's mansion. Going up to the second floor, Wu Hung looked at the room fee and paid it, and then booked it directly. The bartender collected the money, said not to disturb the guests, and closed the door directly. The room is very simple. There is a round table in the middle, and a bed on the inside. The window on one side can see the street. Wu Hung sat down at the round table, and Grenda and Benny, who had gone out to investigate, appeared beside him. "How is it?" Wu Hung asked. Benny said first, "I went to the place where the army was stationed in the city. The highest level reached level 18. And there were also several level 15 professionals." Grenda continued, "I went to the prince's mansion in the central area, where a large number of troops were stationed. I saw 3 level 18 professionals." Wu Hung frowned instantly. He had just arrived here, and found 4 level 18 professionals. "Where is the second prince? Is there anyone with a corresponding appearance?" Benny shook her head, indicating that she had not seen him. Grenda also said, "No. The prince's mansion is not a place to live at all. It is more like a trap to lure people in." It turned out that the prince's mansion was originally a fake place. No wonder everyone in the city mentioned the prince's mansion. That place was a trap. Benny floated aside, pondered for a moment and said, "The mansion is fake. So is the information about the second prince here also fake?" After saying this, Wu Hung and Grenda were both stunned. Grenda nodded. "It's possible. I feel that the possibility is not great." Wu Hung pondered for a moment, and explained in the questioning eyes of the two ghosts, "The number of troops and level 18 professionals he can mobilize is limited. The main forces are gathered here. He must be in this city. If he is outside, he will die if the news leaks. There are exploration professions in this world. The prophet can find the location of people through items. I don't have the things used by the second prince, and the eldest prince doesn't have them either. Therefore, it is impossible to use the main combat power to set traps, especially in the battle with Rentam City. No level 18 professionals were used. It is enough to prove that the combat power in his hands is not sufficient. The possibility of him hiding somewhere else is even smaller." Wu Hung continued, "It should be that the mansion is fake, but he is hiding somewhere else in the city. Your analysis makes sense." Glinda agreed with this statement after hearing it. Benny followed up, "So, our next step is to search the whole city for him. This city is a bit big. Now the whole city is on alert. It's more difficult to find him." Glinda was also a little helpless. Wu Hung didn't say anything, thought for a while, and said, "We are not in a hurry. Let's see if there are any suspicious places. As long as he is in the city, we will find him sooner or later. Then I go out and take a look," Benny said, and flew out again invisibly. Glinda glanced at Benny, who was leaving, and said to Wu Hung, "Be careful. Maybe there are some exploration props in the city. Go out first if there is danger." "Okay. I pay attention," Wu Hung said with a smile. Glinda nodded and flew out directly. The two ghosts left. Wu Hung took out a new set of bedding and spread it on the bed. There was a noise outside the window. Standing at the window and looking out, I saw the patrol team walking on the street and began to drive away some residents who stayed to prepare for curfew. "Uncle, disguise yourself quickly. The boss is coming up with the guards." Xiao Xiao flew back from outside and said hurriedly. Wu Hung listened carefully and heard footsteps and noise in the corridor outside the door. He took out the mask and put it on, put the space ring in his arms, and asked, "What are you checking?" "Ask if there are any outsiders." The boss said yes. So he brought them up. Xiao Xiao said, "Bang!" with a muffled sound. The door opened wide. The patrol team in uniform walked in directly and checked the situation in the room. The captain looked around the room and asked coldly, "One person? One person. What are you doing in the city?" "I heard that His Highness is recruiting soldiers, so I want to make a career." The captain looked him up and down. "You know how to choose the time. And you are a mercenary?" Wu Hung said, "I have been a hunter for a few years, and I have strength. Besides," the captain sneered, "those who died are strong." At this time, the other people who had simply searched the room said, "Captain, there is nothing." The captain nodded, motioned to go out, and said to Wu Hung, "Don't walk around." "Okay." Wu Hung nodded. The guards all left. The hotel owner walked in with an apologetic look on his face. "Sorry, guest. I check once or twice a day. It's okay." The hotel owner smiled, helped him close the door, and continued to chase the guards out. "Uncle." They left and went to the next tavern. Xiao Xiao flew back again. "Well, the city is really strict in checking." Wu Hung hung the curtains and took off his mask. "Uncle, will they come again?" Xiao Xiao continued to ask. Just check the outsiders in the tavern. One check is enough. Wu Heng replied. Xiao Xiao floated over. Oh, then do I still need to watch outside? No. Notify me in time if there is any danger. Okay. Uncle, give me the tablet. I will watch animation at night, Xiao Xiao said. Wu Heng handed the tablet to Xiao Xiao and opened mansion technique. After washing up inside, he came out and lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, thinking about the plan this time. Someone attacked the prince's mansion last night, causing the whole city to fall into a high level of alert, which was also an obstacle to his own actions. The assassin should be the eldest prince's people. Why do you have to publicize that it is from Ratam City? The shitpot is put on this side. Take a deep breath and put your arms behind your head. The next plan is to find the location of the second prince. I can't just open the gate and go to war with the whole city. After all, my original plan was to kill the second prince silently, relying on the skeletons to massacre the city. Then the association and the church will come to trouble me. If the ghost can't find the other party, I can find 2 corpses to ask. Or there are items used by the second prince, and use the tracking pendant to find his location. Thinking in my heart, I confirmed that Xiao Xiao was watching the video, closed my eyes and fell asleep. Early in the morning, Wu Heng washed up in the mansion technique. 3 ghosts were chatting about what happened last night at the round table. Seeing Wu Heng coming out, Grinda handed him a piece of paper and said, "This is a map of the city. It looks like this from the air. I have marked out several suspected locations." Wu Heng picked it up and took a look. It showed the general outline of a city. Several of the locations were circled separately. Let's go. Let's eat first, and then walk around according to the map. Wu Heng opened the door and walked out. He went downstairs and ordered breakfast. The bartender came over and asked, "Guest, do you need to stay in the room?" Wu Heng paid for another day's accommodation. "Stay." "Okay, sir." The bartender took the money and walked him to the door with a smile. Wu Heng also walked out directly, mixed into the crowd on the street, and walked according to the location on the map. Along the way, several areas were guarded by guards. After going around in circles, they came to a busy area. The noisy market had just dispersed, and there were still vegetable and fruit crumbs and livestock feces on the stone road, and a mixed smell filled the air. Wu Heng walked along the road, still thinking about the next plan in his mind. He needed a breakthrough to obtain more information about this city. Walking forward, he gradually deviated from the main road and walked into a dim alley. He stopped and turned back to wait. Soon, several figures followed in and blocked one side of the alley. The leading man was in his 30s, with a face full of flesh and a horizontal scar on his head, like a centipede lying on it. There were also 4 people following behind him, all wearing weapons on their waists, with mockery in their eyes. "Can you feel us following you, professional?" The scarred man grinned and showed his yellow teeth. Looking him up and down, Wu Heng asked calmly, "You guys, you followed me in broad daylight. I called the guards." The scarred man sneered, and a man behind him said in a strange voice, "You shout and see if the guards will come, or come to collect your body." Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. "I didn't offend you." Another man said, "This is the territory managed by our gang. It's your bad luck. 2 silver coins. We go drink. You can do whatever you want. This city is really chaotic. The guards are strictly checking the streets in front, and the gangs in the alleys behind randomly draw lucky passers-by to collect tolls. Your Highness is recruiting troops. Your gang has the ability. Why don't you share the worries of His Highness?" Wu Heng asked. Wu Heng didn't know what the ancient Earth was like, but in this world, if something happens in the city, the gangs will basically be recruited to join the army. "You are a very nosy guy. Go. See how much money he has. Take it all. Strip him naked and throw him on the street," the scarred man said. The man behind him walked over with a stick in his hand, grinning. "Kid, remember this lesson from now on. Break your hands and feet. You will never forget it." "Humph. Then I just beat you to death." As they spoke, they smashed him on the head with sticks in their hands. Wu Heng grabbed the stick with one hand, and in the other party's unbelievable eyes. Bang, bang, bang. After the violent hammering sound, they fell to the ground. The scarred man in the distance suddenly changed his face. You can leave now. We and the chieftain gang respect the strong." After saying that, he turned around and wanted to run away. The next second, His body froze in place. And then he retreated back to the depths of the alley step by step. Bang! The broken half of the stick hit his neck. The cervical vertebra was broken. The head drooped unnaturally to one side. And then the body fell down. Humph! Little thief. Xiao Xiao said. Benny said, no one is nearby. Wu Heng released talk to the dead to Scar's body. And the body sat up again. The head was still drooping to one side. But the eyes were open and looking here. Wu Heng asked, why weren't you recruited into the army? The body replied, the city needs us to help manage some places and deal with things that are not convenient for the army to deal with. Wu Heng then asked, who assassinated the prince's mansion? The assassin from Ratam City. It seems that the outside world believes that it was the assassin from Ratam City. This shitpot is firmly locked. Where is the second prince? In the prince's mansion. After 3 questions, basically no useful information was obtained. These people are members of the gangs in the city, and it is difficult to get useful information. Wu Heng thought for a moment, then asked, who is your leader? Sid. Where is he? In the gang's base behind. After the 5 questions, the body lay back on the ground. Wu Heng said to the ghost beside him, Benny, go to the courtyard and take a look. Okay. Benny agreed and flew out. Wu Heng took out the space ring, rolled up the body, and put it all away. Wu Heng cleaned up the scene. Benny also flew back from outside and said, 2 professionals of about level 5 are in the hall, and a professional of level 10 is counting money in the room. He should be the boss of the gang. I take a look at the venue. Let's go in directly, Wu Heng said. Benny got into the body and shared the picture. The distance was not far. After Wu Heng determined the location, the magic circle emerged from under his feet. The next second, he appeared directly in a courtyard. Who is it? How did you? The 2 people who were drinking tea in the hall immediately noticed Wu Heng's sudden appearance. As soon as they spoke, their bodies froze in place. Crack, crack sounded. The neck was directly broken. Then, a figure rushed out from the inside with a long knife, looked at the corpse on the ground and the figure walking over, and was about to speak. The body froze. Crack! The sound of bone breaking sounded, and the neck was twisted into a knot. No big deal, Xiao Xiao said excitedly. 3 ghosts also appeared from midair. When ghosts kill low-level professionals, it feels like a dimensionality reduction attack. That's not right. For any profession, killing them at level 20 is a dimensionality reduction attack. Wu Heng set his eyes on the gang leader on the ground. Directly released talking to the dead. The corpse sat up again and looked over here. Where is the second prince? The corpse replied. The prince's mansion. This answer again. It seems that most people think that the second prince lives in the mansion. After thinking for a while, he asked, where is Bryce? I don't know where. He knows Bryce? The name Bryce was brought up by the 18th level thief he caught. He said that this person gave him 2 tickets and hired him to kill Winman Shaw. Who is he? He is a 18th level professional who is responsible for intelligence work in the city. Not a businessman. The thief is lying to him. Outside the city, in a wooden house, an old figure came back from outside. In the wooden house, a lot of eyes looked over, and one of them asked, how is it? The city is under full martial law, and it will be difficult to get in a short time. The old figure said, where is the second prince? Can you find him? No trace was found. The old man sat down aside. The inquiring figure remained silent, and his eyes fell on the corner again. Viola, can your profession find him? I know the prophet can. Chapter 806. Agreement voided. Normal experiment. The wooden house fell silent again. The prophet can find the location of the second prince. But where can we find the prophet now? After a while, the cloaked man in the lead said, contact the spies in the city, and when the target location is determined, we will arrange the next action. The others did not respond. After a long while, someone spoke up, if the intelligence is still so outrageous next time, I will leave directly. Don't worry. This problem will not occur again next time. The leading man replied. Everyone nodded and said no more. In the corner, Viola raised her eyes slightly, glanced at everyone in the room, then wrapped her whole body with a cloak and closed her eyes to rest. When mentioning the prophet, Treasure Island came to mind again. This damn profession is more difficult than imagined. Since the failure of the last Treasure Island plan, I can feel the feeling of being spied on from time to time. Needless to say, I also know that it is the owner of Treasure Island who is staring at me. Humph! Insatiable kid. When this matter is over, I will go back and kill you. I hope you can make some progress. Red Wind Gang. In the courtyard, listening to the corpse's answer, Wu Hung frowned. The name provided by the thief is true, but his identity is not a businessman. He is an 18th level professional in the city who is responsible for intelligence. In other words, if I go into the city and try to inquire about this name according to the information provided by the thief, I will be targeted at the first time. And I have been given such a trick. It is really dishonest. Wu Hung looked at the corpse again and asked, "How do you know this person?" The corpse replied, "The Red Wind Gang is responsible for some intelligence collection in this area, and some intelligence will be sent to him. In other words, this guy is also the boss of the Red Wind Gang. He must know the location of the second prince. There is only one question left." Wu Hung asked, "How can you see him with your identity?" "I can't see him. I just heard of him." After the 5 questions, the corpse lay back with a bang. Wu Hung bent down and searched the body for a while. In addition to the money bag, there was also a pass with a seal. It said that he could enter the patrol team. It seemed that the Red Wind Gang had some status. He put the looted things into the space ring, put the mask on the face of the corpse, and began to replicate the appearance. Grenda floated aside and said, "That thief. He didn't say a word of truth." "That's right. He's not a good person at first glance," Xiao Xiao also said angrily. "The thief only said this one person, and it was a trap in the end. If other professions entered the city, without ghosts and corpses, they would probably fall here." Wu Hung said, "It's not a gain. It can be confirmed that this Bryce is also a professional in the city, and his status is not low. If we can find him, we will definitely find the location of the second prince. The city is on alert. If we fight with high-level professionals, we may be besieged." Grenda said, "Don't rush to do it. Let's see the situation first," Wu Hung said, taking the mask back into the space ring. "Yeah, as long as we can determine the target, it's not difficult to kill this second prince," Glenda also said. Wu Hung nodded and was about to speak. Benny flew over from outside and said, "Wu Hung, a gang member is back. 3 people are carrying a sack. They should have tied someone back." "Gang members are back?" Wu Hung glanced at the scene, thought quickly in his heart, and said, "Glenda, you possess a corpse, and I pretend to be this leader." Glenda raised his eyebrows and understood what the other party meant. He looked at the corpse lying on the ground with some disgust in his eyes, but he still flew over and got into the corpse. Kaba kaba! The broken neck turned back again, and the body walked over like a puppet. After a few steps, the movement began to become smooth. Wu Hung put on a mask and transformed into the appearance of a gang leader. The 2 bodies were also rolled up and put into the space ring. There was a voice outside the courtyard gate. Wu Hung glanced at the target that Granda was possessed by. "I go in first." Squeak! The courtyard gate was pushed open, and 3 sloppy figures hurried in. The 2 people behind worked together to lift a cloth bag that kept twisting. The humming sound was obviously a person tied up. "Where is the boss?" "He's counting money inside." "Who is inside?" Granda asked expressionlessly. When the gang members heard it, they shouted inside excitedly, "Boss, the person is caught for you, alive and kicking." Wu Hung walked out of the room and glanced at the cloth bag. "Open it. Let me see." "Okay." The leader came forward excitedly and opened the cloth bag, revealing a girl with a dusty face. "Boss, I've brought her back to you. Can you let the brothers have a try after you're done? This little girl is really hot." A younger brother rubbed his hands and smiled. The girl's eyes were full of fear. She seemed to be cursing with her mouth blocked. Wu Hung glanced at her and asked, "Did you catch her smoothly?" "Don't worry, boss. We can just bury her when the time comes. No one will find her," the younger brother said with a grin. Wu Hung then asked, "Why are there only 3 of you? Where are the others?" The younger brother looked a little puzzled. "The others are still at the market. Come in with me. You did a good job. I give you some rewards." Wu Hung walked into the room. The 3 of them lit up when they heard this. They followed him into the study and looked at the bags of silver coins on the table with some expectation in their eyes. Wu Hung waved his hand, and the door closed instantly. "Kill them." Crack! The necks of the 2 men were instantly broken. The last person looked at his fallen companion in confusion. And the next second his neck twisted into a knot. And he fell down directly. Benny, help me guard the courtyard. And another gang member came back to tell me. Xiao. Go and replace your Aunt Glinda. And keep an eye on the girl in the sack. Wu Heng said. Okay, uncle. The two ghosts flew away directly. Glinda possessed the corpse and walked back. Kill it directly. It's still the most convenient to ask the corpse. Wu Heng said. Glinda nodded in agreement and sat down aside. At the same time, all the other corpses were taken out. There were 6 corpses in total. The corpse sat up after releasing talk to the dead on the first one. Wu Heng asked, how many people are there in the Red Wind Gang? The corpse replied, 27 people. The number is not large. Less than the number of gangs normally understood. Wu Heng then asked, what are your main responsibilities in the city? Manage this market area and collect some civilian intelligence. What does the leader need to do every day? The corpse was silent for a moment and replied, the leader will assign tasks. If there is something to do at night, we will have another meeting. If there is nothing to do, we will disperse. What is the money in the room used for? Every 7 days. The money will be sent to the guards according to the amount. The 5th question. Wu Heng asked, how is it divided? 40% for the Minister of State, 30% for the President, 20% for the guards, and 10% for the gang. Good guy. Only 10% of the entire gang's income. No wonder there is still such a Red Wind Gang in this city. Wu Heng continued to release talking to the dead to the second corpse. Asked, how many days are left before sending the money to the guards? I will send it to the guards tomorrow. Have you heard that there are any special places in the city besides the prince's mansion? The corpse pondered again. I don't know. The next time, Wu Heng questioned all the corpses. He also got a general understanding of the Red Wind Gang in this city. The main business of the Red Wind Gang is to run the nearby market, which is somewhat like the contracted market in the modern world. At that time, the money will be sent up and divided with the people above. It can also be regarded as having some say in the current situation of martial law in the whole city. The Red Wind Gang will send the money to the guards in this area, and the person who can contact is the leader of the guards. If you go up, you will not be qualified to contact them. At most, the Red Wind Gang will be the thugs below. You can let the ghost follow the direction of the money to find out the location of each official. Do you plan to investigate as the Red Wind Gang? Glinda asked. Well, in a gang, the intelligence collected is mixed, and it is safe for us. Even if someone finds something, it will not pose any threat to us. Wu Heng said. The gang members are not of high level. You can be bolder here, and there is no psychological burden to kill these people. Let's try it. There is no better way at the moment. Glinda could only say. Wu Heng nodded and put away all the bodies. Then he began to search in the study and bedroom. In a gang, some accounts and agreements were found. There were also various drugs in the drawers. But there was no more intelligence information. After looking at them one by one, Wu Heng said, bring the girl in. Glinda got up, went out, and carried the cloth bag and the girl in together. The empty room made the little girl frown. All the people who kidnapped her came in. Why are they not here? The little girl was thrown in the middle, and Glinda sat down beside her. Wu Heng also looked at her and said, I asked you to speak, but you have to promise not to shout or make a noise, or I will cut off your tongue. The girl widened her eyes in fear, but nodded. Wu Heng waved his hand casually, and the rag that blocked her mouth flew up and fluttered on the chair. The girl's eyes were full of surprise. Wu Heng said, how did you get targeted by these people? These people? The girl was stunned for a moment, her voice trembling. You are not Sid? Sid is the name of the gang leader. No. He was killed by me. This is my disguise. Wu Heng answered calmly. You lied to me. You must want to tease me in this way. Wu Heng waved his hand casually, and several silver coins on the table flew and spun in the air. The Sid you are talking about has this ability? You are the bad guy who assassinated His Royal Highness the Prince. From Ratam City. The girl reacted quite quickly. You guessed wrong. Wu Heng lifted the magic, and the silver coins fell back on the table. He said, it doesn't matter who I am, but who you are, and why they are targeting you. The girl said, I came to the city to sell goods. They wanted me to sleep with Sid, so they tied me back this time. Are you alone? Alone. They are arresting people indiscriminately. Won't the city guards take care of it? I don't know. Wu Heng chatted with the other party for a while and basically understood the situation of this girl. There are not many people at home, and she came to the city to sell some things. On weekdays, the people of the Red Wind Gang targeted her. It's just that this time the city is more chaotic, so they took the opportunity to tie her up. But for Wu Heng, how to deal with this girl has become a troublesome matter. The girl shrank back. Will you let me go? Wu Heng said directly, if you leave, it will be very troublesome for me. The girl widened her eyes. Her eyes were terrified. You said you wouldn't kill me. You can't go back on your word. Glinda on the side smiled. Wu Heng said, you have to promise to be obedient. And I cannot kill you. You are Sid. The girl hugged her arms tightly. I will send you to a place. You stay there honestly for a few days. If there is no problem, I will not kill you. Where? The girl was terrified. You don't need to know. Just say whether you want to live. The girl hesitated and said, yes. Wu Heng opened the mansion technique, revealing the scene inside, and then said, take her in. Just don't get close to the electromagnetic gun. Don't interfere with her. With the girl's expression as pale as death, the skeleton that came out was dragged into the mansion technique. Mansion technique. When closed, the look in the girl's eyes seemed to say, you are indeed from Rentam City. A human trader who can control the skeleton. The next time, Wu Heng continued to search and check items in the room. Near dusk, a group of gang members came back. Wu Heng sat in the living room and asked them to go back to rest after listening to their reports. The rest will be discussed later. When it was getting dark, there was no one in the gang building. Wu Heng let the ghost return, opened the door, and walked in directly. On the other side, it was the prison's monitoring room. Turn the monitoring to the thief's room, Wu Heng said to the skeleton. The monitor showed the thief's room and enlarged it. The thief was lying on the bed and resting. He seemed to be living a good life. He lives a comfortable life, Grenda said with a smile. That's right. Xiao Xiao agreed. Wu Heng said with a smile. Let's go and see him. After leaving the monitoring room, Wu Heng took the skeleton to the prison cell. The iron door opened, and the thief sat up suddenly. He looked at the door with a cold gaze, and when he saw Wu Heng, his eyes were erratic again. You are very adaptable. Can you sleep well here? Wu Heng said with a smile. You promised me that you would give me a comfortable environment, so I will naturally have a good rest. The thief said calmly. Yes. If I don't sleep well now, I may not have the chance in the future. Wu Heng stood at the door. The thief's eyes condensed. Or said, Island Master Wu Heng here to chat with me again? Aren't you afraid that the second prince will send others to kill your little woman? In his calculation, the prison where he was imprisoned must be built in a place around the city of Rentam. After all, the north of the city of Rentam belongs to the orcs, and the land is vast and sparsely populated. It is not surprising to find a place to build a laboratory. Wu Heng appeared here again today, which also means that he has not left the city of Rentam. He did not go to find the second prince. Wu Heng smiled at him and said, Have you ever learned acting as a hobby? What do you mean? Wu Heng explained. I got the news that the person you told was not a businessman, but an 18th level professional in charge of intelligence. So, the comfortable life I promised you before is no longer valid. The thief's eyes shrank sharply. You want to cheat? I didn't lie to you. Wu Heng was too lazy to explain to him, and walked out directly, saying, Sleep for another night. You won't have this kind of life tomorrow. Why do you say it's fake? You didn't go there. Your information is wrong. Damn it. Wu Heng, come back and explain it clearly. The thief's rapid roar came from behind, and the iron door closed with a clang. The thief's shouting continued in the cell. Wu Heng walked out of the building and walked outside. The skeleton alchemist came over from the side, and after seeing Wu Heng, he saluted slightly. Wu Heng glanced in the direction of the cell and said, No need to wait. Tomorrow we will carry out the normal experiment process on the thief and arrange more skeletons. His level is not low. Chapter 807. The winner tells the truth. Return to the monitoring room. Let the skeleton zoom in the surveillance of the cell where the thief is. The thief is not as sleepy as before. Sitting on the bed, anxious. It seems that he can't sleep at night, Glinda said. From the state of the thief in the picture, I'm afraid he can't sleep tonight. Humph. Are you scared? Let him deceive us, Xiao Xiao said angrily. Benny also smiled and said, Anyway, he won't live long. Why bother with him? That's right. Xiao Xiao nodded. Wu Heng said, it's good this way. He cooperates with us too much. I'm embarrassed to kill him. Glinda said unhappily. He's a killer. What are you embarrassed about? After all, it's the first time to use a living person for an experiment. And I still feel a little pressure. Wu Heng said helplessly. Xiao Xiao leaned on his shoulder. Uncle, they are bad guys. It's okay. Xiao Xiao understands. Glinda said. I just said that. Can you really let him go? Wu Heng said, leaning back in the chair and stretching. He looked away from the screen, thinking about how to get more information in the city. It may not be the position of the second prince, other 18th level professionals, or whether there are members of the secret society in the city. Can all be targets for collecting intelligence. I am now the leader of the Red Wind Gang, and I will send money to the commander of the guard tomorrow. Can I use this to get some useful information? The three ghosts began to discuss Wu Qin's nickname on the side. And Wu Heng looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Pick up the satellite phone and dial Li Yong. The phone rang twice and was connected. Li Yong's voice came from the other side. Hello. It's me. Wu Heng said. Miss me? Li Yong said with a smile. The three ghosts on the side all shrank their shoulders. Wu Heng waved his hand, signaling them not to make trouble, and then said, I have something to ask you. Go ahead. Is there any locator that can track the location in the movie? Wu Heng asked. The other side was silent for 2 seconds, and then said yes. Some less formal mortgaged cars have this kind of locator. Are there any requirements for use? Li Yong said, no requirements. Now there are satellites. Just locate directly. Satellite positioning is required. Then it can't be used in the other world. Is it necessary to use satellites? All I know is GPS positioning. If there is no satellite, how to determine the location? Li Yong continued. It seems that locators are not used at present. Wu Heng said, okay. I know. Do you need it? If you need it, I look for it tomorrow. Most car dealers have it. Li Yong asked. No need for now. I contact you if I need you. Okay. Rest. I'm fine. After hanging up the phone, Wu Heng put the satellite phone aside. It seems that the locator method is not feasible. We still need satellites. That is useless in the other world. It seems that we still have to rely on ghosts to help us find our targets. As the sky gradually darkened, Wu Heng got up and took the three ghosts back to the other world. Return to the Red Wind Gang. The doors and windows are still closed. No problem. Wu Heng released the ghosts, turned on the mansion technique, and looked inside. Except for the other side of the electromagnetic cannon. The dirty little girl curled up in the corner, trying to keep a distance from the skeleton inside. The stone door opened and looked over here with tears in her eyes. There was suspicion and fear in her eyes. Wu Heng took out a bag of bread and snacks, walked in and placed it on the counter in front of her, and then said, you can eat by yourself. The girl dodged her eyes and said tremblingly, you want to turn me into a skeleton? Wu Heng frowned. Your level is too low. Wait until you level up in the future. The girl frowned and thought about this sentence. I don't upgrade. I don't have a profession. Why do you think that Ratam City is a bad guy? Wu Heng sat down opposite. That's right. They are obviously the bad guys. Out of thin air. It seemed as if a child was talking again. The girl shuddered, and then said, I didn't say you were bad guys. Don't kill me. Tell me, how did the second prince publicize it? Wu Heng asked. The girl lowered her head and said softly, just say that Ratam City led the skeleton army to attack the border, killed all the living people, and the occupied cities were all dead spirits. It seems that the second prince has put a lot of effort in publicity. You really won't kill me? The girl asked again. Why should I kill you? We have no grudges against each other. Wu Heng stood up and walked out, saying, stay here for a few days, and I let you go. Don't lie to me. Wu Heng didn't say much, and walked out of the mansion spell directly. And the crack disappeared. The lies haven't changed much. Then he said, when in the Set Fortress, the official propaganda was this set of rhetoric. Ratam City took advantage of the chaos to attack the Echo Kingdom, and everywhere it passed turned into undead. Of course, there is no need to change anything. This set of rhetoric is enough. Wu Heng said while making the bed. We also talk about him behind his back. It's normal. We are telling the truth. He is lying, Xiao Xiao said. Only the winner's words are the truth. Wu Heng lay on the bed and continued. I rest first. Help me keep an eye on the outside. The three ghosts nodded. Wu Heng looked at the ceiling, thinking about things, and fell asleep. The next day, morning, Granda controlled the corpse, sat in front of the mirror, looked around, and said, this body is too low level, and corpse spots appeared. Try to cover it up. If you don't meet a high-level professional, it's unlikely to be discovered. Wu Heng continued. Change your movements. Don't act like a woman. I am a woman. You are now playing a gangster. Wu Heng emphasized. I know. Granda nodded. Dang dang dang. The door of the courtyard knocked. Then, 6 or 7 gang members came in. Boss, the carriage is ready. Wu Heng nodded and said, go move things. We set off now. Several members entered the house, took 3 leather bags filled with silver coins, and put them directly on the carriage. Then, like escorting a caravan, the gang members escorted the carriage into the main road and walked towards the target direction. It took about 10 minutes. Then he flew back from outside. I saw the guard building. The highest level is 14, and the rest are 9th and 10th level. Wu Heng nodded. Wait. You and Xiao Xiao keep an eye on it, and see where the silver coins are sent. Write down the location. Okay. Benny agreed and flew out to find Xiao Xiao. Wu Heng opened the window a little, watched the carriage leave the main road, and then entered the guard building from the back door. Boss, we're here. A voice came from outside. Got it. When he got off the carriage, he saw a small group of fully armed soldiers standing in front. The leader was wearing the standard armor of the commander, with a long sword hanging from his waist, and his eyes were fixed on the carriage. Wu Heng smiled and said, sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. The commander narrowed his eyes and looked him up and down. His brows were slightly wrinkled. Chapter 808. Minister of State Affairs. Wu Heng's heart moved, and without waiting for the other party to speak, he waved his hand behind him, and the curtain of the car opened, revealing several bags of coins inside. When the commander saw the money, his eyes also eased, and he waved his hand behind him, and the soldiers behind him quickly went over to take the money. After confirming that it was correct, the commander did not continue to stare at him. He said calmly, you are doing well. Keep it up. The president said that if you do well in the future, the South City District will also be handed over to you. Wu Heng nodded. Thank you for the president's recognition. Thank you for the promotion of the commander. The commander frowned. Where did you learn the words? It's not suitable for you. Listen to what the bard said. Go back and do your own thing. Okay. Wu Heng waved his hand, and the gang members reorganized and began to disperse, all the way back to the gang building. Wu Heng said to several people in the gang, you have heard what the commander said. As long as we do well, the South City District will also be our territory in the future. When there are more people, you are all the backbone, and you will get more money and work less. The eyes of the people showed enthusiasm. Don't worry, boss. We will do a good job. Go. Everyone is busy with their own things. Be honest recently. Don't cause trouble. And restrain your previous bad habits. Yes, boss. Everyone responded and dispersed. Wu Heng also returned to the room and took off the mask, waiting silently. After noon, Benny flew back first. Wu Heng, I found the Minister of State Affairs, a 13th level professional, a member of the secret society. 13th level professional? In the gang's share, 40% is given to the Minister of State Affairs, and 30% is given to the President. Only level 13? Let me see, Wu Heng said. Benny nodded and went directly into the body. And the previous scene was also shared. After the gang members left, at noon, someone came to get the money, and Benny followed him into a mansion. In the mansion, a woman with long gray hair, a pearl necklace, and gorgeous clothes was seen. The purse was handed to the woman, who put it away, still sitting at the table, turning the gold ring representing the secret society in his hand. Benny was also a little surprised when she saw the ring, and flew back directly. The shared picture ended. Wu Heng released Benny. Grenda asked, is it from the secret society? She is wearing a ring from the secret society, and judging from her clothes, she should be a member of the secret society, Wu Heng said. Benny also said, she usually wears the ring, and those people in the mansion should know her identity. It seems that the secret society is no longer satisfied with the role of a businessman, and has begun to occupy some important positions. Grinda thought for a while and said, "It's not surprising. Spending so much energy and financial resources to support the second prince must occupy an important position." Wu Heng said, "Whatever agreement the secret order and the second prince reached is not important to us." Glinda looked at him in a very feminine way. "Wu Heng, what are you going to do next? What else can we do?" "Catch him and interrogate him," Wu Heng said. Glinda agreed. "I thought so too. If we drag it out, it will be bad for us and Wen Mansha. We do it in the evening." Glinda and Benny also nodded. At dusk, Xiao Xiao flew back from outside. Said with some surprise, "Sister Benny is back. I thought I would be faster. I come back sooner after I made some discoveries," Benny said. Wu Heng looked at Xiao Xiao. "Did you find anything?" "No. The other money was taken by the 14th level commander. Now he is dating a woman. So I came back first." Xiao Xiao was a little embarrassed. "Uncle, will it delay your plan?" Looking at her, Wu Heng smiled and said, "No. Your sister Benny brought back the information. We will act tonight." "Oh, thank goodness Benny is here." Xiao Xiao smiled again. "Then let's get ready and act tonight." "Okay." Night fell heavily, covering the entire city. The patrol team holding torches passed by, and the surroundings fell into darkness again. Wu Heng stood in the dark alley, with muddy and smelly debris under his feet, and his eyes looked at the mansion in the distance, and the guards guarding the wall from time to time. Not long after, the ghost flew back. "The person is dead," Benny said. Wu Heng nodded. "I checked the location and teleport in." Benny got into the body and shared the scene in the mansion. After confirming the location, teleportation was released, and the magic circle gradually took shape. The next second, he appeared directly in a dim bedroom. He opened the curtains and looked outside. The guards were still guarding normally. It seemed that no one noticed anything unusual. Benny also flew back from outside, pointing to the bed. "The person is there. I asked Xiao Xiao to stay outside." Wu Heng looked at the bed. 2 naked bodies were lying on the bed, their necks twisted into a knot. An old woman and a young and strong man. "Who is the other one?" "How would I know? They were together when I came," Benny said. Wu Heng nodded, threw the clothes around on the bed, and then wrapped the body with a quilt and put it into the space ring. Snapped his fingers again, used teleportation and left. The magic circle appeared, and Wu Heng's figure returned to the room where the gang was stationed. Glinda was still sitting in the room and asked, "Is it solved?" "It's not difficult for a level 13 professional," Wu Heng said, and took out the 2 bodies. Glinda frowned at the naked body. "You killed the person halfway?" "I waited for her to finish," Wu Heng continued. "You put sheets on them and wait for Xiao Xiao to come back. She is a ghost, and she will come into contact with this sooner or later." Glinda simply put 2 sheets on the corpse. "Wait a few years. She is still young. Do you expect the ghost to grow up?" Wu Heng did not speak. Took out the space ring of the female minister of government, put it on his hand, and took out the items inside one by one. Jewelry, potion scrolls, a large number of gold and silver coins. Next, it was the ring of the secret society, several letters, and a letter of appointment. The letters were opened one by one. The contents were all some plans planned, including actions against Rentam City and the eldest prince. Correspondence with people outside? Did he guess wrong? The second prince was really not in the city? Continued to turn over the clothes on the ground. There were several defensive items on the female minister's clothes, but they were thrown aside due to the situation at that time. At this time, Benny and Xiao Xiao also flew back from outside. The corpse was simply covered with a loose sheet. Wu Heng directly released talking to the dead, and the corpse suddenly sat up. Wu Heng asked directly, "Where is the second prince?" The corpse replied, "His Royal Highness the second prince has been arranged in a hidden place by the adults. I don't know where he is." "The Minister of State doesn't know?" Wu Heng thought for a while, and then asked, "In this city?" "In the city.